points fingers, plays the blame game. In the middle, man, where do we stand? No saints, no saviors, just callous hands. Stuck in the middle, stuck in the fight. Common sense flickers like a dim street light. Woke to the left, holy to the right. Josh and Eli breaking through the night. Breaking through the night. Shades of gray, they call it a sin. Two sides shouting who's gonna win. Echo chambers building their walls, but we're here screaming through it all. Stuck in the middle, stuck in the fight. Common sense flickers like a dim street light. Woke to the left, holy to the right. Josh and Eli breaking through the night. Breaking through the night. Truth ain't red, truth ain't blue. Lies on both sides, what's a man to do? Tug of war, pulling hearts apart. But brassy patriot, where's the restart? Stuck in the middle, stuck in the fight. Common sense flickers like a dim street light. Woke to the left, holy to the right. Josh and Eli.
Hey there, Josh.
Well. Hey there, Eli.
We already got a little guff here. Patriot nationalist, welcome. They lost all respect because we started with the an AI song.
What? How dare you? No, that song wasn't AI. It was IA.
Yeah, IA. See, so just to correct it, welcome to Stuck in the Middle, the show where we, well, honestly, we take on every topic. Not always with the intention of unity, but to agree to disagree and have all sorts of opinions. What do we have on the docket today?
We got a lot. I just like to point out that I feel like I could offend a houseplant. You know what I mean? I feel like I don't mean to piss people off, but god damn it, am I just surprisingly efficient at it for whatever reason. I just had to put that out there. Yeah.
You just pissed me off just by saying that.
Glad,
so
I'm good.
How dare you?
And this other progressive joker there in the chat talking about using AI songs. IA songs. I'll have you know, I put my blood, sweat, and tears into actual music, so every now and again I could do an AI song. So there.
Yeah, bite on that, okay?
What a trying day. Everyone's just trying to come at you so crazy. This guy's, you can't use AI music. Fuck out of here. Yes, we can.
All the more reason to try and persevere.
You know it.
My goodness gracious. I mean, just off the top of my head, Karmelo Anthony going free. I don't know. There's a little something that we've stumbled upon where we're going to cover just that. Also, I know there's been some craziness around the world. I don't know how much we're going to cover. The earthquake in Venezuela, was it?
Earthquake in Venezuela, a plane hitting a building in China.
Yeah, Beijing, the bill that is almost universally appreciated but cannot pass.
The SAVE Act, the housing bill, a few little Trump issues, some female cop controversy in Montreal. And like Eli and I were debating on covering or just like watching some of the earthquake videos, watching the China plane video. But it's like, what would we really talk about if we watched them? We're just like, oh yeah, Destruction. Ooh.
Yeah. Hey, look. Oh, what a tragedy as we sit here comfortably unaffected.
I don't mind that. I don't mind like doing that, but I feel like that's something better for one to do on their own time. Like, because we can all do that. You don't got to do a show to go, oh, wow, look at that. I mean, but I will give you this. Take some time to look at them, because I've never seen some of the angles of these earthquakes before. You know, I've never experienced an earthquake myself, so it is a little interesting to watch some of these videos unfold and just be like, I don't know what I would do. Everyone's panicking, freaking out. So
hey, we're the channel that used to literally live stream real-time riots just to see how that would go. By the way, welcome Twisted10. He's okay. I'm only reading the comment. So if we're gonna be canceled, Josh, hold my hand, man.
All right,
hold my damn hand.
All right, we're holding.
the watermelon Tellin will not be going free. I kind of changed the word there.
Oh. I thought it was gonna be a joke at my red expense. You know, like my red hue. Like that,
yeah,
that watermelon.
We don't talk about that anymore. It's too disturbing.
It's tomato, sir. Okay, it's tomato.
I'll do respect. We get your pronouns right.
Well, but he could be going free with the new this new appellate attorney and his the way he's trying to go about framing it now, which is going to be quite interesting. We'll see how that plays out. That and all this fun stuff more, maybe possibly. We'll probably go over none of it. Actually, you know what?
Yeah.
The show's over. We'll see you guys later. Have a good night.
All right, finish out.
All right, bud. Good one. Good one.
So what's the opener again? Because I have already forgotten the docket. It's been a hell of a day, as you've said. It has been.
Oh, buddy. Has it been a very trying day, you know? Very,
That's why we try harder.
You know, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say that.
No.
No, I'm talking about at work. Like there's been
that's what I went through too.
There's a lot of like over talk going on and someone trying to
Only they don't understand my English at my job.
I believe they
don't speak it.
I believe they call it English.
Yeah, that's actually appropriate.
Well,
so what's this feel good? What's going on now?
Well, it's not really feel good yet. It's more so there's been a time. Oh, by the way, we have announcements, 2 announcements. We beat the UFC. So the episode that got banned because of UFC, we beat it. They're like, yeah, no, you're right. We beat it. So that's good. So that's cool. That's out there. And also, super tips. They did allow the president and they did allow Candace Owens. And we did have a super tip from someone while we were away. I just wanted to play it. I don't think they use any of our new people yet. But I'm just going to...
Wait. This calls for a celebration. All right. We have the approved voices. We got the approved voices of Candace Owens and Trump now. So
let me see if
people,
I can make
if they so choose, can say anything they want, and Trump and or Candace Owens will speak it out into life.
Let me see if I can make it.
It's a big male.
Yeah, okay. So check this out. So this is what someone sent in. We just got to play this because we didn't get to play this live.
Bring it on.
Just wanted to say you guys do an amazing job. Love the callers. Even if I don't always agree, you guys call in and make the show fun. Josh, the Marathon Bricks and Minifigs show was great.
Damn it. All right. At least we heard it, right? We heard that?
I did hear that.
I didn't.
Was that TZ himself?
It was TZ himself. I didn't see that. Like, so nothing came up on your end? I'm going to have to reset everything now.
Just wanted to say you guys do an amazing job. Love the callers. Even if I don't always agree, you guys call in and make the show fun. Josh,
Stop it. Okay, cool. Thank you, TZ.
Right.
Thank you so much for that.
God bless, man. Thank you so very, very much.
Well, hang on. Give me buy me 2 seconds here. Let me do something because they're not active. I want to activate them.
Okay, so while he does that, I do want to mention, if it's not already known, welcome to Stuck in the Middle. This show is this is a ship you all are steering. We do pride ourselves in having an open phone line. You call, no one's getting doxxed. You can block your number. Anybody with any opinion, you got some smoke, you want to start a fire, you call right into the show, especially if you have a very strong opinion, you want to represent that conviction. Nobody cares. I know you don't care if you earn our respect, but I think everybody respects anybody that's willing to come up and put up or shut up. So that is just an open-ended invitation for when we do break into some of the more controversial stuff. One of the compounding topics for the past 3 or 4 episodes is a few awesome callers that we're thankful for. We don't agree on really almost anything, but we're able to continue our discourse.
All right, let's
Angel
see if this
Wings.
works. See if this works real quick. It's not going to play. I have to figure that out, but I think we got the voice of the Prez.
All right, we're testing this
On Bricks and Minifigs show was great.
It's got to finish.
Yep.
I love Stuck in the Middle.
Damn it.
No,
All right.
no.
All right. Back to the drawing board. We're not going to do this.
All right, moving on.
Yep.
Moving on.
Not going to waste too much more time on that. I was so pumped for a second. Been waiting for this, but nope, didn't work. Okay. On to the actual reason why we're here, a show. So for the past few episodes, I've been doing like an intro for Pride Month thing, and there's been some hits and misses as far as like, oh, this is a good Pride Month thing, this is a bad Pride Month thing. This one is more of an honest Pride Month thing, and what better to kind of play this towards the end of Pride Month because we don't want to spoil it for everyone. Tim Dillon was just on Joe Rogan, and he just kind of went on this Pride Month rant. You know, obviously we know Tim Dillon. He's a gay gentleman. Okay, you know this.
Is he really?
You didn't
Wait.
know that?
No, shut up.
No, I
Are you-
swear. I swear to you.
No.
Yes, he
really?
is.
Really?
Yes, he is.
I'm
Yes, he
taking
is.
your word for it.
He's been gay, and like I'm not using another like funny like
Okay,
medicine
I'm gonna look this
analogy.
up because I did not know that. All right.
Tim Dillon is gay. There's no ifs,
I can't
ands, or
support
buts
him
about
anymore.
it. Figured you wouldn't be able to. All right, but here is his rant about Pride Month, and I feel like this is how a lot of people just feel in general, even gay people such as himself. Let's see what he says. You tell me.
Okay.
Institutionalists.
And, Shield Proc, I agree.
Everyone I
know
grew
you
up
hate
with,
that.
and the generation directly under me, they're all institutionalists. They believe very strongly that knowledge is given through an approved, whether you're at NYU or whether it's the State Department or whether it's a board or whether it's a nonprofit that commissioned a study that proved a thing. A lot of these kids do not think for themselves. And they're not kids. They're in their 30s, by the way. And they're in their 30s or 40s. They don't think for themselves. They've been taught that thinking for themselves.
Were you raising your hand to identify that you are one of the people he's talking about? A lot of these kids are in their 30s or 40s and they don't think for themselves. And you're like,
Shamrock.
yeah, no, I don't think for myself.
Who does that anymore?
I don't know.
This is bad. It's racist, or it can lead you down a road that you don't want to go on. It's whatever. It's misogynist. It's homophobic. Like whatever questions you're asking, like why do the Padres have to wear gay uniforms? Like that doesn't make any sense to me. Like as a gay person, I never said why I need the Padres to be gay. Why are the Padres gay?
What does the Padres uniform look like?
They're making them wear like gay things on the uniform.
Like pride stuff?
It's like pride stuff. I don't think it's like a dildo on their head, but I think it's like pride stuff.
What happens when they play in Dearborn?
Well, it's not gonna go well. But it's like
Dearborn is full of Muslims. That's why.
I wonder why that wouldn't go well. I mean, that's all the
yeah.
rage with the progressive base right now. Get those Islamic votes in.
He's getting there, though. I'm telling you, he's getting there. He's
Okay,
just
all
starting to work up to it.
why is
This is
Citibank
me
gay?
trusting you.
Okay, we'll see. Well, you won't do that again.
Don't break it. Okay.
It's not gonna go well. But it's like, why is Citibank gay? Why is Chase gay? What is it? Why does this help anyone? That a corporation is trans? Why is Chobani Yogurt trans? What's the point of this? I don't understand. Does this get people health care? Does this make people happy? Does this satisfy?
It makes some people happy.
It makes some people happy that I worry about because I just don't understand. And it makes more people angry. And that's why gay marriage has lost 11 points.
I feel like that's the bigger point. When corporations do stuff like this, it actually makes more people angry than it does make happy.
100% fact. I think this is something that can be viewed as gaslighting, and I'm really trying to think about this. Think about, let's say we have an unfortunate soul out there who just happens to be gay, unrelated to their circumstances, and they're homeless. They don't know what tomorrow's going to bring, if they're going to have their next meal. But hey, they found out Citibank is gay for the month, and Chobani is trans. They're all is well. You know what? I'm going to be okay today.
Yeah.
I don't have food in my belly. I don't know if I'm going to survive the night, but Chobani's gay.
Tell you what, it keeps me moving on to know that the bank that I'm sleeping outside on their sidewalk because I'm homeless, it keeps me warm at night. Not necessarily like physically, like I'm shivering in the cold and the rain, but like it keeps me warm mentally at night knowing that I'm comforted by their gayness.
Did you know that the Citibank specifically, the one you sleep out of,
Yeah.
if you're there at like 3 o'clock in the morning, they have a big gay owl guy in a suit who works for the bank, comes out just to give you a hug and a snuggle. 3
You
a.m.
have
Citibank.
no idea how infuriated I am to know this, because usually I'm just sleeping. I'm what they call like a daytime person, and I'm just sleeping right through 3 a.m. So I had no idea that was going on. It makes sense because of all the gayness going on outside of my tent, especially around the 3 a.m. side of things.
And why you walk funny in the following morning.
Well, no, that's now you're projecting.
Well, how dare you? My experience with Big Gay Owl of Citibank may or may not be different than yours. Fine.
Okay.
I capitulate.
So, but I think the points here are to be made. Like, yeah, like, does it help anybody as you're saying that, oh, cool, the bank is gay, but I'm still homeless and I'm still, but you know what? I feel so much better now knowing this. And that's the point he's making, too.
In support, more people are annoyed. They're like, we're all cool with however people want to live their lives. Most people are. But they're like, why is my bank gay? When did my bank come out as gay? And like, I'm okay with it, but could somebody have told me, like, what are we doing? This doesn't make anybody's life better.
And they're only gay for like a month, too. Like the bank then goes back in the closet after June's over. No, you didn't see any of that. Definitely not gay anymore.
It's such an honest or disingenuous and honest, transparent pander. It's like, hey, we never give a shit, but this is the time where we're supposed to, so we're going to do that. We're going to pretend that it makes a damn difference. You're going to swallow it, hook, line, and sinker, and never spit it out because that's gay. And then life moves on.
Yeah. It's corporate speak. It's corporate speak. It's like, hey, and like all businesses do it, obviously, but it's like they all do it to try to appease to a certain demographic. It's like, I don't understand. I'm with him. Like, I don't understand how that demographic doesn't see it as pandering. Like, maybe some of them are like, look how inclusive they're being and they're finally accepting us. It's like, but the other 11 months they don't.
I think this is why when I was a Democrat, shit like this never really hit my radar.
Hey-o. It was just, that's an interesting pun to use while talking about gays. Yeah, hitting something.
Like, all right, even when I was of that branch of the, two-party system, I don't recall anybody truly giving a shit or making any concise points as to why it fucking matters and what good it does. It's nothing. I hate it. I don't hate gay anything, but I hate the way they use it and that they pander and pretend to care.
Yes, that's what you hate. You hate the pandering, and they've and we'll get into how they've weaponized a certain phobia, but if you criticize what corporations doing, you're homophobic. It's like, no, I'm not. That's not going to work anymore. We're over like people being scared of, oh, you're homophobic, you're Islamophobic. Like, no, I'm just pointing out your hypocrisy. You can't hide behind that anymore. You can try. I'm just saying you're pandering 1 month out of 11 months. And because I am looking at that and making that an outward opinion, that does not make me homophobic or transphobic. In fact, it's the opposite. That probably makes you some type of weird succubus, incubus.
Anybody that takes any optic like this and makes it their core identity for just that time, they are reverse playing the card where I am a victim and this is for me. No, you're being the racist. You're being the homophobic one, in my opinion.
Yeah. So I thought that video was a great video for Pride Month,
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Salute.
In the spirit of.
They had to do that with the Yankees, though. Come on, man.
The Yankees, the Padres. Like, why is my bank gay? How does that help me? By the way, I'm gay. Like, how does a bank even be gay? I don't want to know. I don't want to know, but I'm just saying, it's more like a rhetorical question. How does that even work? I don't want to know.
Well, when you ask for a loan, Big Gay Al comes out and just gives you stacks of cash.
What's the rule? Like Rule 32 or Rule 23 on the internet? Like, if it's on the internet, there's been a porn made out of it. Is there bank porn? I would love to know,
Well-
because if there's not, it's time to capitalize, my friends. Bank porn is on the skyrocket right now.
Yeah, we want old CEO bankers just getting Diddy oiled up, man. Bring that on, then we'll believe you.
But is it buildingality? You know, like not bestiality, but like, is it buildingality? Is like does a guy or a girl make love with the bank, or is it two actual banks making love themselves? Like, how does
That's an LSD trip.
the
That's that
bankiality
for
work?
another time, sir. You're getting too deep.
I'm just trying to figure out how the bankiality works. That's all.
Rule 30. Thank you, Dan.
Was it Rule 33?
34.
I knew it was something. I knew it was something. Exactly. Rule 34. So I bet you it's out there somewhere deep in the internet land. Somebody is like doing something to, at the very least. Remember, you'd go to the drive-thru and that thing would suck it would suck up the little tube to the teller.
Are you talking about
you don't remember
the
that?
correct use? Yes. My bank still does it.
Yeah. Someone did something
The
to that.
19th Amendment. I miss the 90s when gay people were just normal people.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
And here, someone else made a comment where it's like, I don't know what. All right, Maggie doesn't care about gay. Just don't give little kids insane surgeries and medicine, and I'll keep the trans stuff out of women's sports and spaces, and they have nothing to say about it.
Which is funny. Is like that's like their two major issues, though. You know, like that's the two ones that they're stuck up on. It's like, we're cool being gay, but we really want women and we really want trans women in women's sports, and we really want to promote this to children. It's like, no, that's exactly what we don't want too. That's as weird. Which is what we're butting heads at. You know,
This is why this movement and owning that as a political identity is just never going to get the traction that it wants, and if it does, then I will have some legitimate gripes and fear. So get that damn thing off my screen,
yeah.
because it's triggering me.
Let's move on to a little more weirdness here.
Gay Yankees, get out of here.
There was 4 to 5 years ago, there's a time where you could not bring up the word COVID on YouTube.
Oh yeah, our first strike.
Yeah,
indeed.
Our first strike. And first strike in the sense that all I did was talk about me having it.
Yeah. Hey guys, I went to New York and contracted COVID. Oh, YouTube striked us.
Gone. Don't talk about it. You're gone. So that was weird, right? So
Wild times.
Yeah, wild times. My, how times have changed, because now we can kind of question COVID all we want to, within reason, and within a lot more reason. And, people, I guess, in 2026 can just plead insanity because of COVID. That's a new one to me. I didn't see that one coming. Did you see that one coming? Was that on your 2026 bingo card?
Did I hear you accurately? Did you say you can plead insanity? This is a skit, right?
No.
That's an SNL clip. You can plead insanity because of COVID?
Yeah, Saturday Night Lies.
I am shell-shocked by the intellectual banter and humor. It is beyond me, but I'm still stuck on what you just said out loud.
Yeah.
Are you sure you're getting this right?
I just want to go ahead and steel man what you think I just said.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
You just said you can plead insanity because you have COVID?
Yeah. No, you got it. You're on. That's
In what context? Okay, like what? You have a fender bender? Oh, officer, I'm sorry, I have COVID, right? That's it?
Keep going, like higher, like more serious. Like if you could just go more
Officer,
serious.
I'm sorry, I punched that man in the face. I have COVID.
Higher, more serious. Yeah. Like you're getting in the right area of physical violence.
Okay. Okay.
But like more
okay.
serious than like a punch.
All right. Officer, I essayed this individual because I got the COVID.
Feel like we went a little too far there, but like almost we're like now from that point we just move laterally, right? Like
Okay,
essays.
you got to
like,
spell this out because I can't fathom.
I'm gonna let her say it. I'm gonna let her say it.
All right. By all means.
I'm gonna let the video do its thing. Be prepared. Are you sitting down? You sitting down? Hold my hand. Hold my hand. You sitting down?
Okay, hold my hand.
Hold
man.
my hand. Hold my hand, man. Here we go. You ready for this? Here we go. We're gonna get through this, everybody. You and I. We got this.
Tears filled the courtroom as the mother who admitted to killing her baby daughter.
So like, I'm not trying to like downplay an SA, but is it lateral or is that like lateral but also up?
This is okay. Everything just goes and opposite to what you're speaking. Everything just goes down to the pits of hell at this point.
Well, yeah.
So she killed her baby. She killed a kid. She killed her child.
She unalived a 15-month-old baby.
What the fuck does that have to do with COVID?
Well, let's, this almost should have been like bummer news. No, okay, I won't do it. I won't.
Yeah, it goes without
As the
saying.
mother
Shit.
who admitted to killing her baby daughter was found not guilty by reason of insanity following a 2-day bench trial.
As to count 1, aggravated manslaughter, the defendant is not guilty by reason of insanity. As to count 2, attempted murder in the first degree, the defendant is not guilty by reason.
So she got aggravated manslaughter for killing her baby, unaliving her baby, and then attempted murder for she tried to stab, I believe, her husband and her daughter, her other child.
This is real.
Yeah,
This is Miami. This happened in
Benito,
our...
Ami. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Insanity. And as to count 3, attempted murder in the first degree, the defendant is not guilty by reason
Oh my
of
God,
insanity.
she has relief.
Moments after learning.
But like, we do know that if you get found not guilty by a reason of insanity, if I'm not mistaken, don't you still have to go away somewhere? You're not going to jail, but you're like you. I don't think they just let you like, hey, you're insane. You get the fuck out of here, you silly goose.
So I can only and sorry, I say this a few times in the past. I'm a little physically ill. I'm definitely rage baited. Like I'm beside myself. I want to rage out in a way where it would matter. That aside, I do believe that you would normally get sent to some form of care facility where they deem you okay to be out and about, which is just insane to me. This woman needs the chair.
She so I was just because I was looking it up. I was just trying to make sure because I was kind of onto something, but just to kind of solidify it, you avoid a traditional prison sentence, but are typically involuntary committed to a secure state psychiatric hospital for treatment and evaluation. So maybe after some time you could get out, but depending on what she's going through, you probably won't. But I guess to your point, Eli, though, like there is more of a chance for her to get out through that way than there is if she got found guilty.
What I'm still absolutely on fire about is that she is avoiding a cage where it would generally be uncomfortable, and she is going to be tended to by some form of care physicians. Look, in my younger days, I have been committed, the 5150 or Baker acted in the state of Florida. While it's no swim in the fucking pool or ocean, it is by far so much easier than actual jail. This is despicable.
Yeah, bro.
This is my soapbox.
It's
Shame on
jail.
everybody and the judge, whomever and everybody that had something to do with this. You're sending a message to the people that this is okay. This is a new excuse. Are we going to hear, oh, I had the sniffles, so I had to off my significant other? Is this not another slippery slope? Fucking insane. I'm full of hatred right now. God, please forgive me. There is hate in my heart right now.
Play a little more.
Outrageous.
To count 3, attempted murder in the first degree, the defendant is not guilty by reason of insanity.
Moments after learning she would not be convicted, Precious Bland spoke briefly outside the courtroom.
Her name is Precious, but her last name is Bland. She's precious, but she's just like,
yeah. Well,
she's bland.
That's not lost on me. And I'm looking at her face right now, like she's in bliss that she got away with it.
Listen to her talk, and I had a difficult. I consider myself a good people reader, and I had a difficult time distinguishing whether maybe she is a little crazy or she's putting on a show.
Okay.
Because she does say a few words here.
Bland spoke briefly outside the courtroom.
God is good. This doesn't bring back my daughter. I'm thankful. I love my children.
It's very monotone, there's crying going on, but there's not like there's not ups and downs. It's just it's you know, it's oddly monotone. I guess that's the first thing that I would point out to be like, that's like you're saying, it's either she's faking or there's a little bit of insaneness going on there. Because let's look at the crime in general. Unaliving your 15-month-old and stabbing your husband and your other daughter, your other child, that's fucking crazy to begin with. So they were obviously trying to find some reason of insanity here, and however they landed on COVID is beyond me.
Forgive my hyperbole and my bias. I've made many statements that I'm going to be as unhinged as possible because I'm too old to give any fucks. This is a core Democrat/liberal problem that has manifested and built to the point where now you can just get away with this. That is the party of the revolving door. Hey, 26 felonies, let's let the guy back out. And now COVID somehow, yes, I am politicizing this because I don't know what else to do with it except to be outraged. So fuck everybody that allowed this to be.
I don't see how else you couldn't politicize this. Like, they literally use COVID, one of the most political things that have happened in this century as far as a global pandemic and a global situation went. That was a very political thing, whether people want to admit that part or not. So she is politicizing this. They are, the lawyer, she is, whoever else is involved in this defense, they are politicizing it by saying it was COVID. So there's not a stretch there. You're not stretching.
How fresh was this ruling? How long ago? Because I want to see the outrage, the outpour of anger from the everybody, from the black community, from the Democratic Party. I want to see it universally. Everybody should be asking for this woman to be put down.
Let's see. I believe it was just recent. It was just recent.
By the by, while we're doing real-time research, guys, this goes without saying, please, we always do appreciate if you want to see us continue to cover all the topics that YouTube has otherwise suppressed us for. Please do a kindness, hit the subscribe button, get those notifications on, because we are doing a Tuesday, Friday week every week. And that's it. That's all we ask. Be a part of this journey and ride. Phone lines are open for everybody agreeing or disagreeing. We do appreciate it very much.
Once the phones come up in purple, that way you'll know the phones are open. The number is scrolling across the top there. The second thing too is I'm biting it out now. Yeah, Tuesday, Fridays. One more. Oh yeah, we're trying to beat Stuck in the Middle. The Disney Stuck in the Middle. They're live right now. They got like 100-something viewers. Fuck them. Let's try to get that going on over here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, fuck Disney.
We are literally taking on a YouTube channel with a fan base named Stuck in the Middle, which is why sometimes we're hard to find. That's why if you're ever going to tell somebody, I'm going to doubt it. But hey, let's assume you're a G. Say, hey, type @ and then just type Stuck in the Middle. That's us.
Who got there first?
Disney.
Who got there first? We have @ Stuck in the Middle. If the Disney show was that up to they would have had that thing a long fucking time ago, and they did not.
Yeah, Disney Stuck in the Middle. Bafangul. I like this comment. All right, so Daba V. Okay, she is innocent. She got the generational trauma. We were Kangs and were enslaved. If we got paid reparations, this would have happened.
There you go, man. Well, listen, you know
one
what?
Of our favorite callers.
Hit that like button. We appreciate that. Thank you so
please.
much.
That goes a long way.
We are trying to at least hit 50 likes tonight and upwards, but we're pacing ourselves. We get above and below that sometimes. We'd like to hit that nice 50 mark. So if you could be so kind and hit that. So this lady right here, believe it or not, this happened in 2000, not the sentencing, but the incident happened in 2021.
Wow. Holy okay. That's when people were still wary of the vid.
Right. But this right here, this just happened a few days ago. June 23rd, 2026, South Florida mother accused of drowning her child and other assaults found not guilty by reason of insanity.
I don't.
That's crazy. 5 years. There's some shit going on there.
Right. You think with all of the slow drip of information and how much it's all changed to where we can comfortably talk about it without getting struck every single fucking time. Now you can just get set free after a heinous crime. Fucking insane.
I think the judge does say, and it might be in this video, I think he does say, like, this doesn't make sense, which is very, like, isn't it in the judge's, like, can the judge rule against the jury or no? Like, if the jury says this is what it is, the judge has to kind of co-sign
It's been done, but I am uncertain how active of a thing that is. I don't know if that's a state by state thing, but
let me play a little more while you look that up here.
I love my children.
State prosecutors tried to prove that this mother of 6 killed her 15-month-old because she told investigators her husband was cheating.
The voices and the COVID psychosis is a fabrication and an embellished story.
Motive.
The judge.
Like you heard her say
didn't
COVID.
bite.
That theory, it doesn't make sense to me that she decided to do all the things that she did, going to all the neighbors, calling her family members, putting the kids in the water, all of it because she was angry due to some perceived infidelity.
Her lawyers argued Bland was overcome by the voices in her head and had a COVID-induced psychotic break.
A COVID-induced psychotic break. That's a thing now. So, like, there are people who have long COVID, and now you can have COVID-induced psychotic breaks. Could that be a result from getting the COVID?
Yeah. The poke.
The poke. The poke's no joke.
You can't rule anything out. This is so alarming, and the fact that I am kind of baffled that this has been under the radar, and it even blipped up on ours
for 5 years. Like, what's the holdup? Why wasn't it? That part I don't know, but just the fact that 5 years later she was, was that's not acquitted? I guess you're just found not guilty. So by reason of insanity,
right.
Like, damn. Because COVID.
And the answer, by the way, yes, a judge can overrule or set aside a jury's verdict in certain limited circumstances, redundant, but this power is heavily restricted. It depends on whether the case is civil or criminal. It is not common and cannot be done arbitrarily.
Right, just kind of willy-nilly. I do want to recant something. I do actually think that the judge was saying this to the prosecution, that he doesn't buy that she did all this because she found out the husband was cheating. So actually, I'm kind of changing my view here in real time, and I'm thinking he's kind of agreeing with the COVID insanity part, because he's saying, well, this would, cheating wouldn't make somebody do all this. Yes, COVID would. What?
This is he's insane. Burn in hell, Judge. Burn in fucking. That's
break.
Satan is a deceiver.
There's so much that we don't.
Look at that. There's a quick clip of her body cam footage, and she's like, I guarantee we can find that on police activity or something like that. But she's like, Satan is a deceiver. Listen
psychotic break.
Satan is a deceiver.
There's so much that we don't.
There's like 6 cops
about
there.
COVID
and this fucking guy. There's so much we don't know about COVID. What the fuck?
Satan is a deceiver.
There's so much that we don't know about COVID, and this was, one of the first case in the country to go to trial on COVID being in the defense.
I almost think he's like, I don't know how the fuck this worked, but yeah, this is the first, like I almost feel like in the way he's reacting to it, he's kind of saying like, I don't know how this worked, but it got my client off, so I kind of have to play like, yeah, this is the first of its kind. This is setting law now. People can now cite this case and say this person got off due to COVID insanity.
Yes. So now Pandora's box being open, I'm curious. How many other illnesses can now be blamed for such an egregious act?
And
despicable.
Do people get off via like the cold? Like, does the cold make you insane? Does the common flu make you insane?
Fucking, I think the sincere answer is fuck no.
Right, because of all the backtracking the media has done since COVID, as far as, the whole 6 feet thing was kind of made up. Yeah, we kind of said, the
masks, the 6 feet.
Yeah, the natural immunity was bull. Like, yeah, we were kind of wrong on all that. Yeah, it's not that bad. It was more so bad on people that were already kind of compromised, just like the flu, just like the common cold. but now for some reason you can still plead insanity due to COVID.
Yeah, I'm not letting this one go. I'm gonna do a little personal deep dive. I need to know everything about this. I hope this disturbs you. I hope you're not in here like, oh yeah, go sister.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
I hope you're not like, oh, that makes sense. You know, like maybe you're like, oh, well, because she looks like me, I'm glad she got off. Okay, different, fine. But like in the way she got off, that's going to be used for people who you don't want to, you know what I mean? Like that's going to be used against you somehow eventually. Like someone's going to say, oh, I didn't mean to unalive this person. It was just because COVID. And it's going to be somebody who did something heinous. You know, like maybe the roles are reversed.
Yeah,
like a son kills a mom or something like that. You know, like, oh, I had COVID insanity.
The way this can be applied is terrifying, and like right now, I'm pissed off at my boss. You know what? I'm starting to feel a little
COVID insanity.
Yeah, a little something.
Remember,
put it out there.
Back in like the 80s and 90s, it was going postal. Now it's going COVID. Careful, I'm going COVID. Careful, you better watch out. Watch out. Got the COVID.
I miss the simpler times when we could just go postal.
Yeah, you know, you're like a rabid werewolf. You know, speaking of going, so now we have going postal, we have going COVID. Now we have something to add called going pastor. We have something now to add to all this, like going. Now we're going and usually what you would think when you would hear going pastor would be what, Eli? Like, what would you think if I said, oh, this guy's going pastor on somebody?
Someone's about to give a testimonial and like talk to his congregation.
Okay. Well,
he's gonna lay his hands on someone. And
okay. Yeah. You're getting closer now. We're getting closer now. We're getting there.
I don't like this game because the end results are not proving very positive, for lack of a better term.
So let's work in reverse. Let's play what everyone first saw initially. All right. Everyone initially first saw this video right here. Okay. This is the pastor. And by the way, the pastor got arrested for this incident. Right. We had going postal. We had going COVID. Now we have going pastor. All right. And this is how one would go pastor. So there's a gentleman right here bouncing up and down on his phone, making wild hand gestures. This is said pastor, and he's about to layeth the spirit smacketh down on thy candy ass. Look, he's running towards him. And at first you're like, why the fuck is this pastor so violent? I need to exercise your demons, boy. Look, dude, those are face punches. Slams him down. Cars are
get
honking.
The message across. Oh, okay.
You're gonna believe in Jesus. I will give you. Here comes Jesus. I got a left Jesus and a right Jesus. Here comes left God and right God.
Is that what I'm witnessing? Is he trying to beat the spirit into the person? What the?
I got a little Old Testament, a little New Testament right here. Which one you like better, huh? Old or new? Old or new? You just laying into him. I don't know why though.
1-2.
Older new 1-2. Yeah. Here's a book of Leviticus. Here's Noah's Ark. Here's my right ark. Blah.
Were you okay with the beatings on Toss?
Well, like I feel like he's just baptizing him. He's just like like a religious.
Well,
yeah, he's religiously
when YouTube
baptized.
comes a knocking, we will pacify them with. He's going pastor.
Yeah, dude, sometimes
just a little inference in the chat. I do believe that the baby is trolling, but you know I trust Shamrock
the what
completely. Yeah, I think he's doing like kind of a reverse troll thing.
Oh, is there somebody in the chat named the baby?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. Okay, I follow.
Yeah,
now.
Yeah,
that's cool. That's
cool.
Okay. Hey, the baby, do your thing, man. You know what? Also, the baby, if you want to call in. And Google.
No. I think they're like just kind of playing their part, playing along. But
I'm just saying, if you want to call in, you want to Google Gaga all over, the phone. Be our guest, man. We'll turn the phone lines on in just a second here.
Yeah, you want me to feature one of the comments because if it's trolling, like I get it,
Yeah, go ahead. Right, so let's see what one of the comments has to say.
This was hidden, okay.
Oh,
blacks
shit.
Can't be racist. Don't lie. You probably a white devil keeping the brother down. Like I think he's just trolling. But Anyway, we do trust our mods. So
Interesting. All right, a little more of this pastor beatdown.
okay, yeah, receiving the Spirit.
Here's the
Given
Holy
that
Spirit. He is given a spirit. Here's the camel clutch, Holy Spirit. All right, camel clutch. All right, I'm pulling your hair. I'm slapping your face. This pastor is really going in. He's been on top of him for, let's see.
That's a good confession amount of time there.
So we're at 20. So for another 40 seconds, he's just hang on. Okay. So we're at 30 seconds. There you go. So he's still on top of him. So yeah, at 20 seconds, he stands up after 31 seconds on top of him. All right. After giving him the Holy Spirit. I will give you the Holy Spirit. Nice little kick there. So, how do you feel about that video thus far? You know, that's a man of holiness doing this to somebody.
Well, which is what opens the door of curiosity, being that this is a pastor. Why did this pastor chase down this man unless he was really, really passionate about sharing the word and his fists? What the fuck is the story here? What am I missing?
I almost want to argue with you and saying that he feels more compelled to share his fist than his story.
And I would have to actually agree and surrender, because clearly very passionate.
He is very passionate of the Christ, if you will.
Yeah, a couple.
Passion from the Christ.
From the Christ, yeah.
Passion from the Christ. Yeah. So,
so
after this incident happened, the pastor did get arrested, and the guy getting his butt given the Holy Spirit too, he was let go. No problem, buddy, you're fine. The pastor gives an interview and explains a little more of the backstory. And let's just see here if we're feeling like maybe the pastor was justified, or is this another situation of don't let words hurt you, as you pointed out before. But let's listen to the description of what the pastor is saying that the kid, the gentleman, the 23-year-old was saying and yelling to the pastor.
Well, is he just going to say, like, he was Episcopalian?
Yeah, he was a fucking Jew.
Okay, there's that too.
Yeah, no, but that fits that fits the 2026 joke, though.
Oh, I mean, it would actually, there'd be 5 GoFundMes, so yeah.
Oh, well, he was Jewish. Yeah, for sure. The pastor was, that's all he had to say.
Yeah, represent.
Like, the other side wouldn't even look into it. They would just give the pastor, like, the money. Like, yeah, no, for sure. That's definitely what happened.
He'd get a call from Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, the Hodge twins, do the whole fucking rigmarole. Megyn Kelly, the new hero.
Tucker would do his, like,
give me the spiel.
Tucker would do his creepy laugh. Like, I don't know. I don't know why they would donate to. He'd do his weird Tucker laugh. Like, I don't know why they would give you Jews money. You know, something like that. I'm not saying I'm not saying every impression is going to be 100%. Okay.
Yeah, no, that was the worst by far.
Yes, that's fine. But the laugh, the sentiment, I hope, was still there. Okay, here we go. Here's the explanation from Pastor himself.
When you threaten to rape my wife,
oh my God,
you threaten to rape my grandchildren, and the next time you leave, go out of town, I'm going to kill every one of them.
Hey, YouTube Toss, this is what we think about you. Please have mercy. But, Pastor.
This is just news. Like, this is from a news channel sharing this. Like, it'd be so weird if we got in trouble from sharing, like, news. It'd be so weird. But yeah,
hey, man,
I wouldn't be surprised.
YouTube is like the Twilight Zone. So this is context. The individual he was given the Holy Spirit to was threatening his family. That's
yeah.
Okay. So we've had this discussion, especially in the aftermath of the Karmelo Anthony case, where, you know, words and when do words become a threat? Well, I feel those words that he was reciting are literal threats of harm.
Who's the caller that we get that you know?
Myron / Fiesta.
No, but before him.
The one of the trolls, or
the era before Fiesta?
Julian? Kyle?
Julian, he was just trying to call. Julian, the it's not up yet. Wait till the purple number comes up, then you can call in. Do you want me to put it up or no? You let me know.
We know what Julian's gonna make this. All right. We maintain that we are an open platform, and we do have a 3-minute rule, and we go off of how the conversation goes. So
I'll put it up. So if you do feel like wanting to call back in, we'll put the timer up. Feel free to call back in. The number is purple. That means the number is up. 954-546-3455. 954-546-3455. Call in if you got your opinions and your takes on this matter.
Here, BSR, which I agree with you, BSR, deserved. I am completely on the side of the pastor there. And he also points out it's white on white crime, so YouTube is cool with it.
Yeah, exactly. YouTube's not going to have a problem with this whatsoever.
Point taken.
As a man, as a father, and as a pastor, I can't allow that.
There you go. As a man, as a father and a pastor, I cannot allow that. You know what?
Amen.
For sure. I want to play this, and then one more, to me, an awesome mic drop from this Tony Spell guy, from this pastor. But here's this lady. I guess she's a bus driver in the area, and she's going to fill us in on some of. So the family that this kid was from, who got his ass kicked by the pastor, who received the Holy Christ, his Holy Communion. Apparently, the whole family is just a bunch of assholes, right? So every time this lady drives in, this is her account of what happens to her on her bus.
Lacey Ranges. I'm a member of Life Tabernacle Church. I'm a bus captain to bus 14, and my husband is a driver. We pick up the Brookstown area, Airline Highway, Prescott area. And my recount of what was going on was when we would turn from Blackwater onto Hooper, the neighbors across the street, they would come out to the end of their driveway, start yelling racial slurs to us. The man, he would come and grab himself and threaten our kids, tell our children what they were going to do to us. And his wife would be out there in a bathing suit, and it would take a whole lot for me to control my bus, my bus riders, because at that point you're antagonizing them and they're wanting to get off the bus. They're wanting to, defend themselves because they feel violated or they feel, some type of way about the situation.
The riders on your bus, are they children? Are they grown-ups?
I have children and grown-ups.
So they were being called the N-word by this man?
Yes, sir. They were being called the N-word, and a lot of the women and kids felt offended by it. A lot of our, fathers who were on the bus felt violated because their wives were being told what he was going to do to them.
What did he say he was going to do?
He was going to rape them or touch them inappropriately.
When did this start?
All this it's every Sunday, just about.
Starting with what year? During
2020.
COVID?
During COVID.
This dude has been harassing the pastor and all these people since 2020 and his family.
Okay, so yeah, that's why I wanted to confirm, just so me and anybody else that's watching.
Yes.
Is this the wife of the pastor?
No. So this lady is so I guess there's a bus that ships in people to go to the church.
To the church.
Yeah,
yes,
right. So
yeah.
she is the captain of the bus, whatever that means, and her husband is the driver of the bus. So she's saying every time the bus rounds the corner into this area, this family comes out and is like, fucking racial slur this, fuck you guys that. The fucking kids grabbing him, grabbing his crotch, and she's saying there's children on here, there's women, there's men, so it's not just like he's saying this to like older men who can like take it. Like he's also saying this to I don't know. How do you feel?
She's referring to the one that received the holy christening.
Yes. She's referring to the one that the pastor, like she's on pastor's side.
Okay, so the guy who got his just desserts. It sounds like he absolutely had it coming, and he needs a little Jesus in his life. Okay.
But what do you feel about words?
Okay.
And this was also, to be fair to you, this is I didn't think of it like this. You brought this up. You phrased it this way. It's like, this is interesting because this kind of plays into what do you feel you're allowed to do after words are said to you?
This essential question has become 2026 because of the Carmelo Anthony / Austin Metcalf case. So I love every time we have an opportunity to talk it out about, like, when does words amount to a physical response? Now, context.
6 years.
The harasser was doing this for years.
And yeah, like the harasser and harassers, because I guess it was the whole family. It wasn't just him. Yeah. So
and
it's
they
been
were
going
threatening to harm the pastor's, not just him, but his kids, his entire family. They were threatening to end their lives on a daily basis or over a very expanded amount of time. I'm going to give more credibility to acting out physically because, I mean, that can only go on so long.
But if I say, next time you're not home, I'm going to end your family, can you act in self-defense?
Oh, boy. Fuck. So I envisioned someone out there saying, oh, you could have called the cops, but then the argument is, are you willing to take that chance?
But you can, but are they going to do anything? It's going to be harassment. It's going to come, it may come down to your word against his. And even then, if it's on security camera, as we saw, does the First Amendment protect
I know what
that?
I would do.
But does the First Amendment protect someone saying like that to you? Next time, you're like, not saying I'm gonna do this right now, but next time you're not here, I'm gonna unalive your family and are your family. I don't feel like it does protect that. But I don't know where in the area of self-defense you're allowed to act on that. Like, that's, to me, that's the gray area. I know for a fact you can't say shit like that. You can't say, I'm going to unalive somebody. I'm going to do this to your family. I'm going to do horrible things to your family next time you're not here. You're almost saying, like, be on the lookout because next time you leave, some fuck shit is going to happen. And I don't think you can make threats like that. But also, too, I don't think you can act in a current matter on a threat that's been, perceived to happen when you're not there. So that's a really, really weird, like, where's Reckless Ben when we need him to like figure this one out,
I mean, personally, I would love for him to do that. I'm a big fan of his work. But that being said, I can only attest to what I would personally do versus what is deemed acceptable in society. I would act out. You threaten me and mine, I will face the consequences and hope for the best. That's a big risk. When it comes to speech and, civilization, that's a whole debate for a court. So I'm saying I would do just what the pastor did, and I'd hope that this would somehow work itself out. It may not work in my favor. And I don't know. I don't think we have enough. We don't have the intelligence or the law, all of the necessary information to say what the correct response is. What would you do?
Yeah, are you asking me, or is that a rhetorical?
Yeah, you specifically. What would you do if somebody threatened you and yours over years?
It's a very tough question. Like, I think what would be a perseverance, a patience aspect is it happening continuously over years. So is there would you eventually snap, whether you'd be rightful or wrongful to snap in that sense? Maybe you'd be like, dude, enough of this shit. I'm fucking tired of you saying this to me. Again, does that give you the right to do that? I don't know, but I would understand being pushed to that limit. What I would do, I really don't know. I really don't know. It would have to be, I don't know, man.
Look, if
That's
there was
tough.
some kind
That's
of
tough.
record that this pastor and his family were calling the police and trying to have some sort of mediation and it didn't go anywhere, that helps the pastor's case entirely. But none of us are going to have whatever the real right answer is.
No, I don't feel like it would almost be disingenuous if I just told you, no, I wouldn't, no, yeah, I would do that too. Like, just trying to tough guy it out. But I don't know if I would do that, with not trying to toot any horns, but just with certain, going through jujitsu, you're always told, just if there's a conflict first, just get away from it. Right. But then what goes through your head is, all right, when I'm not here, is this guy being serious or not? But then maybe if I was going to leave for a long weekend, I would go to the police and say, hey, watch over my house. But like you said, has he done this before? And have the police failed him and they haven't been there? And this guy's been able to do something more than he was able to do. Like there's so many unanswered questions that I don't think I can answer it truthfully. I want to give you my emotional response. Like, yeah, of course I would do that. But I want to make sure that I don't imagine if I go to jail because of that and now my family has no one to protect them.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay. That is a lot to think on, but in the moment, yeah, there is no real ground that we can firmly plant our feet and say, yep, this is the right answer. No. This is always going to be a case by case basis. Unfortunate, but I wish the pastor and his family all the best, and that other family, fuck right off.
Here's a little quick pastor mic drop. All right. I guess he said this after this happened. He was doing a sermon somewhere, I guess at his church, and he made this analogy, which has been making the rounds on X and stuff like that, because it is kind of funny. It is kind of a mic drop moment. Let's see if you pick it up. Let's see if you catch it.
In my name, they shall lay hands on the sick.
I don't know if you heard that again.
In his name, they shall lay hands on the sinners.
Yeah, no, lay hands on the sick. Our fucking number was dropping it. Here we go.
Hell yeah.
They shall lay hands on the sick. And they shall recover. So today, Brother Merritt and all of you, I fulfilled the scripture. I laid hands on the sick.
So today, for Merritt and all of you, I fulfilled the scripture and I laid hands on the sick.
I don't know how much recovery they will have.
I don't know if his lawyer's like that, but goddamn, I'm like,
well,
hell yeah.
He wouldn't like that, but amen. Like that was perfect. I mean, what a better way to articulate your position? The action is done, and to get it up into a sermon and make it sound that badass. Hell yeah, give him a movie. I'll watch them all.
Perfect.
There's some chaos in the chat.
Yeah,
just letting it be known. We are free speech advocates. Everybody's allowed to have dissenting opinions. Just watch out for being too, don't go violating terms of service, because that affects the channel. And yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, and
just addressing that.
If you got something to say to us, the number's up, 954-546-3455. And if you're enjoying the chaos so far, please go ahead and give us a like. I feel like, as Stuck in the Middle goes, if everyone leaves equally annoyed, we consider that balanced reporting. So if you're pissed off at what we're saying, we've done our job.
We are
an equal opportunity irritant. That's what we are, an equal opportunity irritant.
Absolutely, yes. This is probably not the best statement to own, but, by God, this is, as it stands, endeavoring on the path we have so chosen. Sometimes, as much as we love getting more people that support and understand that we are here to have dialogue, we also understand that it's also a process of thinning the herd. There are people that are too wound up in their bias, their emotions, or whatever, and that cannot simply concede in a debate, or they'll implode.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's about trying for our growth and thinning the herd.
They think they want dialogue, but the second they hear an opposing opinion, they lose their mind.
Yep, and there's nothing that's more detestable and or annoying than trying to get through a discussion like that only for it to go in that exact direction.
There's been some times, well, a lot of times on Stuck in the Middle where we kind of highlight, and it's inadvertent, but it's also what's going on just in America. We're kind of looking at the worst. We're kind of looking at the worst of the worst here in America. We're kind of looking at what makes us bad. During the World Cup, and we'll get into some more pressing news, but this is kind of like a refresher, right? During the World Cup, because the World Cup has been held here, a lot of people from the European countries have been coming over here. And I guess for a long time, they've been told how bad America is and how negative we are, and just like it's a shithole, this and that. And there are so many videos on TikTok, on X, on Facebook of just British, Swedish, Germans, Scottish, all these people just like, I didn't know how much I love America. I got it wrong. We've been lied to our whole times. I want to play for you and everyone else here a few of these videos, because it is a good refresher to the idea that, yes, we do have problems in America, but even with the problems we have, when people come here, they still look at us like, damn, this place is pretty good. And I feel like that's a good thing to absorb amongst all the bullshit all the time, is to understand that there are people who don't live here, and if they had a chance to live here and stay here, they'd take it any second they could.
I think this sounds like to me one of the most important reminders that we could ever possibly have in an era where everything is oversaturated and hyperbolic and rage baiting and clickbaiting, that we no longer see each other as human beings. We can argue that it's us, the human beings, but at some point we lost control of the algorithm. Is this
yes, it is.
Clear?
It is.
All right, let's see how it goes.
I'm starting it.
Call from. To accept, press 1. To send.
Call from silence.
Hi, Julian.
No, Josh, Eli, hello? Can you guys hear me? Hello? Josh, Eli. I don't know if I'm glitching or not. I'm going to call back later. Josh, Eli, hello?
Okay, there you go.
All right. So
I thought that was you. I was using some type of voice thing.
It's a voice modulator to make him sound like a child. So that's just weird.
It's very odd choice, but okay, no problem. There you go.
That's how you spend your Fridays, bro. Come on, man. What?
Right? Come on, we're trying to spend Fridays a little more better now. Now that Stuck's on Friday, come on, man. Have some more fun here.
I think that scared a lot of people away.
Yeah, that was awkward. Here is this English bloke saying we owe...
No. Now I feel like... I'm sorry. I feel like I have to say it. We do not accept calls from children. That is a regular caller who is using a voice modulator. Just letting it be known.
Good clarification.
A huge apology, because America is nothing like what the media tells us. Everyone is so friendly, everyone is so accommodating, and I've honestly had the best time. I fly home Sunday, and the English have a song where we say, please don't take me home, I just don't want to go to work, let me stay here and drink all your beer. And I've never resonated with that song more than in America for this.
He loves it. I'm not going to try to play all of them that long, but he loves it. Like that guy actually wants to start a GoFundMe to stay in America. And I believe he did, and he stayed like an extra week or so in America, the guy that we just played.
That is honestly so nice to hear, because I can only speak for myself. All of you out there, Josh included, does it not feel like we're all taught to hate just about damn near everything and anyone that's not us or our immediate family? Bro, that's just the world I feel like we live in.
Yes, and furthermore, wait till we get to some of the people who won in the New York primaries that Mamdani backed. These people literally hate America.
Yep,
and they're in the government in America.
I want to make it clear, because of somebody I consider to be a respectful supporter / almost a homie of the show. His name is Buster. Respect to you, bud. I feel like I'm talking to myself when I was a 20-year-old Bernie supporter, but I also disagree with where I see the progressives going, and here's some examples.
Yeah, wait. Well, this is yeah. Like once we get to the Housing Act and the SAVE Act, there are some horrible examples of some of these Democratic Socialists of America, and they are sweeping the Democratic Party. But we'll continue with some feel-good stuff, because we always focus on some negative. So just for a little bit, we're gonna listen to some videos of these guys who just love fucking. And it's so nice. It's nice to feel like maybe is it is it self-indulgent? But like we indulge in self-deprecation of America all the fucking time. So why not one episode? We just take a few moments to watch some people who are like, yeah, America's actually pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah, this is again a phone call.
Let's see.
Call from
No modulation.
It's nice to actually hear your voice, Julian.
Josh, why didn't you respond to me? You guys there?
I'm gonna.
All right, we're gonna block you.
That's fine. I mean, come on, man. Just have a conversation. I get the jokes. That's fine. It's like maybe like clip us and do your own jokes on your own YouTube. But like, if you want to call in, just like be you. Like you are entertaining enough. You don't got to do the whole voice modulation thing, man.
Truly. Another sad example of why it's so important to be reminded that people that are not afraid to be who they are able to come together and from other countries and be real instead of that performative bullshit.
Yeah, and you live in America and you're still doing that. So, all right. So, okay. So a little more from these Europeans.
You deserve and are owed an apology. And I'm going to say sorry on behalf of all the countries outside America and their media and the narrative they paint about America. Hundreds and thousands of fans for the World Cup are now seeing America through their own eyes, realizing the narrative they've been fed is false. And they're now realizing America is not the place that they thought it was. And
he's a little more political for my taste. He's like he's making a bigger point, but there are so much more actual enjoyable videos.
I've got to say, collectively, we owe the USA an apology. And when I say we, I mean the entire world. And that apology is needed purely because of how much judgment the world has thrown onto the US over the last few years. The American people are probably the most genuine, welcoming, humble people that I've ever met in my life. 100%, if you get the chance, go to the US and travel and see it for yourself. I promise you, you won't regret it.
It's blowing up all over. They're like, dude, don't fucking miss up. Dude, go to it. Some more.
That does, I ain't gonna lie, man. It does feel good and reassuring. It almost reminds me of like when I was a child and I was able to travel outside of the country and live that experience of meeting a new culture and people without any brainwashing. This is a beautiful thing.
We know why she was welcomed in America.
Oh, I mean,
everyone was
longer?
Everyone was so nice to me. I don't know why.
I have no idea.
No idea why. You see my Nike check mark right by my nipples?
As a matter of fact.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I do.
To you. Before I came to this country, I believed everything negative I saw in the news. I saw things about how everyone was rude, how everyone tried to rip you off, and how people just genuinely don't get on. I have now been here over 2 weeks, and I can confirm that is not the truth. Everyone has been so friendly to me.
I wonder why they're all being friendly to you.
Yeah, I can't think of it. Maybe, I mean, she's got a nice highlights.
Maybe 2 reasons. 3.
Well, yeah, okay. Going with the obvious, hells yeah.
Yeah, hells yeah.
To talk to me, everyone's been giving me advice about my trip and just genuinely being so helpful.
Of course, yeah. Of course they have. Yeah. All right, there we go. Typical American. All right, here we go. One more. So there's a few more really feel good ones here. Let's see what we got. This one, I didn't get to label them all. Let me see here.
Sorry, threshold moment. I see you're saying a lot of things. There's a lot of things I've seen you say that I agree with. I haven't seen everything you said, but feel free if you feel like you want to hash out a little bit more, or if you feel misunderstood in the chat, feel free to call that number that's up on the screen, bud. Yeah. Just saying. Okay.
The number is 954-546-3455. Here's another English bloke having the time of his life.
I love this beer in this country, by the way. It's really good.
You like the beer in this country? All right.
Hospitality has been amazing as well.
Really? Have you had any Texas barbecue yet?
I had Texas barbecue yesterday. I had a lovely bit of brisket.
I had a lovely bit of biscuit.
So many tourists are following.
I love his fucking accent. I had a lovely bit of brisket. It's good.
I love this beer in this country, by the way. It's really good.
You like the beer in this country? All right.
Hospitality has been amazing as well.
Really? Have you had any Texas barbecue yet?
I had Texas barbecue yesterday. I had a lovely bit of brisket.
Tell me about it. What was your experience? Is it what you expected?
I went fatties. Do you go fatty or lean?
Yeah.
I went fatty. I went to slow bone, picked it up, put the sauce on it, dropped it in the mouth, melted in my mouth. It was absolutely beautiful.
He loves the barbecue, having a great time. Here's Scotland invading Boston. Boston ran out of beer because the Scots got there.
I heard about this on the local radio, as a matter of fact.
This is fantastic.
Over Dallas and made news when they cleaned up the stadium after themselves. But over in Boston, a Scottish invasion made their own kind of news.
Wait, pause. Did we miss a call, Josh?
Yep. What's up, bud?
Did we miss a call?
Nope.
Janae Martinez tried calling. Janae.
Oh, yes. Please call back. I had do not disturb on because of the other caller. Please call back if you were the area code 915. Please go ahead and call back. The number is up.
Whenever we get the provocateurs, we sometimes have to just kibosh it, so we move on. The line is open, Janae. We always love hearing from you.
Sorry about that, Janae. The number is not, as you know, 954-546-3455. The number is open now. Sorry
yes, it's official.
So here's Scotland just ravaging the Boston beer market.
Have been running low on beer.
If your favorite beer is missing from a tap,
we've never seen anything like it.
There's a decent chance Scotland had something to do with it.
Scotland had fucking something to do with it. All right, here we go.
Call from Martinez.
Thank you for calling the show. How are you today?
I'm all right, guys. How about yourselves?
We are hanging in there. We're going over some of the more things people appreciate about America, because sometimes Stuck in the Middle is known to kind of delve into some of the more, divisive parts of America. So we're doing all right. We're hanging in there. What do you got for us tonight? And I'm sorry, your name is Janelle. Is that what it is?
Janae.
Janae. I'm sorry, Janae. Janae. Nice to meet you.
I called in before about the Karmelo thing.
Yes.
Yes. We remember.
Yeah.
We sang your praises afterwards, by the way.
Yeah, it's ugly now because they're saying that allegedly his new gang of attorneys found more stuff that they tried to hide in court. It's ugly. It's bad.
Yeah, we are going to get to some of that. And I guess one of the things his new appellate attorney is saying is he's kind of throwing the parents under the bus, which is kind of wild.
Ooh,
yeah, he's like,
interesting.
Yes. But I'm sorry, what do you have for us tonight, Janae?
I think it's good. I mean, me being a military child, I got to go all over the world. I got to see different things. I probably got to go to most places that most adults don't go to. So as far as experiencing different culture, different people, it's a good thing. We need to be more open-minded and respect other people and their cultures. And I think it's cool that people come over and they respect the land, they respect the culture, they want to learn, they want to see things. You know what I'm saying? I feel like every nation has its good and its bad parts. You can't just say that, well, one country is this and one country is that. And as far as, Democrat and Republican thing, I don't support Republicans, okay? But at the same time, I feel like both sides, I just think we just fire everybody and start all over because they have forgotten the main goal in life. You are hired by the people to work for the people to defend the people. And once you lose that perspective, you've lost me as a voter.
Do you agree that we have somehow found ourselves stuck in having to vote for the lesser of two evils as opposed to voting for someone that we actually think we can trust?
Pretty much. It's at the point where it's like, okay, which devil am I going to vote for? How much hell am I going to get if I vote for this person? How much hell am I going to get if I get this person? And will this hell supersede the other hell that I'm about to go through? Which one?
May I ask, first, let me ask you something pretty authentic, and it's because of your authenticity that I don't want you to hold back. I understand for the years we've been doing this show, everybody takes away something different of what they feel we appear to be. From your opinion and perspective, do we appear to be more leaning in one direction than the other? Please answer honestly, and then I got one more follow-up.
I feel like you guys try to be fair, but you give your opinion. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You try to be fair and you try to be open, but you're like, okay, yeah, I feel y'all feel this way, but guess what? My opinion is this.
For sure.
Yeah. There's no hiding from that. We if there's a bias, I'll be the first one to say it out loud that I'm coming in biased, and that's I feel like I've gotten at a certain age where I just can't afford to be full of shit. So the least I can do is let anybody know where it is I truly stand. Josh?
No, and then also too, just to chime in real quick, is a lot of people think because we're called Stuck in the Middle that we take like the point of the middle, but the whole idea of the show is actually like the show is the middle point where people come to talk. You know what I mean? So of course, as you're pointing out, which is 100% truthful, is we do have our bias, and that is on display whenever we talk about a certain subject. For sure, that comes out. But what we hope to do, and kind of, you calling in, a few other people calling in, is we strive to have that conversation being from the middle kind of thing and working out to the left or working out to the right, not starting out with a bias, so to speak, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So the follow-up question I have, with all due respect, please, it's simply don't feel like you put on the spot, and you can also say, I'll have to think about it, I'll call another time. What are some of the core elements that have made you feel that being a registered Democrat is the right way for you, so to speak? What are some of the core things that you are voting for or hoping to see as a voting Democrat?
Well, the main thing is they stand up for veterans. I am married to a veteran, and my father is a veteran. That's number one. Number two, they're actually against the Republicans trying to strip the 1964 Voters Registration Act. You say you're not racist, but you're trying to get rid of the 1964 Registration Act, which gives people like me the right to vote.
Any question, Josh, regarding that specific act? Or do we have a consensus? Is that something we're going to be covering?
Does that fall under the SAVE Act, or does that fall under the new gerrymandering thing that has occurred? Like what?
It's part of the gerrymandering thing, but also they want to get rid of it.
Rid of what exactly? I'm not trying to be repetitive, just because it's two different things.
No, they don't want us to vote. Like they want it gone. Like they want to take it. They want to take it out. They want to overturn it like they did Roe versus Wade. That's what they want to do.
So they want to take away, I guess for
something that people like me have been fighting for over 400 and something years for. I have a problem with that. And
honestly, is this specifically
if
taking
you do
away the
math,
African American vote?
1964 to now, that's like what, almost 60 something years that we've had a right to vote? Come on.
Wait, is this an act that is specifically targeting the African American vote?
Yes, when it was passed at Martin Luther King and I believe Lyndon B. Johnson, they're the ones who put it into pass in 1964, which gave us the right for us to vote, right? Because remember, in the Constitution, women first got their right to vote, and then we didn't get our right as African Americans to vote till much later on.
Mm-hmm.
So in 1964, they gave us the Voters Registration Act. Because remember, do you remember the summer of where the three civil rights leaders went to Mississippi and they were murdered?
Oh, yes.
To help people vote. Okay, they're the reason why they were pushing for that bill. They helped get that bill.
I just got to be transparent as always. This is the first I'm hearing of any specific attack of trying to eliminate the black vote. Is this Josh?
That doesn't. What's interesting is I was going to ask you, Janae. I was like, what would you like us to see be more open-minded about, or do a little more research on it? And before I can even ask that question, you brought something to myself and Eli's attention that we are kind of a little bit dumbfounded on. Like, I'm familiar with the Voting Rights Act of 1965 or 1964, but what I am trying to parse, and this is not I don't disagree with you, Janae. I'm just trying to say, but I'm trying to, in what way current day are they trying to get rid of that? Or is that what you're saying is part of the whole getting rid of the gerrymandering thing, like the racial gerrymandering thing?
No, like they want to overturn it. That came out of the Supreme. They actually tried to go through the Supreme Court to overturn it.
Do you have a specific, I guess what I'm trying to ask is
like a source? Like a credible source?
No, like not a source, but like when did this, like when did they put this to the Supreme Court and try to overturn it? So I can look it up. I'm not source kind of implies like I don't believe you. I believe you. I'm just more so asking for like a date kind of thing so I can kind of look it up. Unless you do have the source.
I have to get that and get that back to you because I want to make sure I'm proper on dates and things.
No problem.
Yeah.
No problem. We
Because
can.
if you go drop a receipt, you need to drop all the receipts. I got you.
And on YouTube now, I think you can direct message us. So if you don't mind, whenever you figure that out, or maybe we get to it before you can message to us on the next show. Wow, my words are all fucked up. So like maybe we'll try to talk about it on Tuesday, or if you can get it to us before then, we can kind of go over it and figure it. Because like, yeah, that's wild. I don't want to say I don't believe you. I haven't heard that, but that doesn't mean you're lying whatsoever. So if that's the case, that's fucked up. I will say that right now. If that's the case, that's fucked up. I don't want that to happen whatsoever.
For me, I just wanted to be fair. And also, as far as like, I would like to see Congress grow a pair and stand up and do something about these mass shootings because we have lost way too many children. It's ridiculous.
Do you, what about just normal everyday shootings? Like, how do you feel about that?
I don't think that's okay either. I feel like when you have a weapon, you need to be responsible and accountable. I mean, should they do what they're supposed to do? Yeah, I mean, like the state I live in, Texas is like the Wild Wild West around here. First, we had strict gun laws. Now, Governor Abbott, now it's, you can open and carry now.
Open, yeah, that's right.
So do you think...
And I don't agree with that. I don't think everybody should be... It's kind of like people with kids. You know what I'm saying? There are some people out here that shouldn't have children, just like there are some people out here that should not have guns.
Right. I can't disagree with that statement.
All right. Sure. I got maybe a bit of a pungent question here. Do you feel, and this is not an attempt at a gotcha, and please, you stand to hold the floor and school me here. What is happening the most? The mass shootings or the day-to-day shootings that go out throughout the years?
Well, I live in Dallas, so that's kind of like a hard question. But for me, I feel like one mass shooting or one shooting of any kind is one too many.
Agreed.
Nobody should have to lose their life.
What do you think is different about the like, obviously, besides the obvious that multiple people get unalived, what do you think is the factor that differentiates a mass shooting besides a regular shooting? Is it the gun they use? Like what do you think needs, like, how can we prevent mass shootings, I guess?
Well, for one, we know most mass shootings are committed with AR-15s. Can we agree on that?
I would definitely concede that most mass shootings are committed with a rifle. But
it seems to be the most widely reported.
May I ask you, though, Janae, are you familiar with how an AR-15 or any type of rifle of that nature works?
I am a military child, of course.
Okay. Yeah. So, okay. Listen, I just like more so for folks listening, but also just to kind of get a base. Like, so then you obviously know that you can only shoot as fast as you can pull the trigger. It's not fully automatic.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. So because, and this is maybe a bad point for us as far as like defending guns, but more violent crime happens with handguns than it does in AR-15.
That is true.
Right. So why are we trying to go after, if I feel like there's a bigger thing going on than the gun, it's more so
I feel like it's
the
mental
person.
health. People are not checking in with their mental health, and people are not taking mental health seriously. If somebody's coming to you and saying they're not okay and they need help, you need to listen.
Yeah. Or if you almost I hate to bring up red flag laws, but there is something of merit, dare I say, there with this person seems a little off to me. Maybe check this out. I don't agree with stripping them of all their weapons and stuff like that, but not all the time are you going to get somebody who says, hey, I don't feel good, you should take my guns away. A lot of the times it's going to be, no, you don't look good, you don't sound good, I'm going to take your guns away. So I guess what I'm trying to say is not a lot of times people turn themselves in. Right. It has to be like there has to be a different, something different has to happen.
Some sort of system. We have to do something different. And I get what you're saying, because if things were done differently, then that shooting at that church in South Carolina would have never taken place. Because if you watch the documentary about it, Dylan Roof, the one, he didn't even pass the background check. What they sold him his weapons, and then his background check came back flagged.
Right.
Yeah. And they did not alert the police. Now, imagine if the Walmart consumer had alerted the police and also had the deacon that was a retired veteran that normally carries that day, had he carried his weapon in the church that day, we'd be singing a different story. But now, unfortunately, 9 souls lost their lives.
We hope, because like also too, let's keep this in mind. Does the government do a good job with everything? Like when we put our faith in the government, are they always
as far as like background checks?
Well, I mean, as far as like, freaking the
nearly in general,
like the DMV, the government in general, aren't they? They're just slow as shit on everything. So I don't even know.
They really are, because look how many pedophiles that became teachers.
And maybe we can install some type of third party thing that's maybe sponsored by the government, but like the government doesn't run, where they do check, you know what I mean? Like I don't trust the government with making these decisions, because the government can become partisan and they can start, picking and choosing what they deem people who are, quote, crazy. So like that part kind of freaks me out too a little bit.
I definitely feel what you're saying. I agree with you 120%. Something needs to be done, and it needs to be done quickly, because again, too many cracks are in the systems. Okay, you got predators coming after children. You got people buying weapons that shouldn't have them. Now, I understand people have certain rights, liberties, and freedoms. That's why everybody loves this country, because we have certain rights, liberties, and freedoms.
Yep.
But with that freedom comes from responsibility and accountability, and that's where a lot of people just, I'll let you fill in the blank.
No, yeah, that's where a lot of people lose it. That's where a lot of, like people, but there is something to say and just to ask and just to put out there that when people are so free, it's almost impossible to dot every I and cross every T, and to put a safety plug in every outlet. Like with this amount of freedom, people are going to slip through the cracks, but that's not to say that doesn't mean we can't do something about it. So that's
I agree with you wholeheartedly. Me and you are on the same page when it comes to that, because I have an LTC. I'm responsible. I'm accountable. Okay, my children do not know where my weapons are in the house, nor do they have access to my weapons in the house.
That is responsible.
Good.
You and I
well
are
done.
both.
I wish that was practiced far more widely. So well done, of course.
Yeah, heck yeah.
And I live with someone that has PTSD, so I have to have backup plans of a backup plan of a backup plan.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm very cautious and careful. Cautious and careful. Those are the 2 words I live by: being cautious, being careful.
That is that like just in general, just with everyday life, with freaking money, with friends, with people you see on the street, cautious and careful, I think can't be reiterated enough.
Yep, because a snake will always be a snake, even if it sheds its skin.
Yep, man.
All right. Janae,
I love when Janae calls in. She's so like prophetic. I love it.
Real.
Yeah, you do. You do indeed, Janae. You do indeed. I appreciate it.
Always refreshing.
I do have family members, and I do have friends that support the opposite, and I try to not, sway them one way or the other, but I just want the same respect in return. You know what I'm saying? Because, I have certain feelings about a person that's no longer here on this earth, and the things that he has said about people that look like me. And it's just like, I will say this. I wasn't a fan, but I don't think nobody should have to leave here the way he left here.
That's and I think those 2 things can be true at the same time. I think you can be like, I don't like his approach. I don't like how he was saying things. Me personally can say, or just ask, maybe those were interpreted wrong, but I respect the idea that regardless of what was said, what words were said, nobody deserves to go out in that way. So I concur with that.
Look how many peaceful civil rights leaders went out like that. Medgar Evers went out the same way, shot in his driveway like a dog.
Well, people will get very mad at you by comparing him to civil rights activists, but
I will never compare him to a civil rights activist, because He's not on their level. He's not.
Well, to many, he was, you know, I mean, I'll be
Well,
honest.
you know, some people like peanut butter, some people don't. But
Right. But I think we do all agree on that last part of it is like nobody should be unalive for words. Especially
that's what I'm saying.
Especially
That's what I'm saying. Like I would never compare him to somebody like that. But what I'm saying is someone that was a political speaker was shot the way they were shot, and nobody deserves to go out like that. Nobody. And again, I did not like the man. I did not like his messages. I did not like his rhetoric. But I don't feel like people should be taken from the earth because of that.
Janae, I love you, and I want to ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
If you could give it to me as truthfully as possible, and it doesn't, you don't got to beat around any bush, but what, in your opinion, what is the worst thing he said? And we don't got to get into it if you don't want to. I'm just curious to think of.
I have plenty.
Well,
I have two actually.
Okay.
One was when he said that black people were doing better during Jim Crow era. The other was when he said that black women do not have the brain capacity to hold a job and be compatible with a white woman. That deeply disturbed me. Or the third one where he said that deaths are necessary just so that we can have the right to bear arms. Those were my top three.
Oh yeah, he definitely said that. The first one, I'm just offering what I believe to be the context, was he was pointing out that at the very least the nuclear family of the black family was more intact. I don't know. I don't think he was advocating for slavery or saying it was a net positive. I think he was just pointing out that
he was pointing out that in the 50s, the black nuclear family in itself was doing better. I think he was definitely incorrect in how he said, like, you know, during Jim Crow, like they were like, you know, like that's, you can't say that.
Yeah, like you as a white person cannot say that. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, no.
But what doesn't lie, though, is the black nuclear family, the amount of money a black family was making was really good. Well, I mean, Rosewood and Tulsa were good places until they were burnt down. I'm sorry, say it again.
Rosewood
and Tulsa
were prime examples of how well black people were doing until they were burnt down over lies.
Do you?
Yeah, there was.
Do you know Lyndon Johnson? Do you know Lyndon B. Johnson?
Yes, unfortunately.
Okay. Oh, well, I feel like then you know the question I'm going to ask about what he said about, you know, and he's a Democrat, and what he said about, you know, black people, more specifically about black women.
He said horrible things. He even called Martin Luther King an N-word preacher, but yeah. Yeah.
But he was essentially, I'm going to have, you know, black people voting Democrat forever. Like, he essentially said that.
He did say that.
And do you think
he did say that
do you think there is something in this, and like like this is where I would go with you as far as like this systemic racism goes, is like he kind of essentially by like what did he exactly do? He essentially incentivized, like, I guess, the black family to not have a black father in the relationship. Like there was some incentivization that if you were a single mother, you got more money, something along those lines. And it was like,
you mean welfare?
Maybe I'm not sure. Like, I could be speaking out of term here, but there was something along the lines where it's like, well, why would you want to incentivize something like that? Like, why would you want to incentivize something against the nuclear family? It just made no sense. Maybe it was welfare, but I really thought it was something more specific.
I think it was something more specific than that. I will look that up and I will get right back to you on that. Most definitely.
It was just like, I was aghast by it. I was like, that is ridiculous. And like the fact that, you know, people are
you wouldn't believe some of the things that people in Congress have said in chambers about people that look like me, the horrific, horrible, disgusting, disdain things that they have said.
You're right.
They have gotten away with it on record.
You're right.
And it's both Democrat and Republican, both.
Yeah. I it sucks that we still have to have these conversations in 2026. And
we do, but you know what? I'm trying. You know, because I'm a woman of God. I believe in God, and I'm just gonna keep praying and hoping for the best, and hoping that things turn around. Because, you know, again, if you want change, you have to make an effort. That's why, as a Black woman, I make it my business to go vote. I always vote. I never miss my opportunity, because guess what? There was a time where I did not have that opportunity. So who am I to not take advantage of that? I even take my children with me to vote and explain to them the process and the importance of voting. Sure do.
I appreciate that. I wish
sometimes when stripped bare, we are left with nothing but our faith and how we choose to conduct ourselves amongst our everyday, neighbors, friends, family. And it is sometimes with that faith that keeps us going strong. So I'm with you there, Janae.
Well, you know what? The Bible says, love thy neighbor.
So
we're trying our best.
Here is the Charlie Kirk quote about Black women, because context matters, but I don't know if this makes any difference. But here is the quote. This is from July 14th, 2023. He was talking about Michelle Obama and this is what Yahoo News says.
Who's highly educated.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you there. Charlie Kirk,
more educated than he was.
Yeah, I mean, as far as schooling goes, yeah, for sure. I don't think he was a college graduate. Yep.
No, he was not.
He says
no, he was a dropout.
3 weeks ago, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called racist, Kirk said Thursday. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us, the far-right commentator continued. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know you don't have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken seriously. He added, you had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously.
May I interject?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
I think that was the whole quote.
According to statistics, African Americans are number one in education across the board. We are. We are the highest in college graduates. We are the highest, especially African American women. So knowing how things are, especially in the job market, and how difficult it is for us as far as presentation, speech, pedigree, and how we carry ourselves. So we always have to be at the creme of the creme. We already have to come to the table with everything all together.
Which I agree.
So,
like Janae,
exactly. So how is that affirmative action? It's not, because we already have to come to the table already with our P's and Q's and our I's and our T's crossed and dotted.
Right. And listen, don't jump on me now here, but I just want to, I feel like he was making maybe a little more of an unfortunate broader point, because he was talking about Indeed 4 or 5 Black women: Joy Reid, Michelle Obama, Sheila Jackson Lee, Ketanji Brown Jackson, and he was saying, he's talking about this in the sense of DEI, and he's saying if before DEI happened, we all we said was these women were affirmative action picks. We've been called racist, right? We've been called, you're only saying that because they're Black women. But after DEI happened, after the initiation of DEI, people viewed DEI as you're not being hired on your merit, you're being hired on what you look like. The opposite of affirmative action. And the point he's making, and I think he made the point with the Black pilots too, is he was saying, were you hired because of the skills or were you hired because of what you look like? And I agree with you, with what you're saying about Black women and education. This is not debatable, but the fact that they made this a thing, and that people were being hired based on what they look like and not what their merit, they were making people inadvertently question whether were they hired because of what they look like, or they had the skills for the job. I think that was an inadvertent thing that happened. I don't think that was
DEI was one of his biggest targets. Yes, and before you respond to that, I'm just real time checking. All right,
Sorry
so-
if
and
I stumbled too much over that one. that
no.
took a
All's
second
well.
to come out.
I do use, and we can all cast shade on different AI programs, but sometimes it seems to be the fastest way to get the consensus of the information that you want because it cites and every source, whatnot. So it appears. Did you say it was statistically that black students are the most educated?
Black women are the best educators.
Yes, we're number one in education.
Asian American students consistently rank highest across major metrics, followed by white students, with black and Hispanic students showing lower average outcomes.
I feel like she was saying black educators, though, not the people
educators,
not
not
educators. Yes. I feel like she was saying black women educators are the highest. Like are cream of the crop, so to speak. Like she's not saying black. People being educated, Asian people being educated. She's saying the educators are the ones with the.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Janae. Do I have that correct or no?
No, we're.
Oh shit! I'm sorry.
Basically, it's saying that we are the highest graduates in college in college graduations in education.
Okay. Highest graduates. Okay.
And that black women are at the top.
Like, I feel like this conversation is almost like a no-win for anybody because I don't want to sit here and say, no, you're not. And I don't want to sit here and say, no, Asians are. No, this like, and it's just, it's fucking such a weird conversation.
Look.
Eli, what do you got?
The discomfort of getting down to whatever the truth is always a battle or a path that I find to be worthy, even if it leads to whatever it does. And we have to learn to be okay or do better research. So again, I just restructured the sentence, and it continues on. Not the most educated. Placing third, 25 to 36%. Black women outperform black men significantly, but Asian highest, 50 to 66%, depending on age group and subgroup. White, non-Hispanic, 35 to 42%. Hispanic being the lowest at 20 to 34. And that's 6-year graduation rates. So just checking the data.
Janelle, what do you think?
Janae.
Yes,
Janae,
sir. I'm still here.
sorry.
I'm listening.
sorry.
No. He said your name wrong, and I was.
I said your
correcting
name wrong.
Because not on my fucking watch.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are cool. It's cool. For me, I just find it funny that Charlie Kirk did that with the black pilots because, there was another person who didn't think that black people were capable of flying planes. General Patton, remember him?
Can I
Very much so.
Can I make try to make a differential point here? Like, I don't think, and argue me or debate me rather, if I'm wrong, argue with me. But I don't think he was trying to say black people didn't make good pilots. I think all he was trying to say, and this is just me thinking, you can have an opinion that is opposite of mine. All he was trying to make the point was because of DEI, he was concerned, and I agree with you. I do think, why would a plane company hire somebody who they don't think is capable, but they just want to hire him because of DEI, right? But there were these quotas to hit by companies that say, hey, you had to hire X amount of people. And what if, for instance, there was somebody who wasn't as qualified as somebody else, but because they fit the part, they were hired? And I think that was the only point. I never got the point, and I feel I'm very astute to stuff like that. I could be completely mistaken. That could be my hubris, but I feel like I'm very astute to stuff like that. And I did not get the vibe that he was trying to say that black people can't be pilots. I think what he was trying to say, and maybe he could have used any other race, an Asian, a white person, like whatever. Like,
he specifically target black people. He didn't say
right.
anything about women. He didn't say anything about Asians.
Right.
He didn't say anything about Hispanics. He specifically targeted black people.
But if I can ask you, do you have to name every other race just to make an analogy? Like, if he's just like, the black and white thing is a tale as old as time. Right. So like, I don't, that's not far fetched on me to why he would go to that first. But I see what you're saying though. It's like, it doesn't come across right, but to me, again, what he's saying is like, it seems like this DEI was trying to hire people based on what they look like as opposed to the merit they had. So they were overlooking the skills, and they're like, okay, it's fine. Maybe you're lacking there, but because you fit the profile, we're going to hire you. And I think that was the more broader point he was trying to make, as opposed to strictly saying black people can't fly airplanes.
What is your opinion of DEI, Janae?
I'm not against it. I feel like sometimes when it comes to DEI, it actually made the playing field fair for others to at least come to the table.
As far as
all right,
like
but you do acknowledge that with the utilization of DEI, it is literally lowering the standard, which is the basis of
I wouldn't
Charlie Kirk's.
necessarily say lowering the standard, because you have to have a certain standard to even be at the table to even have a conversation.
Yeah, no, that it does lower the scoring standard and removes higher scores from the table to allow more diversity. That's the core of DEI, which is why it's so controversial. Which is why he used that talking point, because controversy is one of the most effective ways to get a point across to get attention to it.
Again, I have a different perspective on it because my father's an equal opportunity advisor, so that was kind of like his field of dealing with issues like that. So I look at it from both sides of the spectrum.
Can we put it in the realm of male and female? How about that?
Okay.
How about that? All right. So how about in the military, since you were ex-military and former military?
No, my husband and father was, but
yes, ma'am.
I understand.
Yep. So weren't the and I forget, this could be, forgive me if I'm wrong, Navy, Army, Air Force, I forget exactly which one it was, but the standards were dropped down for the women so they could essentially pass. So the women were given a lower standard than the men were, so they could, it's kind of like giving like the women's course in golf. Like, you have the tee that's a little closer up. They were adjusting some of the scores as far as what they could get to qualify, but yet when you think about it, on the battlefield, that doesn't change. The effectiveness of somebody needs to remain the same. It doesn't matter. Like, the battlefield doesn't matter if you're man or woman. The battlefield matters how you react. So when the military lowers their standards so they can add in more women, I feel like that is a bad thing in totality, not just for women or men, but just like we're lowering standards so we can get more women in to a certain situation that maybe women don't need to be in. If at the very least they don't meet the normal standard a male, like, do you agree that
you sound like the Secretary of Defense?
yeah,
Lord.
Pete Hegseth?
Oh my God, that drunk jackass! Yeah.
But seriously though, like I'm asking you, on the whole, if you and I were both tasked to take out the enemy, right?
Yes.
I'm given a set of rules to abide by to pass said test. The rules you're given to pass said test, each requirement, like for instance, you got to do 15 push-ups. I got to do 25, but we're still tasked to do the same end result. Like, how does you not being able to keep up with me make me safer?
Well, I mean,
I'm not trying to be rude here at all. I'm just being,
This is just
I apologize if it does sound rude, but I'm just trying to get down to the brass tacks of things, because at the end of the day, the battlefield does not see man, women. The battlefield just sees enemy. It sees opponent. It sees offense. It sees defense.
It's live or die.
It's live or die.
Right.
So if I had the choice of somebody to, quote, hold my back, and to the left of me is a man who passed a more rigorous physical test than to the right of me that was a woman who passed a less rigorous physical test, I feel like just logically I would want someone who passed the physical test, who went through more endurance and showed me, yeah, I can handle this. I'm not saying the women can't, but their standard was lowered. So that to me is an encompass of what DEI is. Yes, please.
to be quite honest and fair, I've heard stories from friends of mine that have actually been in combat situations, and they said that the men froze and the women stepped up. So basically, it really doesn't matter what kind of test you take. When the shit happens, you either can deal with it or you can't. And that's whether it's a man or a woman, because you could do well in school, you could do well in tests, you could do well in training, but when you actually get in a combat situation in theater, it's a whole different ballgame.
But we would call that more the exception than the rule, though.
And that would also be known as what's referred to as anecdotal. We all have anecdotal, stories. Josh and I have a lot of friends in the military that have served. God bless them. And I wanted to, Buddy Lee, if you're still here, I just wanted to read this statement because he got very triggered and said, "You fucking morons." I understand people get impassioned, and all the more respect for being an MVP and hashing it out with us. Yes, DEI-related policies have led to lowered or de-emphasized testing standards to increase demographic diversity, particularly racial diversity. This is a point of significant debate, of course, but them's the facts, Buddy Lee. You can be rage baited all you want. You can call in as well. Sorry, sometimes I get one guide in the chat and I got to respond.
Oh, that's fine. You got to handle your business. It's your chat. I just popped
Would
in.
you ever consider, Janae, or did I already ask you this?
Want to zoom in?
Would you ever be comfortable being a guest on the show? You wouldn't have to show your face on camera.
I wouldn't mind, honestly. I wouldn't.
We would love to have you, to be honest with you. We would love to have you kind of like come on and just kind of be like third mic, kind of dick around with us, have a good time.
I would not mind at all, guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like and you can stop me if I'm wrong. I feel like I try to be fair and honest.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, you're not wrong at all.
Can I, would you be, I don't mind doxing myself. Would you mind taking my Instagram?
I don't have an Instagram, but I do have a Facebook.
Oh, Josh?
Do them both. Do them both.
Wait, the stuck in the middle voice of the people?
Yeah. So do it.
Yeah, no, if you go
it
on
should
Facebook
be in the links. It should be in like the description.
And now in the page description, yeah, we have a page. We have two pages. One private that has the big numbers, but we have one that's open to the public called Stuck in the Middle Voice of the People. Feel free to message us there or
on
just
YouTube.
Look up my name, Eli Channel, and you'll see me with the microphone. I'm very eager to get you on the docket and have a night that you are available.
Yeah, or message us on the Stuck YouTube. Either way, as what Eli just said, those two channels or the Stuck YouTube, message us. It would be really like we used to do a show with 3 people. And we kind of fell off with our 2 third mics, right? So there's always been this idea to kind of have this like rotating vibe of just like, like random people third mics. And you've called it enough to where like you're very logical. Like you're very like you have a very good base,
we
a very good foundation.
In a land of delusion. Look what the hell is going on around us. Ain't nobody got time to be illogical.
You are a gem based on our experiences with so many people over a span of 6 years, guests in studio, guests that we had for a night, guests that we've had for years. You're a gem. You're a diamond in the rough. So I'm just not even trying to glaze.
Well,
I'm just saying,
thank you.
I love that not only that you are you, but that you're a necessary balance. You add a challenge to us, and that is exactly what we're all about.
Yeah.
So please reach us.
So
we're basically just having a healthy conversation. It's not a confrontation. We have different views, we have different beliefs, but we're doing it in a respectful way, and you're giving a safe platform and space for people to express themselves.
You could even call it a healthy confrontation.
That too.
You know what I mean? Like, it's it's all great. You're awesome, Janae, and let's
can we talk about how the
make
World
this
Cup
happen.
fans are embarrassing us, how they cleaned up after themselves at the stadium? Can we talk about that?
Can we also talk about how much they love America too? Because I will talk about how cleanly they are, but can we also talk about how much they're like, wow,
Oh no, I kind of miss Europe myself. I kind of miss the food.
Listen, I've been to England twice. I've been to Bristol twice. I got family over there. I'm not. You are spot like they. I don't know what they cook their food with, but I think it's just like everything is just cooked in fat,
Bro,
and it's
when
delicious.
you order your food in Europe and they bring it to you, you can see the smoke before the plate gets to you, okay? And you eat it and you're happy. And you come to America, you get food and it's like, it's cold. What is that?
But some of these Europeans were like blown away by like the fact that we had like free refills. They're like, well, free refills?
Oh yeah, because they'll and they even charge for ice. They don't in Germany. They don't like to put ice in their drinks because they say it's bad for you.
And they don't tip. They don't tip.
Nope.
Like, tipping is not a thing over in Europe. They don't tip. Like
nope,
waiters.
It's not. It's actually insulting to them.
It's insulting. It's so crazy. Like, how dare you tip me, you piece of shit? Like, what?
I'm not. You. I have not been. What did you do it? No.
Yeah. How dare you tip me, you garbage person, you. It's like, whoa.
Now I will say I miss the Walmarts overseas because like they have like Nivea and Dove products that are just so wonderful for the skin that you just cannot get here.
Where do you live? Where do you live, Janae?
Texas.
Oh, she said,
Yes,
you missed the Walmart's over. I got you. I misunderstood.
Yeah,
She said, got you. Heard. I was like, what? Wait, what? Where do you live?
It's like, I mean, it's the same thing. Like if you go to Mexico and you eat food over there, and then you come back and you eat Mexican food here, it's a huge difference. I thought my husband was crazy when he said that, but no, it's true. You know what I'm saying? So,
listen,
you know, it's refreshing for them. Like everything is small over there, first of all.
Yes.
Okay. So them coming over here and they see these big ass Walmarts and all these stores and these big old, they don't have SUVs over there like that. They don't be driving Suburbans and Escalades and Yukons and stuff. They don't do none of that over there.
They walk everywhere and they
walk everywhere and things are closed on Sunday.
And they're like, you got a parking lot next to where you're going? What? Like they don't got parking lots there. They're all taken aback by all this fucking crazy stuff. Janae,
and
listen.
when I was there, wasn't it like €1,000 for them to get their license? Like it was like €1,000 or something. And they had to go to school.
I got a quick request.
Take them a long time.
Everybody watching.
I love Janae. She's awesome.
That can hear my voice. Please help us with a very small goal. Hit the like button if you've enjoyed, or at least if you're engaged.
Like, subscribe, donate, share.
All of the above. That would be fantastic too. We've
likes
had roughly.
Likes are free.
They are.
Yes,
you don't gotta do nothing.
The final point is sharing is caring as well. We're at 32 likes and we've had roughly 60 to 100 plus people. So if you find yourself here for more than a few seconds, just click that thumbs up. We do appreciate it.
We fighting it. Janae, listen, we're gonna talk outside this. We're gonna have you on as a third mic. We're gonna make this happen. Hopefully, maybe sometime next week. But you let us know if next week, the following week, we're trying to do Tuesdays and Fridays now.
Yes,
so
correct.
You let us know what works better for you, and we'll get in touch and we'll make this thing happen. We'll have Janae on as third mic. I'm pumped. I
am pumped.
I don't
God
mind,
bless
fellas,
you,
as long
Janae.
as it don't mess with my football now, because I'm a football girl.
Listen, Fridays and Tuesdays, I think you're good to go, right? We're good to go on Fridays and Tuesdays?
Yeah, I think we're good to go.
Hell yes. Hell yes.
Much love. God bless you. Please do reach out.
Thank you for giving me an opportunity. Thank you for listening to my side. I appreciate everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in, Janae. We appreciate you so much.
Find us on Facebook.
Janae again, crushing it.
All right.
Wow.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much. Look, to any of the people that were bitching that we didn't go harder or insult her.
Insult her about what?
Some people were just angry. They felt we were coddling her. Listen, this is called dialogue. You maintain it by not completely shitting on someone who is giving you their time and their thoughts. So we're not gonna pander to you by shitting on someone that's willing to talk.
If they've listened before, like they've seen, like we're going a little bit at a time. We're not trying to go crazy at her. Let's see what we got.
Exactly.
Joe Pawn, Joe Barron. Who this is?
This is Joe Barron. How are you guys?
All right, Joe Barron.
shit. What's up,
brother? Nice to hear from you. How you doing, sir?
Good, good. I'm throwing a flag on glazing with both you guys.
All right.
With Janelle.
We love a good glaze. We love a good glaze. Are you mad? Are you mad that we're glazing Janelle? What's going on? Talk to us, please.
And it's Janae.
Well,
okay.
I know it's Janae. Damn it,
Janae. So, yeah, Janae. She is wrong. She was wrong on about a half dozen things. And let me just start out with the equal or what was it? The Voting Rights Act of '64.
Yes,
65.
It's 65. That primarily had to do with literacy tests, which obviously we don't have anymore. The other thing was where they call it pre-clearance, and that's where the states have to get federal approval from the government in order to change voting laws. Now, voting laws in states vary, as you know, but that has to do with voter ID. What she's saying is that Black people are more predisposed to not having an ID. Have you ever heard anything more ridiculous than that? Really?
Was that what she's saying, though?
An ID to vote?
Was that what? That's what I was trying to parse out. I was trying to figure out, was she talking about not being able to vote via the gerrymandering thing and not having representation, or was she legit talking about the SAVE Act? We never got further confirmation, so I can't really confirm nor deny what you're saying. But yeah, if you are saying that, essentially Black people can't get an ID to vote, that does seem kind of like a little bit of a what?
Yeah. Yeah. And actually,
I don't think she was saying that though, Joe Barron.
Holder versus Shelby County in 2013 is where a lot of the things took into effect. This where states would put in strict voting laws and things like that. The other thing it said, some states allow voting on Sundays. They took that away in some states, and the argument was, well, Black people like to vote on Sunday. Have you ever heard anything more ridiculous than that? There's about a half dozen other things that she said that was completely false. And if you have somebody like that who's going to throw garbage out on you guys and you guys agree with it, then you should have somebody else that's going to refute her nonsense. And I hate to say it's nonsense, but she was saying that Black people are more smarter, more astute. Where is she getting that? Who filled her mind with that nonsense?
I don't think that was the implication, but even with that implication, Eli said, as far as the stats go, that's not necessarily true, and she didn't push back much to that. But as far as the first thing you said goes, I don't know. I don't know if you think she was really trying to imply that? I mean,
she's still in the chat. She could clarify, but I also did not extrapolate that being the case, but that's on us. We should have asked a little deeper. I just felt like I was a little out of my depth in that particular. If you're going to give me a timestamp of a year, I didn't know the right question.
Ask that first question again, because I feel like it does. I feel like there is an answer there, but I want to make sure we get the question proper before we do answer.
All right. Well, it's Section 5, and it's called pre-clearance requirements. But the main thing is 2013, Eric Holder tried suing Shelby County, and he lost. And that initiated a wave of where states would revise the voting requirements in the state. And I see, literary tests. Obviously, you can't say, well, you don't know how to read, so you can't vote. That's probably not a good thing. The other thing that they used to do in some of the southern counties was, I think you have to get the correct amount of beans in a jar or something. They had all these
silly
screwed
shit.
up. Yeah. And obviously that stuff's gone. And mind you, it's 1965. That was 75 years ago. Are you saying that we haven't advanced as a society that we have to rely on outdated voting restrictions and requirements from 75 years ago. We haven't advanced race relations in 75 years. She was spouting nonsense. Somebody filled her mind up with a bunch of bullshit. And I hate to sound crass, but that's what it is. And really,
Joe, can I ask you a question real quick?
You don't need a third microphone for somebody to spit live.
Well, like, we appreciate a different point of view, but as far as the 1965 voting rights thing goes, like, what don't you like about that? Like, what do you think was unfair about that whole thing?
She was trying to insinuate that they were trying to reaffirm the or repeal the act, right? I think that was the consensus.
Well, yeah, no, but I guess what I'm saying is, what does Joe initially not like about the 1965 Voters' Rights Act? Because it's
the main thing is the states. If states are going to have the right, the right to change their voting laws, that's fine. And obviously, it has to do with ID, and it's not like the current situation is where we're closing polling stations and restricting hours in black communities. That's nonsense. That's not happening. That wouldn't stand up in court anyways. So nobody's getting disenfranchised by requiring an ID to vote. I mean,
would you agree,
silliness.
Joe? Would you agree with an American idea that voting day should be a federal holiday? That way nobody has to try to, quote, take off work. Really? No.
We don't, you know why? We don't need any more federal holidays. Each federal holiday costs the country billions.
Joe, how about this? How about this?
You're shutting down the stock market. You're shutting down commerce.
Fair.
Before you just can't. You can't have a federal holiday.
Hang on, but how about this?
Every month.
How about this? Fair. But what if we took away 2 to grant 1? How about that? We took away 2 federal holidays to grant. Like, I feel like a federal holiday for voting would be an important one over a lot of the other federal holidays we have that are for silly shit. Like, what if we granted the federal holiday for voting, but we took away 2 silly shit ones? How would you feel about that?
Take away Juneteenth. How about that? That's pretty fucking silly. Or you can't take away MLK. Otherwise, you'd be called racist. So which one's you going to take away, Josh? It's a bad idea. For any more federal holidays cost billions.
So the only 2 federal holidays you're focused on are Juneteenth and or.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
I mean,
all I'm saying is, well, how do you take 2 away? You can't. It just wouldn't work. Don't make any more.
I disagree with you though, because there are some ridiculous federal holidays out there. Like, do you not agree?
Yeah, like dairy.
Labor Day. What ones are you talking about?
Let's see. Let's go through the 2026 federal holidays. Let's see. Okay, so the first one coming up, well, the first one that passed, we had New Year's, we have MLK, we have President's Day, we have Memorial Day, we have Juneteenth, we have Independence Day, we have Labor Day, we have, you know what? I would take away Indigenous Peoples and Columbus Day for a voting day. I would take away that one. We have Veterans Day, we have Thanksgiving, we have Christmas Day. So honestly, right now, just looking at this, I would do a 1-for-1. I would take away Columbus Indigenous Peoples Day, and I would put that for voting, because I'm for Labor Day, I'm for Independence Day, for Memorial Day, for President's Day, MLK, New Year's Day.
And overall, I'm for making it easier for people that want to vote to vote. I do want to look from Janae's chat, like, she responded, and I wanted to pull up what she said.
Hold me down.
In April 2026, specifically April 29th, the U.S. Supreme Court issued a 6-3 decision in Louisiana versus Cialis. I don't know. Consolidated with Robinson versus Kyles. So the case was about centered on racial gerrymandering and the application of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act of 1965 in Louisiana's congressional redistricting after the 2020 census. So, what is the consensus here? Louisiana's legislator drew a new map that created 2 majority black districts out of 6 congressional seats. So, unconstitutional racial gerrymander. Challengers argue the map was an unconstitutional racial gerrymander, meaning race was the predominant factor in drawing the districts, violating the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. That's the most I want to extrapolate from this, even though that might be a disservice. Sorry, Janae, I wanted to see what you were referring to. Thank you. Okay. Sorry, Joe. I just wanted to see, since she's here.
I hear you. Gerrymandering happens. You should see the Illinois maps. They're all over the place, and it's strictly race based because Illinois is a liberal state where they connect long swaths in order to make black congressional districts. And those will soon be gone. The courts are already fighting them, and there's new legislation out that prevents gerrymandering based on race, however it may be. But anyways, I'll let you guys go. I didn't mean to stir the pot, but
No, man, not at all,
Joe,
Joe,
do not be
are,
sorry, sir. Do not be
You're
sorry.
always welcome, dude. And
there's the whole point of the Stuck in the Middle, man. My friend, it's the whole point for you to call in, for Janae to call in, for us to have this kind of conversations, to kind of shoot back and forth. So, dude, please do not feel sorry. All right.
And frankly, I've grown to really, really appreciate how candid you are, brother. So yeah,
like
you, man.
like Joe, like at first when Stuck in the Middle first came around, Joe listen, I'm just being honest with you. Like the first perception I got from Joe was almost like this troll-esque. And then I forgot when it shifted, but Joe called in and he was so poignant. He was so chill. He was so calm. I was like, oh shit, like Joe Barron has turned a new leaf with Stuck in the Middle.
He's a real human being.
Joe, we appreciate you.
I called up one time and I was on shrooms and I used a bunch of voices and stuff. And then I realized we need more political talk rather than fucking nonsense. And
Joe, we got somebody else calling in. Joe, we got somebody else calling in. Joe, we let you go. We got somebody else calling in, brother. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate you, bro.
Man. Bye. Thanks, bro. Did we lose?
We lost. We lost. Whoever just tried to call in again. It might have been Janelle. Try to call in again. Sorry about that.
It's Janae. If you say Janelle, you owe me $10.
Well, now it's not. Okay. I don't want to give in to the whole joke now. But now it's on purpose.
Okay, word. That is your style.
Now it's and not at Janae's expense, but at your expense.
Because you're like,
oh no, this is how you
disrespect the queen that is Janae, who is
Janae. Call back in if you're calling back in.
A little bit of a third mic. I am intrigued. I am frothing a little bit, chomping at the bit, if you will, at getting into the appeal of Mr. Karmelo Anthony, the the killer of Austin Metcalf.
I think we did the Europeans justice by them be like, whoa, America's so cool, it's so awesome. So it was more. There's a lot more clips we could have played, but in totality, can we just finish one clip? All right, that kind of answers that.
No.
Call from Janae Martinez.
Wow.
Yep, Janae.
That was Janae Martinez. I'm about to fuck your shit up. That's what that was. She's like, yup.
First of all, before I roast his ass.
Oh, shit.
Okay. Next time, since you hate federal holidays so much, keep your ass at work on the 4th of July. Take your ass to work on Memorial Day. Take your ass to work on Easter, Christmas, Thanksgiving, whatever pops into mind. Take your ass to work.
Okay,
you're not wrong.
I was a little shocked when Joe disagreed with making it a holiday to vote. That's something even as a progressive and now as a Republican, I desperately would love to make it easier for people to vote.
Yeah, I feel like that's one thing we could all agree on.
I think that's a great idea because now you don't have an excuse. You have the day off to go handle your business.
Yes, that's one thing I feel like even in 2026, Democrats and Republicans should agree on. Yes, make it a fucking and here, this is just me being fucking crazy and wild, but I still feel like it should only amount to about a day's worth of stuff. I don't think election day should turn into election week, and I feel like we have that problem because of how difficult it is for people to vote.
Well, I think it should be a little bit longer than a day because you have the sick and the shut-in. You have disabled vets that probably can't get out. You know what I'm saying? You got to cater to everybody.
But listen, let's be fair here. All the people who cannot get out and vote, they can vote beforehand. I don't know.
That's true. I do go vote early. That's true.
They're allowed to vote, especially when you have a disability, when you can't get out to the polls. Like, they are allowed to vote well beforehand. The voting holiday should be specifically for people, especially those working. We should get a fucking day off and be able to go decide who we want to be our next president. It's so weird that is a controversial fucking topic to have. Makes no sense. Pissed.
I want that jackass to explain to me why Juneteenth is stupid. Give me the education. First of all, motherfucker, do you know what Juneteenth is? Do you know what it means?
Is Juneteenth the day when the Union broke apart from the I know slavery ended a few days before that, but Juneteenth is when the Union
years.
But Juneteenth is when the Union helped make it official or something along those lines.
I believe it was the enforcement of the holdouts.
That's the word, enforcement. Janae,
it's much deeper than that. And
are we close? Are we close?
I'll break it down for you. Don't worry, I got you. You my people. I'm gonna break it down.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I'm gonna break it down for you like a fraction.
Hell yeah.
Okay, Juneteenth is basically the day when African Americans, slaves, were in Galveston, Texas, on June 19th, 1865, finally received the word that they were free. Because remember, slaves didn't know how to read or write. So that means after when Lincoln had signed the documents to free the slaves, they got 2 extra years. I think it was either 2 or 4 extra years of work out of the slaves.
Mm. Because they didn't know. Because they didn't know it was signed.
They did not know. They did not know.
So the enforcement thing is kind of correct in the sense that this is when the Union came to the Confederate States and enforced this being mandatory. You're not allowed to have slaves anymore. Is that kind of correct or close to being the idea there? Fuck. We fucked up. We fucked up again.
It's not you. It's ignorant people like that irks my soul. And it's like, how dare you come on a chat and how dare you say that I'm spouting out bullshit, but you couldn't even form a sentence correctly. You couldn't even stop stumbling over your damn words to complete a sentence with a proper verb, pronoun, and adjective. But you want to come over here? Here's the thing. If you going to come for Janae, you better have the smoke, baby. You need to be prepared if you going to come up in here and come for me. Don't come for me unless I send for you. I didn't ask for you, sir. So keep your ass at home on the 4th of July. Thank you.
All right, fair. I was going to propose a possibility, which there is no guarantee. He does come around the show from time to time. Would you be open to taking a phone call from him in the future to have a discussion?
If you're
not saying this is organized, I'm just asking.
It's your show. It's your show.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. But also too, we're not going to put you in a situation that you feel uncomfortable with. So if you are our guest, you are third mic, and Joe calls in. Joe, he will always be cordial.
I can't say gonna scare me.
Oh no. We don't think he's gonna scare you, but we just don't want him. We know he's always at least cordial. He's not gonna say something that is truly rude. He may have an opinion that is rude, but he's not gonna go out of his way to be rude to you. But if you didn't want that, we won't accept his call. But
I think I've heard Janae loud and clear.
Yeah,
she's down.
I heard her.
She's down.
I heard her.
All right.
I'm just trying to more so clarify. That's all. But
appreciate that. All right, Janae. Keep on rocking.
But thank you for looking out for me, though. I appreciate you.
Keep on rocking in the free world, Janae. Keep on rocking in the free world.
We love you, Don. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Janae. Well, listen, Message us soon. We'll talk to you soon. We'll figure out when we can have you on. We do Tuesdays, we do Fridays, and maybe we do next Friday. We do like a week from now. So we'll talk. We'll figure it out. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, Janae.
I'm
Appreciate you.
watching.
Damn. Damn. I like that, Janae. I like that, Janae.
I'm a fan. What can I say?
It's not. And there are people who do not like Janae. You know, like and they sound like people who should like Janae, like Fiesta, like some other folks out there, and they're just negative. They're negative. Like they're not as open-minded and as willing to have a conversation like Janae.
I'm still in shock that Fiesta, Myron's entire narrative, and the fact that he legitimately seems to think I'm a racist. The hilarity ensues. I am looking forward to the debate where he wants to bring his quote unquote own date, because I do believe, Myron, if you're listening, I think you're a young rapscallion high schooler that thinks he's super tough, but really you're just ignorant, and you love the victim card more than you'd ever admit, with all due respect.
Before we get on to some of the Trump stuff, do you want to play so this is what I prefaced you before. It's bummer news, but it ends in goodness because it involves the Marlins dog. So it's funny. It's like kind of a bummer because the dog doesn't get a treat, but he ends in goodness. Yeah, I remember the thing. It's a palate cleanser between when we get to some more of like the, weaponizing phobia stuff.
Just and so we're not, the
there's
appeal.
A lot.
We didn't talk about the appeal.
There's a lot. That's why I was asking you beforehand. Like, how long do we got, brother man? Because I'll be here all fucking night if you want to be.
We still good on time, man.
Love it. So if you don't mind, we'll do a little palate cleanser real quick before we get back into like the nitty gritty angry stuff. Right? We'll get into a little bummer news. But it's not even. It's not even that bad of a bummer, though, right? It's not even that bad of a it's gonna end in a good thing, right? This happened down in SoFlo, down in Miami, in Bonito, Miami. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to Miami.
Welcome to the heat, because the heat is on all night on the beach with the break of dawn.
I'm going in Bonito, Miami. Dude, Will Smith knows how to fucking rap, dude.
Yeah, back then when he was still respected.
Am I like out of line here, or am I like kind of like behind the times when I say that guy knows how to spit bars?
Are you out of line? Maybe out of line.
I try to do that so like.
Yeah, you really.
Am I behind the times at all if I say Will Smith knows how to rap?
And I say yes,
you are. You're way
behind the times.
Yeah, no,
you're in '97, son. Get with it.
No. I'm in Bonito, Miami. All right, here we go. All right, so this was meaningful to us because this happened in South. You motherfucker.
Sorry. Listen, Master. Blah blah blah.
It's gone.
I know who you are. You have the same. Your channel was made the same fucking day as the person you're claiming to want to dox. So waste your time somewhere else, pal. Take care.
Check this out. The one video that I pulled up is already gone.
Oh,
so hopefully this one works. This one should work. All right. So this is a good boy who was not rewarded for being a good boy. All right. Bummer news. A little bit of a bummer, but we move on.
My eyebrow. I was getting nervous. Anytime I hear my co-host say bummer news, I'm like, oh God. What's he going to say now? Who's he going to chase off? How many? Let's go.
Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Marlins mystery dog, the one who didn't get the hot dog, the one who watched with those sad.
Look at Buddy right here. You see this guy right under your left shoulder right here, right under the blue sign? This good boy getting a hot dog. This boy right here, look at that face on this fucking dog. Brother, this is a travesty. Look at this guy. You ready? You ready for this?
Yeah, will you take me out for a walk later? I think I'm ready.
I was stalling because for whatever reason X isn't working.
Every day I'm buffering. You know what? This is God saying he doesn't want your bummer news segments anymore.
This isn't a bummer news. This is good news, okay?
I know, it ends on a positive.
Fuck you and your
he's
bullshit.
been found, ladies and gentlemen, the Marlins mystery dog, the one who didn't get the hot dog, the one who watched with those sad eyes as another dog chowed
Taking
down
bets.
at Bark in the Park night. The Marlins put out a call for that canine, and our friends at Inside Edition found.
Look at the dog's face. This is you.
Poor.
This is me. This is you. This is anybody sitting next to somebody who had a delicious meal, all right? And they were, and we were like, I can't afford that meal. But I'm glad you're enjoying it. Like, this is anybody who's gone to an expensive sports meet and has been denied a wiener.
Found him. Here is 6-year-old Jonah.
Look at him. Look at that face. Look at that face, Eli.
That was a crazy video. He just...
Yeah, I'm feeling it right now, as a matter of fact.
I feel like you're being facetious and you don't care.
What? Why would you think that? That's crazy.
Look at his face.
The Marlins put out a call for that canine, and our friends at Inside Edition found him. Here.
Yeah, the poor
that
fella.
fucking dog watched another fucking asshole piece of shit enjoy a hot dog in front of him, and he was not allowed to do that. But this is where it becomes not bummer news. Not bummer news. This is where it becomes not bummer news because the Miami Marlins tracked his ass down. They put out a warrant for his arrest. Find this good boy. They found him. And guess what? He is going to be brought back to the stadium, given all the turkey dogs he wants, and he will watch another round of baseball. Fuck you for thinking this wasn't a bummer news, dude. Seriously, I'm pissed.
You're pissed because the dog that was starved?
No. At your reaction. I'm pissed at your reaction. Pissed.
Yeah. I mean, what can I say? Hey, this was the most uplifting story of a millennia. I am beside myself with emotion.
Look.
Overwhelmed with positivity.
Look at his face.
I want to watch All Dogs Go to Heaven. I hope you'll enjoy it equally.
All I can hope for is your dog.
Hey. You better fucking watch it.
Now it's becoming a bummer, huh? Interesting. See,
yes,
I'm an animal lover, and I will see any animal in a bad situation. I'll be like, you know what? That dog deserves better. Whereas you, apparently, he's like, well, as long as it's not my dog, I couldn't give a shit. Okay, no problem. Guess what? That's not how I feel. Okay. This dog right here deserves all the hot dogs he can get. He deserves all the Marlins praise he could get because he was denied such a satisfying treat. In front of he was publicly humiliated. And here you are sitting here scoffing at the Miami Marlins dog. He doesn't deserve anything. Yeah. Imagine if it was your dog. If it was your little...
No, that would never happen. So
Yes, it would. Yes, it would happen.
Well, my dog lives in luxury when we're in a world of chaos.
In fact... the dog who got the wiener would probably eat your dog.
Please call or yell at Josh.
We'll see.
Call from.
My name's John.
My name's John. What's up, John? Nice to hear from you, sir. How are you doing? Do you have anything to say about Eli's dog being a dickhead?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. No problem.
I'm doing good, though. How are you doing?
Yeah, good, man. How about
All right,
yourself?
sir. Appreciate you. What brings you to Stuck in the Middle? Welcome.
Thanks for calling in, my friend.
I called in specifically to ask about what you think. So, like, I'm from the Midwest, for the record.
Okay. Where? What state? If you don't mind me asking.
Michigan.
Not city. Michigan?
Michigan.
Okay. No problem.
So I'm from one of the states where my vote actually kind of matters.
Right.
At least that's what they tell me.
Allegedly.
I was wondering what you think of the current political parties. Like, do you think there's going to be a third party? Like, we kind of see on the way I view the lay of the land here is, like, on the left, there's this kind of there's this Mamdani phenomena where there's kind of like...
Yes, that terrifies me. I'm just going to add that, okay?
What?
I am terrified of the progressive. I used to be a Bernie or bust progressive for years and years. I do not like the new wave of progressives that also seem to be correlating hand in hand with people like Fuentes and Owens So Hassan Piker, Mandani, Ilhan Omar, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Not a big fan, sir.
May I ask you a question, sir, real quick? Just as far as, obviously this third party will have to break away from a main party, or at least, have some resemblance to. Like, where do you think the third party will stem off of? You think it'll stem off of the Republicans, or you think it'll stem off the Democrats?
Well, honestly, I think we're going to see, like, the way I do it playing out, I think we're going to see, like, an internal insurgence on both the left and the right. Like, on the left, I see, like, the AOC, Mamdani branch kind of Democratic Socialist breaking off. And then on the right, you see this kind of, like, Tucker Carlson, Josh Hawley, like, anti-Israel, like anti-American interventionalist kind of split off.
So do you think they're going to form something together? Like, like the breakaway from the left, the breakaway from the right, they're going to form a third party? Is that kind of what you're implying?
No, I think there's going to be like four parties. Like, I think there's going to be like the Democratic Socialists and then the traditional Democrats. And then I think there's going to be like the traditional conservative right wing. And then I think there's going to be this kind of like America first in the genuine sense of like, we just kind of want to be more isolationist. We just want to handle our own kind of stuff and not worry about the rest of the world. I kind of see like four parties forming, but I think they'll still be within the two-party structure. But I think you'll see more radicalization within the two parties.
So a little
intriguing.
Different. Go ahead, I'm sorry, man.
Specifically, I just want to add, I hear everything you just articulated, but my take is what you just mentioned as a four-party system. I terrifyingly view as a growing third party where the fall off of the left that are going more progressive, like you're aware, Nick Fuentes is going on a vote Democrat, we're progressive tour and chilling for Mandami. I'm also viewing Tucker Carlson and everybody on that side or of that ilk, their rhetoric falling hand in hand. And it's going to be a mishmash of left and right people that just hate Israel and are suddenly pro-Islam that are going to unify and make their own party. I hope I'm wrong, but that's what I view.
If I could ask real quick, caller, if you don't mind.
Stop interrupting him.
You did preface this whole thing with saying that there's going to be a third party, and then when we're kind of talking to you about it, you think essentially there's going to be a second party falling off of each one. So if I could ask you just to kind of get your base is like, where do you think the first third party will come from? Will the first third party come from the Democrats, or will the first third party come from the Republicans?
I think it's probably, I don't think there will be a genuine third party. I think it will be more like an internal rebellion in both parties. But if I had to guess of like a genuine split off, I think it'll be on the left.
Okay.
I think it'll be like the Mamdani, AOC type insurgents.
Right now, what we're seeing as far as Mamdani goes, and essentially some of the candidates he's backed, especially in New York City, as far as the primaries goes, it seems like the Democratic Socialists of America, they're going to have two more people to add on. They have AOC, they have Rashida Tlaib. It seems like they're going to add two more people onto that whole thing. Do you think that New York will keep following that whole standard of things? Like, are they going to keep allowing in DSAs? Are the Republicans going to have any answer to that?
I think here's my honest view about like where we're at as a country. Like, I think it's very clear to me that politics no longer works in this country. Like, nothing ever gets done. Like, here's the way I do it. Like, I'm a Gen Zer. Like, I'm 26. I'm on the older side of the Gen Z, but I'm still Gen Zer. The way I view this is that for Gen Z, it's very like bread and butter shit. We can't afford homes. Like, I know, like, I'm in a Catholic group. Like, I'm a Catholic. Like, I'm kind of like more nominal, but like I still go, to church.
Right.
And like most of my friends, like, they can't afford houses. Like, I think out of all, like, 26 members of my group, I think only 2 of them are married with kids. Like, people, this can't go on.
And that's the 26-year-old group? Like, that's the 26-year-olds, right? About?
It's like range, like, age 19 to, like, 30.
Yeah, no, that's, like, it's spot on. Like, this age group, like, the medium, like, first home buyers right now in 2026 are about 42 years old. That is ridiculous. And if the Republicans do not address this, even if the moderate Democrats do not address this situation, you're going to see more Democratic socialists take over this situation. And I'm not sure if you're against or for that. I'm not saying either way, but I'm saying if they keep ignoring what's going on, you're going to see more of mamdammy-backed candidates, whether you like that or not.
We are. I think you're right. I think that's spot on. Like, I think here's what's really happening. Like, my generation, like, speaking as a Gen Zer, what I'm frustrated about is that it seems to me like all of the politicians are just focused on the older people. Like, it's always about, like, Social Security and, like, all of
and
this
they
stuff
fail that
benefits
too.
That's it.
Yeah, it's all of this stuff that benefits old people, but, like, nothing that any politician in my lifetime has ever done has benefited me. You know, like, since I was born, we've been at war in the Middle East.
For
Like,
the longest time, too. For the longest time, too, I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm just trying to add into what you're saying. For the longest time, too, the only people who get representation, the only people who are going out to vote for people have been the old people. It's literally in like 2020, 2024, where we've had this influx of this younger generation coming out and voting for people. So this is relatively new, but what you're saying is not off guard at all. It's not off base at all.
No, because, and I agree with that, because here's what it really boils down to, right? If we build more housing on a mass scale and we were to drive the price of that housing down, it's very simple supply and demand. The existing housing stock becomes less valuable. That's why, like, when you go to these meetings in your local neighborhood, there's NIMBYism. They don't want these houses built because it decreases the value and the bidding power for the existing housing stock. But what I tell people anyway, this is what I told my mom. I said, okay, I understand, like, why people don't want more houses built. Like, I get it intellectually. If they build more houses, my house is going to be worth less money. But I'm like, okay, Mom, you still have to live somewhere. Where are you going to move? Because when you sell this house, you have to buy a house of equal or greater value, probably. So you're not capturing that value anyway. So it's just frustrating me that the older generation seems to want to protect their housing wealth, not realizing that, like, that's going to be sold off when you're in the nursing home. No offense. Like,
and like, you're not wrong there. Like, I'm going to push back a little bit because you're not wrong there. But I do feel like the Republican Party, the Democratic Party, they're missing off on just on indexation. Like, let's put an index on capital. Like, that might solve a lot of fucking problems going on with the housing market. Like, for instance, and this is just like on the low ball of things. If you bought something for $1,000, right? You adjust that $1,000 for 40% inflation, which we have right now. It's about $1,400. Now so for instance, there was a point in time when you bought something for $1,000 and you've sold it for $5,000 and you get taxed on what is called capital gains. You're going to get taxed on that $4,000. Capital gains never took into account indexing or what I should say is inflation. Capital gains never took into account inflation. If they did, you do something called indexing, right? So let's say you bought that same house. Again, the example is $1,000. You sold it for $5,000. But during this time, inflation took that $1,000 up 40%, right? Your initial buying your purchase power of that house in today's market, not when you bought it, but in today's market is $1,400. Now you subtract that $5,000 from $1,400, you get $3,600. Now you're getting taxed on the $3,600. You're not getting taxed on the $4,000. That's a big difference. Let's extrapolate that now to something for, let's say you bought a house for $300,000. All right. 20 years later, you sell that house for $450,000. It looks like you made $150,000 profit, but over that 20 years, inflation was about 50%. That means your original $300,000 investment is equivalent to $450,000 in today's dollars. So with indexation, your sale price of $450,000 is adjusted to what it's worth. You're paying no gains tax on that. So essentially, sir, there are people who bought a house 20 years ago, and there is no such thing as indexation on capital gains. They bought a house for $300,000. They're going to now sell it for $500,000. But the inflation isn't taken into account that $300,000 is now $450,000. They only technically made a profit of $50,000, but because there is no indexation, they're trying to tax them on $300,000 to $500,000. Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, 100%. I mean, and just to add some like clarity to this, here's what I see in my generation. Okay.
Yeah.
I see a genuine nihilism would be the word that I would use, like a genuine hopelessness. And it's not that Gen Z doesn't want to work hard. It's that like the compensation just isn't there.
Yes.
Like,
yes.
You can work hard, but if a house, like I'm in Michigan, right? Like the median home price in Michigan is like $380 or something. I don't know that. I think it's like $350, $380 or something. But the average Michigander, which is like the name that they use, the euphemism.
Yeah.
The average Michigander is only earning like $50,000. Like the truth is, the average Gen Zer, the reason that they're nihilistic is because it's strictly a numbers game. That's why people like Mamdani who come along and say, hey, I'm going to freeze your rent. That's pretty appealing. Like, bottom line, like, the Republicans can say, like, oh, it's communism or whatever. But at the end of the day, like, okay, but what are you offering me? Because you're saying we're not going to get health care.
Dude, you're not wrong. The fact that the fact that the Republicans right now and even some of the Democrats, they're all holed up on this housing bill. They're not wanting to pass the housing bill because of the SAVE Act. Now, there are some things going on in the housing bill that make no sense, but with what you're saying, just in totality, like there are many reasons why people of your age, even in my age, we don't want to buy houses. We can't buy houses. It doesn't make financial sense for us to do that right now. And it doesn't make sense. Yes. And in the housing bill, they kind of want to essentially, print more money to make housing more affordable. I don't know if that's the right way to go about it either, but it's very convoluted, sir. I agree with you.
Well, and I'll be real too. Like Gen Z, I think Gen Z is the first genuinely radical generation. Like, I think
in what
Gen
sense?
Z,
In what sense? In what sense?
I think so like when I talk to my friends, here's the general vibe that I get. You either get like the radical kind of like religious revival, and like part of it's a hope, like they're looking for like a community, like, you know what I mean? They're like, I'm just going to have a bunch of kids and like, fuck it. Like, who cares, right? Or you get like the radical left-wingers who are like, I'm a communist and we should just like ban billionaires. Like you're getting like, there's a genuine like radicalization. Like there is no, there's not a lot of like the whole idea of like compromise. Like Gen Z is not going to go for that. Like we want.
Is that right or wrong? Is that right or wrong?
I don't know what it is, but like it is what it is.
I appreciate
like,
that.
It's kind of one of those things where like I don't know what to tell people, but like Gen Z, like unless Gen Z sees the chance to like we want to own homes on a normal salary, to not have to work 60 hours a week and barely have money left at the end of the week. Like unless that changes, where someone working 40, 50 hours a week can actually survive, like you're going to see radical people spring up. And I'll be honest with you. I truly believe this. Had Trump been a younger man, like had Trump been like 35 years old, our republic would already be over. Like I'll just state that as a matter of fact. Like,
In what sense? In what sense?
If I was elected, like truthfully, and I'm not just speaking for myself here, I'm speaking for like, I don't want to say I'm speaking for Gen Z, but like I'm saying, here's how radical Gen Z is.
Yeah, man.
If I was elected president, okay?
Yep.
Day one, I would tell the military generals, we are building 50 million houses in this country in the next 3 years. And you are going to mobilize all 2 million service members to get it done within a 3-year time frame. We're going to build mass electric rail, and I don't care how much land we have to seize. I'm going to ban stock trading in Congress, and any congressman who gets in my way is being thrown in jail, and I'm immediately investigating their families. I'm banning poison that's in our food. I'm going to bring all of the CEOs of the Fortune 500 companies. I'm going to tell them you have 3 months to transition and get the poison out of our food to meet, Switzerland standards or whatever, a higher standard. And if you don't do it, I'm going to throw you in jail and you're going to be transported to Guantanamo.
Theoretically amazing, but you do realize that the whole system is set up for that to not happen, right? Which therein lies the problem.
They can say that, but I'm in charge of the military. It is what it like. I'm telling you, Trump is
So
a radical for his age.
So you want to fight fascism with fascism?
No, I don't want that to happen.
No, but you just said you want the military to come in and build houses. You want here's what I'm saying. Let me just simplify this. Here's what I'm saying. I don't want that to happen. But here's what I'm saying. If we do not see, do you agree with me the Democrats are going to win the next election? Probably. In 2028?
Yeah.
You know what? With what happened in New York, I'm not sure because I don't know if people agree with that. So I don't know if they're going to win or not. I will leave it up to I will just for conversation's sake, I will say it's 50-50. How about that? Just for conversation's sake.
And I just want to interject, and I want you to know that there is a delay, so sometimes it's hard for me to speak. But I'm usually comfortable in saying what I think. I will concede also. I'm 50-50, but I'll tell you, I know damn well which direction I'm voting. And on that, I am curious specifically. What's your name again, brother?
John.
John, do you mind sharing your political affiliation?
I am honestly at this point, like I don't even know. I was more conservative when I was like the Midwest is kind of more conservative.
Oh yeah, it goes without saying. But what are you registered as?
But I mean, some of your positions are honestly not conservative.
My thing is, I'm at the point where I'm not trying to dodge the question. I genuinely don't even know anymore. Like
That's
because
fair.
on some level, I supported Trump the first term because the thing I liked about Trump was that I'm going to keep us out of war. We're going to focus on America. That was kind of the general vibe that I liked. I'm like, good, we're going to focus on our own country. We're going to, improve things here in the homeland. We're going to like bring back high paying jobs. And it didn't happen. Like at the end of the day, like people are looking for transformative change. And here's my honest opinion. If we do not see transformative change, like genuinely in the next 10 to 20 years, I think Zoran Mamdani is going to be the least of our worries. That's my honest view of it. You're going to get genuine radicals. I'm just telling you, we are going to get genuine radicalization. If we do not see, if my generation is completely boxed out of housing, yeah, I'm going to vote for the fascists. I don't care.
All right, John, let me add a little context. All right. I am much older than you. I'm 41 years old. Would you view me as being when I was a hardcore Bernie Sanders supporter, to the point where I got introduced to Antifa, and they were straight up showing me illegal shit. Would you think that we were just as radical, or are you proposing that you guys are going to get even more radical? And if so, I mean, how far? What is the end game? Do you view it like an anarchy riot style thing going on here?
I don't know. I don't think we're going to go to anarchy, but I think we're going to get a strong man, but not like a Trump strong man. I think we're going to get a strong man who's actually going to we're going to change the system one way or the other. Like it's either it's very simple. We're going to change the system, and anyone who gets in the way of this change will be removed or replaced. Like,
don't you
bottom
feel
line.
that
Like,
every
if I
generation has said that though? Like honestly, one thing that I call out constantly is a doom soothsayer. I'm not saying that's what you are, but when I hear like the same old religions and the same old pastor saying the end is nigh, and then you look at the test of time, I view like what you're saying. Everybody has said, and then we just keep on rinsing, repeating
But
the
let me
cycle.
push back on that.
I hope it
Let me
ends.
push back on that a little bit. Because, dude, okay, you would agree with me. Trump is pretty radical. Like, Trump proves that the Congress is completely dead. Like the president is in charge of the country. We are quasi towards monarchy, without saying it. Like the president, Trump went to war without the approval of Congress.
He didn't go to war, but yeah.
I mean, he bombed Iran, 13,000 airstrikes. Like, if that's not a war, I'm sorry. Like, I don't.
How many presidents have done something similar? Like, I'm not trying to be like shitty here, but it's not technically war. And like if you're gonna call everyone else that did that war, fine, I'm with you. But if you just call his war, then that's where you lose me. That's all.
But you would agree with me. Trump definitely stretched the degree of executive power farther than we've seen it in the past.
I mean, also, did not Obama sign a lot of executive orders too?
Obama definitely did a lot of stuff.
30,000
you would agree.
strikes.
I'm just saying.
So why is but why is that not stretching it? In your opinion,
so Obama did stretch it. But what I'm saying is there's a clear. Here's what I'm trying to say. Forgetting the partisan stuff for a second, right?
Yep.
There's a clear trend. There's a clear trend. The executive branch is consuming more and more of the authority in the government. That's what we're seeing. And what I'm trying to tell you is that if we don't see transformative change soon, genuine, people need to be paid enough to buy houses. Bottom line, I should be able to save for 2 to 3 years and put a down payment down. I should not have to Kevin O'Leary talking about.
What state do you live in? What state do you just for instance, what state do you live in? Is there any blame? Is there any blame on the states who kind of have made improper housing choices and now who are kind of wanting this housing bailout?
There definitely is some blame there, but I'm saying that we're at the point now where we're on an unsustainable path. Our debt, our national debt is huge. We have monopolies running the country. Look at Trump. When he went and visited China, he brought a bunch of CEOs with him.
Yeah,
that shows the level of power. The fact that a CEO is asserting control is on the same bar as the president.
But also too, you want and I understand you're pointing out CEO having power, but then you also kind of essentially, correct me if I'm wrong, you want the government to essentially bail people out on that level and kind of act like essentially a CEO in that sense, to be like, all right, well, here's money for you, here's money for you. When do we the government, in my opinion, and you correct me if I'm wrong, already gets way too much fucking money. They don't know what to do. They don't know how to do. They don't know when to do with it. And now, in this instance, we're saying, well, let's give them more money to decide where people live. And I'm like, no, please, let's not do that because the government sucks already as it is. So I just don't understand.
I'm not saying no. Here's my point though, right? I'm just a student of. I'm just sitting back. I'm a student of history. I'm watching the trends. I'm just saying where I think we're headed.
I understand.
I'm not saying I want this to be the case. I'm just telling you as a member of Gen Z, I'm 26. I talk to my friends. I see the trends. I'm saying if we do not see transformative change on some level, like if my generation believes that I'm never going to own a house, I'm going to be a serf my whole life. Like I'm never going to be able to own land. And it's very easy to say like, oh, that's just a you problem. Don't worry about it. I'm sorry. Houses are 10 times income now. It just wasn't the case when it was my grandfather's age. It just wasn't.
Let me concede. Let me concede and say everything you just said, I agree with. What is giving more power to the government going to make that any better?
I think we need. I think there's a.
It's Trump's government.
I don't know if it'll make it better.
It's Trump's government right now. It's Trump's government right now. In your opinion, if all the power is given over to his government right now, what's going to make everything better? I know you didn't say that, but it's more of a hypothetical. I'm just asking. Like, let's just say things are going wrong, and we want to hand power over to people who quote may do it better, but like our track record with our government is just the worst. Every time you give the government more power, they never concede that power. It just gets more crazy. So I just wonder how that aspect of things will work out if we do concede them that power.
I hear that point. I'm not denying that's a valid critique of what I'm saying. But what I'm trying to say is that at the end of the day, like what people want to see is results. Like they're either going to fix housing or they're not. If they're not going to fix it, I'm going to vote in a radical because I have nothing to lose, right? I have nothing to really lose by voting in a Mamdani or Nick Fuentes. Like at the end of the day, if Nick Fuentes came out and said, look, I'm going to build 50 million houses, I'm going to seize the land, I'm going to have the military build it, and I'm going to get it done within 3 years, I'm going to vote for him, period, point blank. Like he's promising something material. It's real. All the other guys are promising ethereal. It's just endless promises. Like, if the Congress is just totally seized up because we have 80-year-olds in charge, like, it's not sustainable.
Yeah.
We're going to get fascism. We're going to get communism. I'm telling you, like, if the mechanism does not begin to work for younger people,
yes.
Because at the end of the day, I'm sorry, an 80-year-old doesn't get to tell me how my life gets. An 80-year-old's vote is not equivalent to mine. If you really want to know my honest, like, innate truth about this, I'm sorry. An 80-year-old's going to be dead. Like, I love my grandfather. He's 90 years old. He's going to be dead within 15 years. I have my whole life to live in this country. If you are denying me the ability to own a house and have kids, I'm going to assert myself. Period.
Right,
and whether
I just want to point out, John, we agree on a lot of things here. Maybe some of the methodology or the methodology is a little different. All I'm trying to get across is that you and your age bracket demographic are far from the only ones that thought the buck would stop with you. I was young and naive. I'm not saying you're naive, but I also too thought it was all going to go that way when I was supporting Bernie Sanders and then when I voted for Trump, which is stupid on my part. I agree something's got to give. I'm afraid of what that will look like, and I hope it all ends up being a fucking net positive for we the people, because it is unsustainable the way it has been going and the trajectory in the way that it looks like it's going to continue to be. Yeah, there is going to be some form of chaos. And I don't want to be terrified. I want to be optimistic. And to the individual that says Antifa doesn't exist, you're lying through your teeth, by the way.
That person's stupid.
With that being said, sir,
can I ask one more question, like, if you don't mind? I agree with you in the sense that if America doesn't start doing something, they're going to push people into the way of communism. I just wanted to say that I agree with that point. I disagree with the housing bill that's going on right now, and I disagree with the reasons why people are disagreeing with the SAVE Act. So I agree with you that if the current administration, if the Trump administration, if the next administration, the Democrat, the Republican administration, if they come into power and they do not address home ownership, they do not address basic living needs, just as Trump is doing. Like Trump, he's came out and said, I don't care about housing. I don't care about affordability. Right now, the only thing I care about is the Iran, and they can't have nukes, right? Gotcha. No problem. That's not going to win you the next election. All right? You people need to understand that you care about them. And when you say you care about another country having nukes, that's not them. When you say you care about another country defending their sovereignty, whatever, that's not us. So there is something to be said that we need to know that America's best interest is in the hearts and minds of our next politician. We have another caller calling in. Thank you so much, John. We appreciate you.
Have a good one.
Please stay in touch with us, brother.
Call from.
It's Fiesta.
It's Fiesta. Fiesta. How you doing, sir?
My two favorite.
Two favorite what? Two favorite whiteys, two favorite crackers. Come on now. You can say it. We're good here. We're good here.
Suspected white supremacists. How you guys doing?
Yes, sir, man. White supremacy, white power. How are you doing, sir?
There we go. And perpetual victim. How you doing?
Man. Well, not too good because you guys caught a little John over there. You didn't tell me you had a victim mentality. Why not?
Who's got a victim mentality? Talk to us. Tell us.
John, who can't afford a home. You know, why didn't you guys tell me he has a victim mentality and have to pull himself up by his bootstraps?
I think he was talking about the entire generation.
How come he didn't have a victim mentality, guys?
That's a great question. I mean, my question to you would be, why do you constantly? But he was speaking for him and his generation, which includes, I guess, somewhat close to you. He's 26. You're 17. So if you don't care about his plight, which is something that's supposed to be universal, you want to change that for some reason to make this a racial discussion. I'm sorry that we continue to fall for this with you, sir, but what more do you have to offer this conversation?
Like I said, Eli, all the filibustering, how come you didn't say he had a victim mentality and he should just work harder?
Okay,
why wasn't there any, hey, man, why don't you get another job?
How did we hear
Fiesta,
different conversation
Fiesta, if you don't mind.
You condescending victim.
You
condescending fucking victim, wannabe tough guy.
You guys love each other. You guys love each other. All right, I'm gonna let whoever wants to go first, go first. I want to try to moderate at the very least, but just go ahead.
I'm tired of Black Panther Party constantly coming in here saying, where's the victim mentality? Let's make this about race. It's all about race.
Don't grab your
gun.
Bro,
fucking get over yourself.
You're okay.
Make your own YouTube channel. Get on a soapbox, will you? I know. Inside you're crying,
though.
It's
all right, John. John, here's my advice to you from a Black American who owns a house. Yeah, just work harder, bud. It's all right. You and your friends will be all right, man. Just save your money, be roommates for years. Save your money, man.
So
trying to go out there and have fun. You don't need to have fun. You need to work 3 jobs.
When have you ever heard us talk along those lines? This is hyperbole. You're making a false narrative with no foundation, Myron.
Guys, hang on.
Where's the substance?
Hang on. Eli and Fiesta, both real quick. Fiesta and Eli. I feel like you guys understand a little more than I do right now, but what is the major qualm going on? Like, is Fiesta mad at the...
Josh,
go ahead, please.
He's telling us that we should have told him, the prior caller, John, to just pick himself up by the bootstraps, and why we didn't call him out for being a victim. That he's making this
about
what,
racial... What did John say he was a victim about?
I didn't say anything. I said nothing about race, Eli, so why are you lying on me?
What did John say he was a victim about?
This victim mentality card. Be genuine. Don't do this pander bullshit.
He feels like he can't afford a home. He needs to work. He needs to be able to get a home and work one job, and like his grandpappy was able to. But that's John. Your granddad got free land, John. So don't feel bad. Like your granddad didn't work hard either. He got free land.
But Fiesta, so that's a lot of people right now in 2026. There's a lot of people who can't afford a house. Like there was, 20 years ago.
I got a house.
Dude, you know what?
Guess fuck
More
them all,
than power
right?
to you. That's fucking awesome, man.
I got a house.
I don't.
So why don't you guys work harder and stop having a victim mentality? If I'm a Black American,
I guess there's no such thing as oppression then, isn't is there, Fiesta? If you have a house and 2 white crackers don't, looks like oppression is done, right? We've solved the problem.
No need to ask and beg and cry for reparations anymore either, or demand an apology from an entire race.
Harder and I say smarter than you guys.
Right.
How come it's not an option that I can be smarter than you guys?
Which means that no matter
why can I just be more disciplined than you guys?
But you are. You're proving it.
Exactly.
Right. So you're proving there's no oppression.
It has to do with.
You're proving there's no oppression.
I persevered.
Wait, Myron, you're privileged.
You did it.
I found one of my white friends to buy my house, to pose for buy my house, so I got it cheaper.
Fiesta did it.
Oh my God, you cracked the system and you're privileged now. You can't pull. So no more reparations. We can stop with that bullshit. Right?
Oh no, that's a debt that's owed. Speaking of that, hey guys,
who the fuck owes that to you?
Fiesta, come on, come on. You're a guy who owns a home, right? You're talking to two white people. Hang on one second. Hang on one second.
You're 17 and you own
I gotta make my point because it's
Eli. I'm older than you. I was cooking eggs when you were still in your dad's balls.
It's a great point. It's a great point.
You, bro.
Well, you said you were 17. Now you're old.
Your balls haven't dropped.
Dude, regardless.
I don't
oh my
even know
God.
where you guys got that.
Dude, you guys are fucking wild. You guys are wild.
I said I was 17 one time.
Fiesta, you guys are wild.
You're a 17-year-old high schooler.
Hey, I was just talking about the white guys from the 80s, remember, and the white guys from the 90s and the biker guys. How would I know that being 17?
Fiesta, dude, can you not admit at the very least, you just said you have a house, and me and Eli are saying we don't have our own house. We don't live in all you're illustrating is the opposite of oppression.
Guys,
and that's awesome.
Just because you just because you guys are not millionaires doesn't mean that there's not any oppression. Your guys' families were just losers.
Maybe
your family were losers.
Maybe
you guys are probably sons of alcoholics.
Yeah.
And all kind of dumb shit. And you guys didn't get it together. They gave you guys free land. They gave you guys free houses for army. All that stuff. If you're not rich as a white person, bro, you gotta look at your people.
I know.
My people even never got those opportunities.
But that's
brain of a 17-year-old.
That just goes to show you that even losers don't get ahead in America. It's only the winners. That illustrates your point even more. Oh my God! You win.
No, it doesn't.
You
Just
win.
blame your family. You guys.
You can sit here. You can sit here and call your fellow white.
There was nothing
Fiesta. You could Fiesta. No.
There was nothing against your guys'
It literally was. You can sit here and call our families losers, and we can sit here and laugh at it, and nothing's going to happen because we're having a good time. And to me, that's a great example of oppression not being a thing.
We have another caller. Hang on.
Don't leave. Hold up 1 second.
Sure.
Call from
Noah.
Noah.
Clearly, Noah. Welcome to Stuck in the Middle.
How you doing, Noah?
What's up, man? I'm doing good. How are you?
We are great. Can we link you in with Fiesta? Because I feel like you're already there with Fiesta.
They are together.
Yes.
All right, hang on 1 second. Let me see if I can link you guys in together here for a second. Damn it!
Hello?
I don't think I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Unfortunately, I can't link you guys together. Unfortunately, so just go ahead and give us your opinion, and then we'll go ahead and go back to Fiesta, my friend.
Okay. Wait. What am I doing at the phone?
I'm sorry. What's your question again? Because you called in.
What? Oh my! You look so beautiful. You're making me nervous.
No, don't be nervous, dude. There's no reason to be nervous at all.
It's all good. I assure you, sir. It's okay.
Seriously, it's all good. Just take a second and figure it out. We got you, man.
I just wanted to call in and say hi because I'm such a big fan of y'all.
Word. Well, hey, we appreciate you saying hi. We're gonna go back to Fiesta real quick. Call back in if you got anything else than saying hi. But we appreciate you saying hi, man. Thank you so much.
And we're a bigger fan of yours, man. Thank you.
Hell yeah, Fiesta.
If that was real.
All right, Fiesta. We're back. I don't know who your friend was there, but cool guy. I wish he had a little more to say, but no problem. No problem.
Who was that?
I don't know, but he was a little apprehensive to say hello, but he did. He said hello, so but whatever. Like it's all good. What
Okay.
what is frustrating here? Like what is really frustrating here?
It's just frustrating, man. Just the coddling, bro. I haven't heard one victim mentality, one victimhood that whole conversation. All I heard was agreement. I understand. I feel you. You know, it just sucks, guys. It's very, very, very hypocritical, and you guys don't care, and that sucks
Where's
for you
the
guys.
hypocrisy? Like, really spell it
There's
out.
no
like-
honor in you guys. Like I said last time, no honor, you guys. No honor.
So acknowledging the entirety of a generation which crosses through race, that means everybody is somehow hypocrisy. We should have catered more to Black Americans to make you feel included. Did we have to even fucking say, oh, by the way, that goes for the black people too? That dude, do you see how inherently racist you are by making everything so fucking fixated on race?
I
Did it
never
have to
brought
be
up race
said?
one
He
time,
said
Eli.
he's speaking
Once
on
again, why are
behalf
you
of
lying
his
on me?
generation. Myron, shut up for a second. He was speaking
Why are
on
you
the
lying on
entirety
me?
of his own fucking generation. 26
So what?
and
So
all
what?
the
Him
way
and his generation
through.
are victims, and they need to stop crying. Why wasn't that ever an option to say, buddy?
So you're missing my point entirely. Are you being
Didn't
fucking
miss your
serious?
point at all, buddy. How come you're not answering my
That was
question? How come victim never came up in
humanity
your mouth?
in its entirety. So are you just crying because we didn't call him a fucking victim? Because he's
It's
white?
all right. It's
Like,
all right, Eli. Don't hurt yourself, buddy. It's all right.
No,
Don't
no,
worry about it.
I'm
Don't hurt
lost
yourself.
at what
But,
was so triggering to
but also,
you.
let's go. Nah,
Myron.
I'll sidestep it. I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, Eli. So let's
No,
just go
you
to
sir,
something
I
else.
don't think honestly you can understand a fucking thing, except for portraying the
Yeah,
victim
I know,
mentality
I know.
day in
So,
and
and
day out.
the black
hate
chick,
in
the
your
black
heart.
Democrat guys, don't listen to black Democrats ever. This voting situation, that's the best thing that ever happened to black people.
I've learned not to
Now
listen
people
to
actually-
you because you're full of
What?
shit.
Yeah, it's
you
kind
feel
of
with
messed
the heart,
up,
Eli?
right?
Oh, Eli, you gonna cry? You gonna cry, Eli?
No, I'm just calling you full of shit.
All right, well,
and
don't
you
grab
are
your
obsessed with
weapons.
your
Don't
own
grab your weapons, Eli.
victimhood,
You're
and you
safe.
demand
You're safe at home,
reparations.
Eli. Put the gun down, Eli. You're safe at home, buddy.
Myron, he's not going to cry, but like, do you think that every black person who is a Republican is like bad faith? Like, what's the goal?
Oh,
there?
there's Samba. They're an Uncle Tom. Because they don't fit
black,
my narrative.
Black Republicans seem to be smart, but I said never listen to a black Democrat.
Black
Black
Democrat.
Republicans are usually more smart.
So what do you like? What is a major theme that you think a black Democrat repeats that you don't like?
Well, just like you guys say, the total oppression situation. I feel you. Yeah, talking about black people can't get IDs, then how are we getting kicked off of all these cruise ships? How are we in Jamaica and doing all these trips with passports if we can't have IDs?
No,
So,
but
yeah.
hey, a second,
dumb.
Myron, but like that seems like you agree with that sentiment. What do you not agree with about black Democrats? Like you specifically said they're wrong. So what do you like? What about what they say makes you like fuck
okay.
you?
Yeah, they're just going along to get along. They're all about teams, about sides. They don't get anything tangible. They don't get anything for their community.
But can you name one thing? I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm not trying to be a dick, but just be specific because that's broad. So like, what about what they say is like fuck you? Like, you know what I mean? Like, be specific.
Once again, they don't fight for tangibles.
They don't fight for tangibles.
Vote to vote. They give you dumb shit like your ancestors died for you to vote. Well, they died for me not to vote also. And I don't have to vote for this fucking particular group just because I'm black. So that's what I'm going with. They do a whole bunch of tribalism. They fool you thinking that they're not as racist as Republicans when Democrats are the most
I agree with that.
people
I agree with that.
in the world because they got a mask to walk around with like they're so good, and they just shit on you the whole time and talk crazy about you behind your back.
I agree with
You're
that.
better off going with Republicans that'll talk shit to you in your face and tell you welcome or not welcome, but either way, they're just realer. So yeah.
I will agree that Democrats, they use race and they hide behind that whole concept and that I concur with.
Yeah, they virtue signal and pander to a very specific demographic that eats that shit up.
Well, they eat it up because they either experience or they believe it. But, like you said, there's no reason to sit in a fucking hole. But see, this whole reparations situation, hey, do you guys know your grandparents, Eli? Josh, you know your grandparents?
I know my great-grandparents.
So my grandma from Egypt and my grandma from Colombia. Sure.
All right. So that you guys love very much, right?
They're passed
Are you
on,
going
but
to
of
tell me
course.
they're racist? Son of a bitch.
No. We're just going to go down to story time. I'm trying to get you to feel something, trying to get your guys' hearts to open up when I tell this story, so maybe you'll relate a little more.
Okay. Heard. What do you got?
All right. So Eli and Josh, you guys are two brothers, right? You guys are poor white guys. You guys are coming up. You guys are doing the best you can. You guys are teenagers. You guys are mowing grass, all kind of shit, trying to make your money, trying to get your school clothes together, trying to help your mom have less bills, being responsible, right? You come to find out that your granddad, 80 years ago, you guys used to live in a rich neighborhood by a ranch. You guys had a ranch. You lived right next to another ranch. And your granddad was a great fence builder and a farmer. And people came from all over the city and the town to get his fences built by your granddad. One day, your granddad's neighbor, who owns a ranch, who wants to get into cows and everything else, he asked your granddad to build a fence for him. Shit's like, 8 acres. Let's say you got 8 acres of land. Your granddad said, sure, you're my neighbor. I'll give you a fair price. I'll do this for you, all this. Your granddad pushes off all kind of jobs to get this job done because he's trying to do it for his neighbor. He's trying to do a good job.
Good guy.
All of a sudden, your granddad dies right after the fence was built. Now, your dad, he's only like 7 years old. He doesn't know what the hell's going on. Your mom, your grandma, she's a lady. She doesn't know what to do. You know, she goes to the people's house, asks for the money. They don't give her the money. Okay, now your granddad, his shit's all tied up. You guys started to lose the farm because you have no money coming in. You didn't get paid that big job that your granddad should have got. All of a sudden, your dad, who was rich until he was like 12, he loses his farm and his house. Loses the farm and the house. Comes up with a chip on his shoulder. He gets to becoming an alcoholic. He has you guys. He's not really there for you guys. He tells the story. Your mom tells the story. Oh, yeah, your dad, you guys lost everything, this and that. Are you guys bitches for not going to go get your granddad's money? Are you guys not going to court? Oh, no, let's go a little further. So you guys are growing up with the rich kids as you guys are growing up. They're driving Silverados and all kind of shit. You guys are on bikes, on mopeds, and all kind of dumb shit. They pick you up one day. You guys are going to the store. You guys go in the store. As you come out, the back windows are rolled down, and you hear them talking about how poor you guys are, how fucking hard your mom works, and she slaves, and she's a broke bitch, and all this other shit. Come to find out, you guys are broke because their granddad never paid your granddad, which made you guys lose everything, which has you guys in the position you guys are in. So when you guys become adults, are you guys a victim? Are you guys trying to honor your granddad by going to get that money and all that interest all those years for all your family? Are you guys victims, or are you guys trying to go get justice?
Well, first off, Myron, I just want to say I apologize for that, because that sounds pretty messed up with what happened to, whether that's your family or that's just a hypothetical thing. Like that seems very unfair. So with whatever happened in that situation, I'm not apologizing for anyone else, but just, that sounds fucked up as far as what happened there. So, as far as like man to man, I apologize for that happening to you, because that seems like a very fucked up thing. Now, if it was my family doing that, yeah, I would feel very upset about that my family took something that maybe rightfully belonged to somebody else, for sure. I don't know.
No. Your family didn't take. You're the victim on this. Your family was taken from, which has your generations all fucked up, where you guys should be a whole nother group of people. You guys should be a whole nother family. But these people wouldn't pay you. They wouldn't be honorable because they didn't have to. You didn't have enough money to take them to court and run through the years of court, and now you're just broke. And when you bring it up, somebody says, hey, man, you got a fucking victim mentality, man. That shit was years ago, man. You're still talking about that shit? It's just like, bro, what are you talking about?
When my family, we were known as the Bartushaks before my family got over from England and over to Ireland. When we came over from Ireland, we were known as the Bartushaks. When we got to America, we changed our name. But when we got to America, we were made to do some crazy shit because we were Irish immigrants. So like, I don't know what else you want me to say. I feel for you. I feel on that. Yeah, there are America has a very horrible past as far as how it treated people who weren't of America. And I'm not saying that my family struggles were worse than your family struggles. I was just trying to maybe relate just a little bit and saying that, yeah, no, I feel the unfairness there of like, you need to be somebody you're not, and you need to be like you need to act a way that you're not. It's like, well, that's not who my family was, who I ever was. So like, it's almost like you're setting me up to fail. So I feel that like that anguish, that anger of like you're setting me up to fail, to not do something properly, and then you're going to scold me for it. So
Well, I appreciate that, Josh, and that's the most honorable thing you said, bro. And that's my example for reparations, guys. That's why we talk about reparations. If you guys want to see the black community do better and less crime and all this shit, pay us our fucking money. But this is the thing. After hearing John, I see why you guys don't want to pay us our money, because you're gonna be able to stand seeing the average black person have more fucking money than you, and you guys have been out here working all this time, and you're not rich, and you didn't benefit like you think you should from all the shit that happened. So hearing John, that'll put John and all his friends on a killing spree if a bunch of black people his age start buying houses from reparations. So yeah, I see why you guys won't do it.
Eli?
I want to know if what you just described was an accurate depiction of your growing up and what you went through, or if that was a metaphor for why there should be reparations in general.
Talking to me, or
it's both. It's actually somebody that I grew up with. That's their story.
Okay, I mean, yeah. Look, you're not gonna agree with me, and I'm not gonna agree with you. I don't think reparations is a viable answer. Maybe there's someone far more intelligent that will have the position to make the right or wiser call. Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can say that will have me viewed by our friend Myron here that doesn't make me look like a bigot to him, because I will not capitulate here. I think you do not, personally, my opinion, with all due respect, is that you do not acknowledge any of the progress.
You really don't have a leg to stand on, Eli. If we gave reparations to the Japanese, and they were in internment camps for six years or some weird shit, 4 years, if we're part of the small hats getting their reparations, if we're a part of the Native Americans, and we've all been paying for this our whole lives, guys. So I don't know why you're talking about feeling like, oh, this is more money out your taxes. This is not from white people. This is for we're petitioning our government, who made it legal to have us as slaves, who took all the profits from everything we did, from cotton to building the railroads to all that shit. It's not white people. We're petitioning the government, who made it legal. When a slave escaped, they sent slave catchers that were part of the government. You see what I'm saying? So all this, woe is me, oh, why should I have to pay? It's not just you, buddy. We all got to pay. It's going to come out of my taxes also.
Now, this statement,
like I said, what leg do you have to stand on if we already given other groups reparations?
I do not intend for this statement to appear and sound out of pocket, but I just want to lay it down as a matter of fact, or propose it as a question. Are you aware that the first slave owners were African? And that is a fact. You can look it up. And that they did, I'm not by any means diminishing the atrocities committed by this country and every government and every race and every people, but you do know that also the white colonizers bought them from other African slave owners.
Also,
correct?
too, Myron, too, like,
yeah, correct.
If we're being honest, we got to just be honest, just in totality, the British, the Americans, we were also the first people to end slavery. It wasn't the Africans, it wasn't the Muslims, it was the Europeans, it was the British, and then it was the Americans.
Right. So let me get this straight. You kidnapped my mother, you hold her in a cage, you raped her for 20 years.
Let's get this straight, Myron. Hang on.
Hold on.
No. You hold on real quick, because what you just said is incorrect. Hang on. What you just said is incorrect. No. What you just said is incorrect. Is you just said we kidnapped your grandmother, when in actuality your grandmother was sold by somebody who looks like you to people who looks like us. So you should be mad at those people first.
Okay, so you had to buy her, huh?
And you had to sell her, huh?
Yeah, they sold prisoners of war.
And people brought, like, what's the difference? That. What's the difference? Like I don't see why no one is better than the other.
You guys are
if anything, one is worse than the other.
I'm talking about what you guys did. Don't
no, you're not. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. Eli didn't do anything. You didn't do anything. What you're talking about is history. What you're talking about is history. What you're talking about is history. I didn't do anything. Eli didn't do anything. You didn't do anything. You're talking about history. That's what you're talking about.
Okay, we're just talking about what was done. Excuse me, not to put it on you guys. We're talking about in general, the people.
Well,
in power
it matters. Semantics matters.
Okay, for sure. You guys know exactly what I'm talking about because it's a given.
No, I don't. I don't.
Born.
When you blame
None of us were born, but you're gonna stop me to say that dumb shit. But okay, cool.
It's not dumb shit. It's not dumb shit because there's a lot of people
it,
who
Eli.
say what you say, who agree with what you say. I've been sitting here and I've been very cordial with you, and then every time I kind of have a disagreement with you, you kind of say like silly shit about me. And it's like okay, like. I get it. Like, I understand, Myron. I'm not here to be your best friend. I'm not here to be your best friend, but I'm here to push back to a little bit of the shit that you think is correct that isn't correct. So I'm sorry that upsets you, but some of the things you're saying is not correct. My apologies.
Okay, so you're gonna go with the everybody was sold, nobody was stolen from the land. You guys didn't still kidnap people from the land.
No one is without
not you two,
bloodshed.
not you two. I'm saying the white people. They didn't steal people from the land.
Can you hang on for a second? Janelle's calling in. Like, you want to listen to what Janelle says, and maybe we can have like a retort here. If just hold the line real quick.
Janae.
Yeah, bring on Sister Janae.
God damn it! I said Janelle again, didn't I? Son of a fuck. That's probably why she hung up. Janelle, call back in.
And
that was on purpose this time. I have to decide commit to see something here. Why'd you just hold that up?
Every time.
Janelle, please call back in.
You owe me 100.
Janae, please call back in. Fiesta said he'll chill for a second. He's on the line, but he'll chill and hear what you have to say. But I feel like Fiesta was taken aback by some of what Janae had to say about, further opinions, right? Because she wasn't.
She's in the comments saying 1450, the Portuguese started the transatlantic slave trade.
Call back in, Janae.
Which were considered white. Yes, Janae, you're right.
So what's the purpose here? What's the purpose here? Like Myron, are all white people bad? What's the difference between, black people saying all white people bad and then white people saying all black people bad? Like, what's the difference? Hang on, hold the thought. She's calling in. Give us a second. Just hold the line. I'm not going to hang up on you, okay?
Call from Janae Martinez.
Hello, Janae. How are you?
What's poppin'?
I'm sorry. You're hearing all this?
We have some history with the other caller.
I'm hearing and I'm seeing. Here's the thing, okay? The transatlantic slave trade was started in the 1400s by the Portuguese and the Spanish. Let's get that established right now. Also, okay, I get slavery was an ugly thing. It was. Okay, you can't tell me as a black woman it wasn't, because I've been to multiple museums. I've read multiple books. I know the history, because it's important that you know your history, know where it started, and know where you can go going forward, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so with that being established, as far as reparation goes, I understand what the brother is saying. What he's saying is like, okay, we've paid all this money to Holocaust victims. We paid all this money to Japanese people. We paid all this money to Native Americans. What about African Americans? But you can't just go with African Americans. You got to do the Mexicans too, if that's the case. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got to get a piece of the pie, because everybody in this country was done wrong. Now, I agree with some of the things the brother is saying, but I don't agree how he's going about it and the method that he's using. There's a better way to get it across. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, if you could just, I really wish we could combine the calls together, but for whatever reason right now, Google Voice won't let us do that. But if you could give him, if you could give one explanation why you think maybe he's on the right path, but talking about the wrong thing.
I see what he's saying. He's saying everything that we did have,
yes,
or that black people tried to build or have, it was either burnt down, destroyed, or stolen. That's pretty much what he said. Look at what happened with Tulsa. The Tulsa massacre is a prime example. Okay, they still have descendants of the actual survivors still trying to get reparations for what happened to them, and the state doesn't want to pay when it was the state who did it off of a lie. What about Rosewood? Look what happened. I actually have descendants from Rosewood. They burnt a whole damn town down because a lady lied and said that a black man raped a white woman, and they went up in there and killed every fucking body, buried the bodies, okay, and then renamed the town. And the only reason why we know about it is because John Singleton, when he went through there, he said, where are all the black people? Well, one of the little boys that was there that buried all the bodies, okay, showed him where all the mass graves were, all the dead bodies of black people. So I get what he's saying to a certain extent, and I get where he's coming from. But it's like, okay, if we're going to do reparations, one, how are we going to do it? And two, what should it do if we're trying to build generational wealth? If we're going to do reparations, I'm all for it. But reparations needs to go towards our generational wealth. If we're trying to build generational wealth, then do that. Let's do that. Let's get the reparations to get a home or invest in education. Do you see what I'm saying? That way you can start like your own business or start your own farmland or start. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, let's make good use of the reparations if that's the route we're going to go.
Josh and I each
feel like
have
it is long overdue. It's
we
overdue.
each have a statement. Go ahead, Josh.
Janae, I just want to say real quick, and this also goes to Fiesta. Dude, I feel so out of place for this conversation. It's not even funny. I don't even feel like I should be the person.
Like a fish out of water.
I don't even feel like I should be the person holding this conversation. Like, I don't even feel like I have any place in this. Like, I'm just like.
No, but you should hold this conversation.
No, but you know what I mean. Like, but I'm not trying to
engage in uncomfortable conversations.
And that I appreciate, but I feel like I can't even like. I want to say I agree or I disagree, but I can't even feel like I can say that because it's just like it's so out of my wheelhouse, so to speak, that it's like I'm speaking like above my pay grade, so to speak.
Oh Lord, not above the pay grade.
Well, Josh, with all due respect,
above the pay grade.
Josh, I think
Eli, go ahead. Sorry, man.
I think Myron would acknowledge that as a W for you for finally realizing that you have no voice here, and he doesn't want your voice.
No, it's not that. It's not that. But yeah, I'm sure he would see it like that. But that's not what I'm trying to imply whatsoever.
I know.
It just feels
and now
like...
I have a question/statement. Janae, tell me, because honestly, I'm relying on your insight here. Remember, sure. I am the annoying fucker that's going to read some stats and shit, or information, history, whatever. Does this have any bearing on the conversation, or does it just make me look like an asshole? So I want to submit the following, okay? Slavery existed long before the Europeans. That doesn't diminish any of the evils of this country and every other European country. However, in Africa, internal systems, the Arab-Muslim slave trade across the Sahara, and Indian Ocean starting centuries earlier, ancient civilizations, Rome, Greece, Mesopotamia, and Egypt, and elsewhere.
You're talking about Mesopotamia, right?
Yes. So
okay.
And the Muslim slave trade.
Slavery was going on for a very long time. It wasn't invented. Maybe the Europeans...
I don't deny that.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, if we're going to have the conversation about reparations and accountability, how do we take in the totality of history and then act accordingly?
Janae, God damn it, I did it fucking again. Janae, hang on 1 second. We got somebody calling in. I'm just going to put you on hold real quick. I'm going to let them know that they got to hang on, and I'm going to come back to you, okay? That's all.
Okay.
Oh, well, they hung up. Never mind. Janae, you're all good. They hung up. They're gone. Okay. Goodbye. Sorry. Didn't mean to throw you off like that.
So yeah, I mean, my statements. And I just want to point out, other than unlike Josh, this is another statement that can be interpreted wrong. Shut up and let me tell you, this could be interpreted the wrong way. But Josh feels like the fish out of water. I, to some extent, feel that. However, I am exhausted, feeling like I cannot have my input. I played that game for years.
We got the unknown. We got the unknown. Real quick, Janae, hang on 1 second.
Call from.
It's Fiesta.
It's Fiesta. Okay, Fiesta. What do you got? I wish we could put you guys on at the same time so you guys can have this conversation.
Maybe we could when Janae's the third mic and Fiesta calls in. That would be great.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, exactly. If Janae wants to hit the Zoom link, we can have this conversation right now. So I don't know if Janae's listening in the chat, but let her know. We could have that. If she wants to hit that link, we can, and then we can have this conversation. So just put that out there, Eli, if you don't mind, and see what they say. Fiesta, you're on, man. What's up, brother?
Yeah, man. And this is what I want to say to all the good white folks, man. I know you guys are tired of hearing about black problems. We know. It's to the point we don't even want to talk to you guys about it anymore. But
we're not. We're not tired of hearing it. We're not tired of hearing anybody's problems who's not getting a good card dealt. I just want to put that out there to you, sir.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. But I think the average person, but it's because you guys don't know what was done, and you don't want to go search what was done because it makes you feel bad. And I understand that. And that's all we're trying to say is, like, if you guys understood what was done to our group of people, there's no way in hell's earth you could be like, nah, we don't need to pay the people reparations for what was done to them. And if you do get all the information and you still say that, then you're just pure evil, bro. You come from a lineage of evil, and there's nothing that we can do about that. But it's like, bro, as just in being a human being, as you guys claim, a lot of you guys claim you're Christian and all this other shit. Why doesn't it pull through when it comes to black people? When it comes to black people, they're just a bunch of but this. Everybody in the world went through this. Everybody did this. Everybody did that. We're not talking about everybody. We're talking about slavery, chattel slavery in America.
So
don't bring up nobody else, bro. Let's just focus on what we're talking about.
Fiesta, as far as stuck in the middle goes, like, where do you think we've gone wrong as far as, like, well, listen, forget about semantics, but where do you think we have gone in the, like, not the right way about talking about, quote, black people, like, in your opinion?
I just think once people are just talking about what is going on and what has happened, I think it's like when your girlfriend talks to you about, hey, I told you about this. Pick up your shoes. Can you pick up your shoes? I'm talking about this every day. It's like, shut the fuck up. This is my house. I pay the bills. If I'm going to leave my shit there, I'll leave my shit there. And that's how white people feel about America.
So you're saying, like,
country. We took this shit fair and square. You got grievances. Cry to your mama. We don't want to hear that shit. Like, you guys should have won the war. That's how white Americans come about the shit.
So you're saying, like more so, like, it's not about what happened, but it's about, like, how we're talking about what happened. Like, do I have that correct, or just fill me in? So
it's how we're talking about it, how we're not talking about it, how it's downplayed. How it's just like, okay, you guys went through slavery, all right, big whoop. But it's more than that, bro. Like, our families were broken up.
But are you upset? Are you upset? Are you upset about other countries who propagated slavery as much as you are about the U.S., who also, Fiesta, who also, just as long as England ended slavery, essentially all across, like, with Muslim countries, with every other country? I mean, even Christianity ended pedophilia. I'm not saying that was rampant in the black community whatsoever. I'm like, that's more so like a Muslim thing, but just like the idea, like, Christianity has ended some things. Like, can you concur to any of that, or is it just like it's always negative? Like, where I'm trying to judge where you end.
I'm saying what good is it? It's like I said, you've been great for me for 20 years, and you finally stop, and I'm supposed to say thank you. It's just like, what are you talking about, bro? You already violated me.
I understand that.
Everything I got.
I understand that.
You guys already broke up my family. You fed my kids alligators. You guys took all the money. You paid everybody but us. You paid Chinese to build the rest of. You see what I'm saying? It's like, what
I understand.
Are you talking about?
Yeah. I understand that side is essentially what you're saying is like, yeah. You guys did all this, but for 20 years you were like, oh shit, our bad. And now we're saying, like, that should account for everything that we did, right? That's kind of what you're mad at. Like, oh yeah, for sure. Like, yeah, we did some fucked up shit, but our bad.
It's like my bad. And now we're like, why is this same lady that's been in a torture chamber for 20 years? How come she can't do grocery shopping without yelling at people.
But is
How
there
come, every little thing makes her scared? How come she's all acting like that? It's like, bro, she's been in a cage getting raped for 20 years.
I can
well,
agree
she's free now, and she has the same opportunity as everybody else. It's like, okay, bro, okay.
I will concede with you on that part. It's just like, yeah, you guys have been doing like, and this is just for argument's sake. Yeah, you guys have been doing bad shit, but now all of a sudden you're like, yeah, we've been doing bad shit, our bad. Like, so just because you acknowledge it doesn't mean it's any better, right? So I'll give you that, but like, if we're being fair and just across the board, just as far as ending slavery goes and the European nations, do you give any credit to England and America for them being the first ones to do that? I understand you may not feel like that's inappropriate, but we're just talking about that action first, and we can move forward after that. Just that part initially, that America and England ended slavery before anyone else did. We said, fuck you, fuck everyone else. This is horrible. We're done with this. Do you give any credit to that part of history?
No.
No. Okay. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
Right, I'd like to specifically ask, again, with every approach to respect, Fiesta, like when you say that your family was broken up by slavery, how close to your family bloodline are you referring to? Because I know it's not your direct family.
I got Janae's calling again. Like, can we hang on a second? We're gonna keep going back and forth. Hang on a second.
I'm gonna hang up so I can listen to Janae while you guys talk.
All right.
Okay. Heard. All right. Here we go. Here's Janae.
Call from Janae Martinez.
Janae Martinez, ma'am. How are you? You've heard what's going on. What's your opinion thus far? I wish we could consolidate these conversations. Listen, if we send you the Zoom link right now, you could kind of hop on and then he could call in and you guys could hash it out as opposed to this middleman thing. So you tell us what you want to do. I don't want to put you on any spot here.
No, because I don't have nothing against the man.
That's fine. That's fine.
I agree with some of the things he says. It's just in the context of it. Like when you also said that America and the British freed the slaves first. That's not true. The British, yes, but Mexico freed the slaves way before Lincoln did.
Heard. Is it truthful to at least say that America and the British freed the African slaves before the Africans freed their own slaves? At the very least, can we say that? Maybe they weren't the first.
Yeah, Mexico, 1829. Gotcha. All right.
Yeah, it was September 15, 1829, and it was a black general that did it, and he freed the slaves over there in Mexico way before then. They actually have a town there that's named after the slave that helped free the slaves, and he was a general in the army in Mexico for years, and he freed the slaves way before Lincoln did. Yes.
All right. So that being verified, though, I mean, I don't know if the appropriate question here is, I mean, this is the worst. Can we acknowledge that at least, like it was done, you know? And my question to Fiesta, I was trying to ask him. He says,
"Yeah, but why was it done?" Abe Lincoln made it very clear that he wouldn't have freed the slaves. He wouldn't have freed the slaves if he could keep the Union from break. If he could have kept the Union states together without freeing the slaves, he would have.
Right.
So let's not act like Lincoln is a superhero for black folks, because he's not. I just want to educate you and give you that, because no.
But also too, let's not act, and this is going to be shitty, let's not act that black folks were a hero for black folks. It seems like that white folks in America.
That. I mean, if you watch
Janae, I'm not saying you did.
Woman King,
ma'am, Janae, yeah, and I'm not saying you did, but there's just, my God, there's just weird thing going on.
All I want to say,
right
and this
now.
is not a broad it's correcture or eraser. There is no winner here. If someone has that answer, by all means, offer it up on a platter. All my statement is simply: every single race, religion, creed, any life form in existence has shit and blood and all of it on their hands if you go far back enough on the clock.
You like at this point? It's like I don't even
agree.
care
you
who's the
have
first
Native
person.
Americans with the Trail of Tears. You have, it's a lot. You have the Japanese when they rounded them up and threw them in camps during World War II. I agree with what you're saying. It happened to everybody. But what he's saying is, how come when it happens to us and we talk about it and we want to talk about it, we're told to get over it. But when everybody else wants to talk about it, okay, it's okay. We have to be sensitive. We have to be understanding. Let you say one harsh word about the Holocaust.
Janae,
Say
one second.
harsh word about the Holocaust and it's war. But if you say something about the transatlantic slave trade, well, black people sold slaves too. Okay, we get that. We're not negating that. What we're saying is, okay, I can't talk right now because my medicine's kicking in.
It's good.
But the fact that it was so barbaric in the transatlantic slave trade, they actually had buck-breaking farms. They had breeding farms. They had all kinds of horrible stuff. Like they would cut off people's ears, cut off people's limbs, take people's eyes out, wouldn't allow them to read, all kinds of stuff. I get what he's saying, and I understand where he's coming from. It's like, don't tell us to get over our history when we have to respect and be understanding of everyone else's.
Who do you think the first person to make slaves was? Who do you think the first society to make slaves was?
I'm sorry?
Who do you think the first society to make slaves was?
You lost me with your question.
As far as the first human society, who do you think of them was the first society, race, creed, or culture to make slaves?
Well, that's a very hard question.
It's a very, very ancient practice.
It goes back to ancient Mesopotamia. It says
That's what I'm saying. It goes back to ancient Mesopotamia. But if you read other books and legends, it says, well, it goes back to ancient Africa. Then it goes back to Egypt. Then it goes back to Greece. Then it goes back to
right.
You know what I'm saying? That's why I said it was a hard question.
Yeah, no.
I wasn't trying to dance around it. I was just like, it's a hard question.
Janae, not at all. We agree with you that you're not trying to dance around it, but what we're trying to illustrate also too is because it's such a hard question to answer, it's kind of hard to pin down people who did it first and be mad at them. And then it's also it also doesn't make sense to also not pin down the culture who remove that stigma from them. Janae, hang on to the conversation real quick. Do not leave the line. Please do not leave the line. We're gonna go over to somebody else. Do not hang up, please.
Please subscribe to this channel, guys. We go on 2 to 3 times a week, and we count on you, the viewer, to join us.
To send a voicemail, press
James.
Yes.
What's up, brother? How you doing?
Good.
So we're having a big heated conversation now. What do you have right now to add in what's going on? I've never seen you call in before. You might be new. If not, my apologies.
Yeah, no. That's why I called in and have questions. What is it about? I've seen a couple. I'm black, but I've seen a couple of black people talking about reparations.
Yeah, man. So essentially, I guess what we're getting to the crux of is.
One caller is maintaining that it is owed to all black Americans, period. It should be done, and that's the only way we can even begin. Oh, and an apology to the entirety of the black race. That's the only way we can even begin to move forward. The other one is just trying to talk about how the first caller maybe is going about his message the wrong way.
So,
okay.
So how do you feel?
So I haven't watched you guys, so I don't know if you guys have, because I'm actually against all that liberal nonsense, like victimhood stuff. So I'm a conservative. So, I don't know if you guys use this against what they're talking about with the reparations things, but like most black people don't even realize like the African kings is like sold them to the whites. So
yeah, I pointed that out earlier, sir. Yes, correct.
Oh, you did? So they have to go
make
to
much
the
of a
African
difference.
kings to get reparations as well.
He didn't feign any interest and kind of ignored that, and then just revamped on how white America just should pay it up.
Yeah, and
okay.
It wasn't like it wasn't a way to kind of move the blame from America for what they did during slavery, but it was more so to exemplify this idea that America wasn't the first one to make this happen, but more so to exemplify the fact that Great Britain and America were the first ones to make an attempt to end it. That was mainly that was mainly the big point of the whole discussion in that moment.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because because I have these debates all the time too, and I'm like, hey man, I mean, it wasn't called a slave kidnapping; it was called a slave trade. Like but every time I have these arguments and debates, it's like they literally like. I don't know if they even just smart enough to understand that the African kings actually was the ones that went to whatever they was doing, whether it was wars or whatever. They were the one really kidnapping everybody and really just selling them.
Can I ask
you? Who's the real bad guy? Like I think both are bad, right?
Yes.
But I mean, who's worse? The people that's buying them or the people that's really rounding them up and selling them? You know what I mean?
That's
it's both terrible.
Yeah.
Right.
Legit, both terrible. Like legit, someone who wants to sell their own people to somebody else who doesn't look at them, like both terrible. Someone else who wants to buy someone just because they don't look at them, it's both terrible. Do you think?
Yeah.
Is there like how do you think? It's such a fucking bullshit like difficult question. Like, do you think that at the end of the day though, did America and Britain put an end to this slavery? Did they make it last longer? Like what role do you think they had in the whole slave trade ideology?
I mean, I read the history.
Honestly,
they played a part in kind of both, right? So they partaked in it, and then they ultimately ended it. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like I understand when people are mad at the whole history about it when it comes to the whites, but at the same time it's like, how can you just absolve everything that the Africans had? So it's kind of like it's kind of stupid. It's kind of stupid to me. So I have these debates all the time. I'm like, it's like if you're gonna be mad, you gotta be mad at both. You can't just be mad at one party.
Yes. You could be mad equally across the board. Like, fuck you guys for doing that, and fuck you guys for selling us. Fuck you guys for looking at us like less than, and fuck you guys for selling us as less than. It's like,
and that is equal accountability. And every time that I bring that up, we get laughed at, or we're called.
It's crazy.
Just I'm getting used to it, but
crazy.
It's
so
not crazy.
That's why I was like, "Hey, have you guys used this?" Because I mean, I have these debates all the time, and I work with a lot of Africans. Like, they don't really African motherfuckers. Excuse my language, man. They don't really like Black Americans either. What
do you mean? What do you mean by that?
I'm like, they don't like. I'm Caribbean. You know what I'm saying? So I'm Caribbean.
He's talking about the tribal aspects of the different cultures, like Haitian, Caribbean,
legit African people who identify as African, like they don't like that. What do you mean by that?
No, they don't really. They like. I mean, everybody's black at the end of the day, so it's kind of like
hell yeah, we are.
It's not like.
Hey,
you're talking.
I don't know if you know this. But I'm black. I'm black from the waist up.
But a lot of Africans
I'm black from the waist up. I don't know if you know this.
They kind of look down on Black Americans.
I don't know if I was trying to make a self-deprecating joke, and I was saying I'm black. I'm black from the waist up. I don't know if you guys caught that joke or not, but no problem.
I
tried to have a good time.
God bless him. We love his red.
Fuck me, am I right? Fuck me. Yeah. Sorry for
what you're trying to say, sir. Which I'm agreeing, but I'm the white-looking fellow that's agreeing here. Yes, I'm also aware that there is still a tribal esque aspect of the African culture. Like, I work with Haitians, Caribbeans, a various amount of them, and they don't all get along. Just like,
Yes.
I'm Spanish. I can be openly racist to like a Cuban, and it's funny. It's all fun and games, or to a Puerto Rican or to a Mexican. It's the same in the black community. It's the same
Yes,
shit.
absolutely.
And you can have fun with it. It doesn't always have to be sincere fucking balls to the wall hatred. And I think that's lost on many people because they are just overly sensitive about everything. And me, as the white looking fella saying it, I may as well be nailed to the fucking cross to make him happy or give him whatever little bit of wealth I have and say sorry.
Oh, I'm telling you. And on top of it, it's like, it's kind of like giving. I mean, I get it because, they have their points when they go, oh, yeah, you guys had a head start. But when you look at the numbers, like, a lot of whites are like in poverty too. So it's like across America too. So
it's a class thing. It's a class thing. Like there's a class warfare going on.
It's not a race thing.
Yes. And the more that we get played against each other, the more that we fight each other, the more the class thing gets subverted. Oh, we don't got to pay attention to that because it's a race thing. Bullshit. It's a class thing. It's rich versus poor. It's fucking poor versus middle class. It's middle class versus rich. It's not a fucking race thing. It's never been a race thing.
In my opinion. I agree, man.
In my opinion.
I just had to call in, man. I just didn't know if you guys had that angle when I had my little debates out here.
Man, thank you so much for calling in. What's your name again?
I'd like to ask you, what was your name, David?
No, James.
James.
My apologies,
Thank
James.
you so much.
Do you have a channel or anything? Is there a way that, again, I think that it would serve this channel greatly to have a panel of various opinions. Is there any way that we can reach you again? Can I give you my Instagram? Can I give you a Facebook or an email?
Yeah. Give me your Instagram.
Okay.
Or email, whatever you guys got. I got them on. Let me get on the Instagram.
He's got you, Eli. What do you got for him?
I got kind of kicked out of Instagram though, so I got like a little bullshit account.
Okay, yeah. Now I know a thing or two about that.
We understand about all that. We get
it's
that.
Simply and let me know when you're ready to type.
Yeah, I'm typing right now. What you got?
Just spell out the THE, and then it's my first name ELI.
Yep.
Eli, the Eli, from FROM 84.
The Eli
That's
from
me.
84. The Eli
Yes, sir.
from 84.
That's how I try to arrange all the guests.
Eli, can you just spell the Eli because it's not popping up?
ELI.
ELI.
Yes, indeed, sir.
So THEELI.
FROM.
Yeah, it's the Eli from
ROM. Yep.
84.
84.
84. The number's 84.
Okay, cool.
Yep,
I got you right
Message
there.
me. We'll make this happen, bro. I'm very excited.
And also, not to throw anything else on you, but if you want to find the show, it's at Stuck in the Middle Show. That's where you can find this show in particular. But that's what Eli gave you right there was his personal Instagram, so you can contact him personally, and we can get this thing going. So, but just let you know. James, thank you so much, man. Dude, you're
man.
fucking awesome.
God bless, man. Thank you.
Appreciate you calling in.
Too,
fuck yeah.
All right.
Damn.
The importance of all of these conversations is that they are welcome here, no matter how emotionally invested anybody gets.
Or
it's gonna have to get that way to continue.
Or how out of color we are to have this conversation. Like,
I stopped giving a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
No, listen. I don't give a fuck, but also I feel like I want Janae and
Myron.
John. No, Janae and John.
I want to kill the calls.
I want them to talk to themselves, like as opposed to us going back and forth. Like if that feels disingenuous.
Call from.
It's Fiesta.
It's Fiesta. Well, listen, you got 30 minutes, sir. How you doing?
Yeah, we gotta wrap up soon, bro. Go for
it. We've been fucking hitting it tonight, sir. What do you got?
Understandable. Man, James, brother, you just go ahead and you sit down, you stay out the fight, we'll get you a nice white girl, and you just let her, bro, and don't worry about black problems, because you're not with the fight, bro. and I'll take your family's reparations since you're cowardly to fight for your people's money. You just hand it over to Winston, and I'll make good sense of it.
What did James say that you don't like, man? Like what did he say that you don't like?
James is just another uneducated black man that just spits what he learned in school. He never took one step further into research history. Bro,
What?
do you guys believe that people sold their own people? That's why I always ask you guys about your comments.
Yes, that's a fact.
Does that sound right? People sold their own people?
It's a fact.
Okay, well, let me tell you another fact. Africans didn't sell Africans. They sold Negroes. My people. Did they ever say there was Africans for sale when they were selling slaves? Did you ever see a sign say Africans for sale?
What?
Wait, is this a conflation? Because it's still.
I don't listen. This is.
It's not a conflation.
I feel like this is fucked up because you're gonna ask me like to say
my group of people lived amongst them in their land when we fled our land, and they knew who we were because like everywhere we go, we stand out. And we start taking shit over, and people start wanting to be like us and dress like us and talk like us. And they couldn't have that anymore because my people were taking over their land. So when the white people came over, they said, oh, you guys are looking for some slaves? Oh, I got somebody for you. And they sold my people. They didn't sell their people. They sold my people, Negroes.
So how does the African people distinguish between their people and your people? What is the differentiating factor between those two types of people?
We come from different lineages. They come from a group called Ham. We come from a group called Shem. So we're not the same people, and they knew it, and that's why they sold us.
So
and
you're telling
why the white man bought us because they knew we were different. They knew who we were.
Are you telling me that African people are racist against their own people?
We're not their people. We're just the same color. We're just melanated. We're not
that's
their people.
okay. Well,
are Irish Italians? No, they're two different groups of whites.
Right, but if I were to tell you are Irish people racist against Italians, and they were, you would say yes. I'm not saying you. I'm saying I would say yes. Like I'm this group of people, and I don't like that group of people. I would say yes, that is racism. So regardless if they look like you, you're saying this group of people doesn't like you because you're another group of people. I would say that is racism. It feels like you're disagreeing with that sentiment.
Okay. Oh, well, however you want to say it, but you kept saying against their own people, and we're not their people.
Okay.
So they're racist against other
my apologies.
Melanated people.
Right. My apologies.
Yeah,
I don't mean their own people.
People.
Yep. My apologies. I didn't mean their own people, but what I meant to say was people who look like them. Am I wrong to say that part?
Yeah. That generally looks like them. Yeah.
Right, but it's not the best analogy, but it's not wrong to say that it looks like them. Right. It's not the best analogy, but it's not wrong either.
Yeah, that's the closest we can get. Yeah.
Okay, heard. All right. Well.
Okay, so once again, they didn't sell their own people, and yes, I blame Africans too, Eli. I'm not giving Africans break either. We're gonna go to the United States first, get our reparations, then we're gonna get our money together, and then we're gonna sue every other country that had anything to do with transporting us or keeping us in slavery. Everybody's got to get it because everybody needs to pay because it's the only right thing to do.
You got quite a battle ahead of you, but good luck.
Oh yeah, and reparations is not for every black person in America. You have to be able to trace your lineage back to the census of the 1890s, 1860s. Also, if you can't trace your family nowhere in there or before, then you're more likely a foreigner.
And then
you don't get reparations.
And then what about in the other aspect? What about white people and them having or not having slaves? Like, how does that factor into what they have to pay back or what they don't have to pay back?
That's on an individual case. If people want to take people's actual families that they can trace back to had them in slavery, that's something different. But as a whole, we're going for the government.
So you wouldn't enforce that? Like you would more so enforce but that's what I'm saying. That doesn't make sense. Like, so you're looking at black people and you're saying, well, if you weren't particularly involved in it, you're not getting reparations. So I'm just asking you, as that follows, how would that work into white people paying back said reparations? How would they then have to be obliged to pay that back?
We're not suing white people individually.
No. I know you're not. But I'm saying, like, tax dollars comes from somewhere. So who would have to be involved in those tax dollars to make that payment? Like, how would that process be figured out?
Everybody here that benefits. If you just came over on the boat a year ago, hey, you got to pay too, because now you're enjoying America. If you've been here for 100 years, you got to pay. If you're here for 50 years, you got to pay. Like, it's all the same rate. This is the thing. How come you guys, I never heard white people bring up the natives reparations one time. I never hear you guys, oh, I'm not paying for that shit in taxes.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Since the 70s.
Say it again, like you never heard.
Brought up the I never hear white people complain about paying the natives. I never hear you guys, this big old thing, well, I'm not paying that. I wasn't born then. I didn't push the Indians off a reservation.
To be
Nobody
fair,
complains about that.
to be fair, you're probably talking to white liberal women who say that. That's probably what you're talking to.
No, I've never heard a white person,
I'm joking.
man, woman, Republican or Democrat. I've never heard y'all complain about paying the natives. I never heard nobody say, I'm not paying this with my tax money.
I don't know anybody, like, if I may respond, I don't know, like, being from South Florida, like, we're big with the Seminole folks. I'm from upstate New York. We're big with the Mohawk Indians. I don't know any folks on both of those sides who are like, yeah, for sure. Let me just give my money to them. So I don't know. I'm not saying you're incorrect. I'm not saying that there are people who are like, I don't want to give my money to these folks, but you're making a more broad statement saying like nobody wants to do that, and like I haven't seen nobody. I have seen some people say stuff like what you're saying, but I haven't seen everybody express this major like I'm not giving anybody my money because I'm white. I haven't seen that at all.
But bad comparison, bro. All I'm saying is, like I said, I never hear you guys speak about paying anybody else. Only when it comes to black people, it's like, oh, well, how are we going to get this done? Well, I don't know if we owe. I don't know this. I don't know that. Well, shit, man, you got a whole country for free. You got 285 years worth of free labor. Then you got another 185 years worth of putting people in prison when they change the law. So it's like, man, there's no hill. I mean, it's not a hill to die on. There's no leg to stand on. Reparations are owed to foundational black Americans, and that's just the righteous thing to do. If you're a Christian, there's no God will smile upon you.
Myron,
not,
if I could ask you, I just want to ask like what Myron at the end of the day, what deal, what type of what Myron would take that would solidify or would be like, you know what, what like whatever America just did for me, I appreciate and I will stop. Like what extent does America or do people have to go through to make the wrongs righted, I guess, is the question I'm trying to ask.
Okay. Well, as Janae said, no. Reparations needs to be cash payments. It doesn't need to be education, housing, none of that shit. We can just buy all that with the cash. So it needs to be cash reparations, just like the natives did. You can drop off one big load at one time, and you can go monthly for the rest of our lives. However that goes into the next generation, and it could be what, I don't know, something like what, 750,000 per person. That'll be good.
Word. Maybe,
okay,
all right, I'm with it.
Maybe $1 million just to make it cut clean. And
I feel like it's
then everybody can just be like, look, we finally did the right thing. If you guys blow all your money and buy fucking cars and all this bullshit and smoke weed and diamonds and all that, hey, that's your ass. You fucked up. We're no longer in debt.
I'm curious to see what economy, how much our economy would have to prosper to even start to dole this stuff out. I salute your conviction, Myron. You are definitely passionate, so that much cannot be taken from you.
Like I love it. Myron's like, you know what, and like, you know what I will do is I will say, you know what, Myron is just asking for about 750,000 per person, and I will cede to his high end, and I will say, you know what, I think it is $1 million per person. I will secede to that.
Yeah, man, and that'd be great. It would be spent right back in the economy. Our money we're not like foreigners. All the money's not going to go to Africa or go to the Caribbean. Like, all the money's going to be spent right here. So all these jobs you guys are wanting, all these new houses, all these 50 million houses John want to build it, hey, we'll start buying them. And you guys build them.
That's what's up.
Everything will work out, and it'll be over, and everybody can just live and be like, hey, everybody was done right. You don't want to hear about that shit no more. Don't bring it up. It's over. It's done.
So after that, that's it. Nothing else after that. Game over? We're good? We're square? We're even? We're square?
Yeah, we're square now. We just got to get on the justice tip and make that fair. And shit, man, it's going to be a utopia.
I'm not going to lie. That's very enticing. I'm enticed. You got me enticed. I'm enticed.
All right, man. You guys go back to the white congregation, man, and see what they say, man. Let's get this thing moving.
Listen, I'm gonna propose this as much as I can. I will see what the whites say, and I will get back to you with the white denomination as far as what they say.
All right, fellas.
All right.
Well, once again,
Good
man,
night to you, bro.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you
I'm
for
gonna let
everything.
You guys go. I know you got to get up out of here, and I'll call on the next show. Until then, you guys stay white.
Looking forward
Appreciate
to
you,
it.
Fiesta.
Yep.
Thank you. Your favorite crackers out, sir.
All
Fiesta.
right. I'm on the phone with the white congregation.
You got the
Josh,
whites on?
And
What are they saying? What are they saying?
So they're telling me, yeah, agreed on. No, that's a little much. Okay, all right. They said fuck no.
Damn
that's crazy talk.
Damn it! I feel like we were there. We were right there. We were about to make headway. Fuck.
We finally could maybe be viewed as people that could talk about everything without being accused of being something we're not. But hey, I propose that the Karmelo Anthony appeal be talked about on the next one or a special edition. Because, motherfucker, I'm a bitch when it comes to this hour. This guy do a 7-hour stream, I tell you what.
I might keep going. We got another call. You want to go before this caller gets on? You better go.
Didn't Myron say we all want to be black? I'm going to do my cool ebonics. Wait, there's another caller?
Yeah, there's a caller coming on. Yeah.
Call from
Angel Wings.
Angel Wings. Okay, and she hangs up. All right, Angel. Thank you.
She's still there.
Oh, she's here. She's back. I don't know what happened, but you're there.
I am here. I've been listening. I've been watching all night long. And
thank you, Angel.
Man, tonight's show just really kind of went south, huh?
I mean, south, north, I feel like the show went for me personally, I love this kind of show. I love when people call and they have opposing opinions. I'm like, yes, bring it. What do you have to counter my stupid opinion?
It was getting heated everywhere. It was getting heated in the show and in the chat. And I just wanted to call in and put in my 2 cents worth. On the one hand, I really can see both sides.
Thank you.
But on, my personal opinion is reparations were promised in 1868 to those freed slaves.
All right.
It did not say anything about for their great, 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 great grandchildren, so that's just my feeling about it. And I'm not going to go on and tell all kinds of stories about it. I'm kind of done.
Yeah, no, I understand this topic in general, just in general, people being offended by things, not even necessarily this topic, but just the offensiveness in general. People are just we're over with, tiptoeing around offending people. So,
right. The whole thing is that they were promised reparations by Abraham Lincoln and his administration. He was assassinated, and then the person who took over pulled it away. So, did we inherit as the 10 times grandchildren, great-grandchildren, 10 times over? Did we inherit that promise? Is that what they're trying to tell us?
I mean,
I think
if we did, would we be wrong to say that? If we said, you know what, we're going to make this better, would we be wrong for saying we've inherited this?
I think that would be very unfortunate, maybe a little foolhardy.
What would? By
say we inherited something, decades, whatever the case, 200, whatever, how many years ago, and then we, to this day, we're saying, yeah, we should get them back on that now. Economy is doing great. Let's just start. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I feel like at this point in 2026, we're all pretty much on even footing. We all work hard for what we get, and we should appreciate what we earn, right?
Right. For
I would
sure.
like
Am I
to
wrong in
view-
thinking that way?
Nope. I'd like to view that, that anybody could appreciate any of the progress that has been accomplished, and that's not to negate any of the wrongdoings that will forever be embedded in our memory, in our blood. That doesn't go away, but by God, you choose how you get to live today. And if you want to hold on to, the atrocities of thy past, then that is your individual choice to make, and you will live accordingly. I am at a point of exhaustion with this. I do believe there are global situations and topics. I don't think reparations is the #1 topic at this juncture in 2026, but I can only speak for me. That's it.
Yeah,
That's
I
it.
mean, it just seems to be the conversation that's just the same song that keeps playing and playing. Instead of actually figuring out how to go from here forward, we're going to live in 1868 forever. That's the way it feels to me. Like, can't we just, as in Rodney King's words, can't we all just get along?
Yeah. Work in progress.
Careful. You can't say shit like that here.
I know, right?
I'm joking.
Are you going to continue? Are you going to continue?
I'm going to. Yeah. I'm going to.
Son of a bitch.
I'm going to take like a fiver and play some Ted Nugent. I'm just going to keep going. It's going to keep going.
Is that going to copyright us?
No, they're not, because I know exactly how to do it properly.
And you know Ted Nugent personally.
Yeah. Like me and Ted, we go back.
And we all, look, all whiteys know one another. I mean, when I called the white delegation, he was speaking for them.
We might go over some Venezuela earthquake stuff, some lady scares a grizzly bear, some Miami Marlins dogs. We might go over some Montreal shooting, some Karmelo Anthony arguments, some UK Muslim shit, some Trump stuff, some Kamala stuff, some annoying. Like, there's so much to go over. Maybe at the very least, I may hang out another 2 hours.
That sounds like fun.
It's Friday.
I guess I
could
just
give
want
a
to
fuck.
end my call on the stand that we are all human beings and we all live on this earth and we need to work together to improve the quality of life amongst all of us.
That was too radical. You're racist.
That's why I'm tired of this whole race baiting stuff.
I want to repeat Danny Morgan's comment. We still on black people? Danny, we're your black people 24/7 telethon.
How dare you, Danny? How dare you, Danny? Angel, you're spot on. I appreciate you for saying what you said. It really rings true, and I wish just in general we could get like that. But for whatever reason, in 2026, we are at each other's throats for whatever reason. Like we don't like each other. And I don't like that. I don't like that. TZ, we played your
I told him.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
TZ, never mind. Eli told you, never mind, huh?
I'm gonna I say this often. I'm gonna go eat my first meal, my dinner, and fuck, if you're still on, I'll pop back up, asshole.
Sure you will. Oh, I've seen this exact situation play out before where you don't pop back up. Like literally the exact situation. I'm gonna go eat. 2 minutes. I'll be back. If you're still
I
on.
didn't say well, whatever. We'll see what happens. I got a steak sandwich that's sitting on my counter.
What I'm
Listen,
gonna do,
everybody.
Yeah, go ahead, Eli.
While we're a duo or a trio.
Do your thing.
Listen, guys, I know sometimes
Angel loves it.
From being in the chat, and if you didn't call, you may watch this and feel that you're not being represented, which is why we advocate for everybody to call. We are a show that thrives off of you utilizing your voice and not being afraid of that. This is why we are freestyling through the next few shows, being more of an open panel forum and having more people to represent more opinions. That's what it's all about here, guys. When the conversation stops, that's when we should truly be terrified to support conversations and the art of it. Please simply hit the subscribe button, as that is the only monetary gain we get. Literally, you tuning in. Hit the like button to help us not get ratioed. We do get stifled a little bit by the algorithm, and we are trying to do this Tuesdays and Fridays every single week. So please be there. Share this.
It's a
Share
new
this
one.
far and wide as well, because you never know who may watch this and who is the right one to call in. God bless. Please watch my co-host Josh as he bides time before I come back after a delicious steak sandwich.
Train wreck. After the train wreck. All right, brother. Angel, thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate you. We appreciate you.
Of course, and I appreciate you guys too. I just wanted to end this on a good note. Just getting too sour.
You did. You did.
It's
You know
going
what?
on and on and on.
It was a great note. It was a good high pitched A note. I loved it. We loved it. We appreciate it. It rang true.
Thank you.
It was amazing. It was amazing. Minus my horrible singing. We
Thank
appreciate you.
you.
Doing what you do, Angel. Angel Wings, everybody. Thank you so much, Angel. We appreciate it.
Last thing, Josh.
Angel's out.
Hold on. I have all of the racial delegations on. They just told me the.
Okay.
Oh my God! It's the solution.
What are the whites saying?
Problems. All right. No.
What do the whites say?
The solution for all of the world's problems is just this simple. It is simple.
He didn't tell us. He left without telling us the solution. What do we do? Fuck. Eli, Progressive Patriot, everybody. What a way to go. I appreciate that. I appreciate that way to bounce out the chat. We're still here. Stuck and Mill still hanging out. Eli may come back. I'm going to go take a quick 1 minute recess. When we get back, we're going to go over some of the Venezuela earthquake videos. There might be some bummer news to go over. My God, there's so much to go over. Female cop controversy in Montreal. Karmelo arguments. UK Muslims. Tucker Carlson Trump shit. There's so much to go over. If you guys want to hang out, we're Stuck in the Middle. If you want to call in, numbers up on the show. We'll be right back. We're going to hang out. Don't know how much longer, but we'll be here, and you will be able to hang out with us and call in. So give us a moment. I'll be right back. We'll have some fun here. Except for the Venezuela earthquake. That's not going to be that fun, but, you know. All right.
To send a voicemail, press 2.
Julian. Julian.
Yeah.
You caught me right before I was going to go to break real quick. What's up?
Okay, I'll let you go break.
Well, talk to me real quick. Talk to me real quick.
No. I'll call when you come back. Bye.
Okay, word. All right, we're going to break real quick. We'll be back. Bye. Fuck. Welcome back. Stuck in the middle. I need to pour me something real quick. Welcome back. What a hell of a show it's been tonight. Anybody hanging out with us, feel obliged to give yourself a pat on the back. You guys have been here for our first Friday show. The show is changing from Tuesdays to Fridays. All right. Without a moment to spare, we got somebody calling.
Call from
Julian, my friend. How you doing?
Yo, what's up, brother?
What's up, bro? What do you got? What do you got? Like we're just getting back to it. It's been a hell of a night. Been a hell of a first Friday.
Yeah, I was watching a lot of it. It was cool, man.
Oh, thank you, man. Thank you, man. What do you?
Yeah, but the reparations guy, he was funny, but like, it's whatever, you know.
What was funny to you about the reparations guy?
Like $700,000 for every black person whose lineage comes back to slavery. That's stupid, you know.
You don't like that?
No, that's stupid. That's too much money. What the heck?
You know, I mean, we can sit there and argue about it being too much money, right? But is their heart in the right place?
Is there a Gogan?
Is their heart in the right place?
What do you mean by that?
I mean, is the idea that they're like, hey, we've been wronged, so we are deserved X amount of money. Like maybe the
but they're not slaves though. These blacks are not slaves. They need to work for themselves and they need to fix their own community, you know? Yeah.
Man, when you say these blacks, it just doesn't ring well, you know what I mean?
Dude, I don't care. I'm an American, dude. My First Amendment constitutional right, dude.
You ever like, you know who Caleb Hammer is? You've seen Caleb Hammer?
No.
Right. He does this financial audit type show where he kind of like he goes over people's finances with them. Recently he's been getting a little more popular because I guess he's doing like racism type content. So like this couple comes on and they're like, they say something like you do, like, oh, well, I don't like blackies. And he's like, what? What the fuck are you talking about? Let's bring on a black person. And then he brings on a black person, and then the black person argues with the people. It just seems so fake to me. I don't know if you ever seen this yet. I'm
going to check it out. What's his name? Let me write it down.
Caleb Hammer. I'm
Caleb
going to
Hammer? Okay.
Yes, I'm going to play it here in a little bit. So if you don't feel like watching it, just hang on for a moment or two, and we will get to it.
I'm going to watch the whole stream.
Yeah.
Probably.
Listen.
Because, like, dude, it's Friday. I'm just eating peanuts right now and just some pizza. I'm just chilling, man.
That's what's up. I wish I was eating peanuts too, but, you know, I'm not.
Dude,
but
I love East Asian women are the best, man.
East Asian women. Like, what does that mean? What does that mean? Explain to me.
East Asian women.
Like what? Like, what is East Asian? Is that China? Is that Japan? Like, what's East Asian?
It's China, Japan. It's that area. It's, yeah.
So, like, you are a lover of East Asian women.
Dude, they're so tasty, man.
Okay. Are you yourself right now taken by an East Asian woman?
No, I'm dating her.
Well, okay. Tomato, right? Like, right now you are seeing an East Asian woman, right?
Dude, she's like 5'3", man.
Dang, like that's is that like a little too tall for that demographic, or is that just spot on?
It's delicious, man.
It's delicious. It's delicious, man. All right. Well, you know
like
what?
Egg rolls, man.
Props to you for getting yourself an East Asian woman. You know, I hope you enjoy her. What's her name?
And her name is Lulu.
Lulu. She has a name. She's real. All right, Lulu.
Also,
we appreciate you, Lulu.
She's studying to be a medical student or like a doctor or something like that.
Oh wow,
in the medical field.
It's weird you don't know. It's weird you don't know what she's studying to be, but that's cool.
No, it's something in the medical field.
Yeah. No, but that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, it's weird. You're like, yeah, no, she's studying to be something medical. It's like, I feel like you would know that, right? You know what I mean?
No, I mean, I don't know the specifics, I guess.
Right. No, like, that's fair. But I'm just saying, because you're dating her, you'd be like, yeah, she's trained to be a nurse practitioner. You know, like, you'd be a little more specific, but you got no, you know. There's nothing.
I gotta probably ask her now.
That's okay. That's okay, dude. That's okay.
I hope you have a chick at home. I hope so.
I don't, dude. I don't. It's just me and Rosie. It's just me and
How about
Rosie.
Eli?
It's me and Rosie. Eli, I think Eli.
Are you guys like together? Are you guys like?
Yeah, like me and Eli date each other. Yeah. Is that what you're asking? Yeah. Is that what you're asking? Yeah, we see each other.
I mean, listen, I don't discriminate against gays.
No,
I disagree with it, but like if you roll that way, I don't care.
Yeah,
man.
no, I'm glad you don't, because me and Eli, we are an item together, you know, over
Yeah,
the
the way
internet.
you guys look at each other, I've been studying you guys. You guys like look at each other, kind of.
Right, like you ever seen my eyes? How I like kind of like just like I kind of get lost in a trance at him. You ever seen that?
Yeah, that beard, that Jewish beard, right? Because isn't he Jewish? I don't know.
It captivates you too. Don't fucking lie to me, Julian. I know it captivates you too, you son of a bitch. I know it does.
What?
I know
What
it
does that
does.
mean?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay, this is weird.
Sure it does. All right. Listen.
Wait, Josh.
Yes.
Black women are good too. Not the ghetto ones, the normal ones.
Black women are what?
Black women are good too, right? Well, I mean, the ones who are not ghetto. Fuck the ghetto ones. I'm talking about the ones who are normal in class.
I gotta tell
like
you,
Candace Owens. Owens, she's hot, dude. Come on.
I had a smoke shop, and next door to my smoke shop, there was a I don't know what you call it, like a black hairstylist. It wasn't a barber shop, but it was for like black women, right? And one of the women hairstylists, she ventured over to old JB Smoke Shop, and she's like, hey, you know what she said to me? And I kind of take this, as like as a term of like yes, like as like a white guy, like, and she's like, you know what? You are awesome, because every time I talk to you, you don't put on like some like fake black accent. I was like, yes, because apparently
she wanted you, man. She wanted you.
No, but I guess apparently like people who look like me, they're like, yo, what's up, how you doing? And they put on something that doesn't sound like
Kamala Harris, right?
Well, I don't know if Kamala is like that to begin with.
Wait, don't you remember the 2024 election? She was pretending to be black.
No, but she's black. But I get
she's
that.
Not black. What?
She looks black, right? No,
she's half black, half Indian. So she's like she's not.
She's
black.
Is she Blindian or Indiac?
Yeah.
Is she Indiac?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So what I'm saying though is like she has more of an excuse to be her than I do, right? And then I felt like, you ever seen that video of Chappelle's show when you know, like those two white guys are driving in the car, right? And the black guy was like, yo, you N-words are crazy. Yeah, and they're like, oh my God, we just got called N-words. Yeah, and like, you know, we got like, that's what I felt like when she.
What N-word?
What?
Wait, what?
I feel like we're missing the joke here. We're trying to get me a little too canceled. That's fine. You know what I'm saying?
No, don't be canceled. But neighbor, or what's the word?
Ninja, maybe ninja.
Negro?
It's a Dave Chappelle joke. Okay, you're trying to get me in trouble here. And,
no, dude.
And
he
was
like,
I'm
mad about. It's funny that you bring that up. You shouldn't be canceled for saying that word. You shouldn't be.
I don't care. I don't feel like saying it,
America,
and that's fine. The only point I'm trying to make is this idea that I was like, you know, she was happy that I wasn't putting on this like fake, you know. Apparently, I guess when white guys talk to black girls, they white guys put on like a black accent and they act a little different. And she was like, she was refreshed by the idea that I did not do that. All right.
Yeah.
I was like,
Did you get her number?
Nothing ever happened after that because I wasn't cool enough.
Wait, you don't like chocolate?
I love chocolate. I love chocolate. I love big fat asses. I love those, but just didn't work out for me.
You're gonna get called a sexist, dude.
That's not a sexist. I'm just telling you what I like. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what
all your
that's fine. That's fine.
Like
That's fine. That's fine. You can say what people will think of me, but I'm just letting you know what I like about the opposite sex is a big fat ass.
I like
you know
boobs.
what I mean?
I like boobs.
Big fat ass. You know,
I like the lips too. You know?
Like I know you like that, but for whatever reason, apparently, after I said that, she bounced. She was like, you know what? I don't like this. I was like, why? Was it because I said you got a big fat ass? She's like, yeah, actually, that's exactly why I left. It's like, oh shit. Yeah. So now you know.
You're
now you
the
know.
best, man. I fucking love you, dude.
Listen, why do you hate Jewish people so much?
I don't. Why? Okay, I'm actually mad at you right now because I've told you I don't hate Jewish people. I hate the ones who are evil, which is a lot of them.
Why do you hate evil Jewish people so much?
Oh, because they're evil. Wait, what? I'm supposed to hate evil.
But what about evil? What about Jewish people makes them evil?
Sucking babies' penises, killing innocent kids in Gaza, stealing America's money, getting us into war, all that stuff. It's all evil.
So do you, like, Julian?
Oh, by the way, I want you to know. I made some crazy. Search it up. It's a real ritual. You know, Jewish rabbis, they suck the baby's penises.
I know.
It's a real thing.
I know.
Search it up, dude. Nine babies got herpes.
I don't gotta search it up. I understand this is a thing that happens. It's a rarity, but it's a thing that happens.
No, it's not. According to my research, 200,000 Jews still practice it. That's a lot.
And how many Jewish people are there in the world?
15 million, I believe. Yeah, 15 million.
So what is the percentage of 15 million for 200,000? If that's the correct number.
You tell me.
Well, 200 million. What was the word?
No, it was 15 million and 200,000 who practice
15 million. So if you got 10%, that's 150 million. I mean, I'm sorry, 150,000. So you said what, 200,000?
No, 200,000 out of 15 million.
So like 11, 12%? I don't know.
That's a lot, dude. You would be concerned if you... No, that's a lot, dude. Come on.
I mean, it's a lot with this conversation. I don't know if that's the case. You know, I'm taking your word for it, Julian, because Julian,
dude,
I know
you
don't
Jews
like.
I love though.
I know you don't like Jewish people though. You know what I mean? Like I know you would conflate that number because you don't like Jewish people. So I don't know what to take for legit or what not legit.
Dude, I don't like people who have ruined Europe and America. Okay.
I'm sorry. Say it again. You don't like people like what?
I don't like people who have ruined America and Europe. Okay? I'm sorry. I'm not going to apologize for that.
Okay.
I mean, look at Europe right now. There's so many Indians and Muslims in the UK. Bad.
Are you more of a fan of Muslims or more of a fan of Jewish people?
I hate both of them, but if I had to choose, I'll choose Muslims because there's some cool Muslims out there.
This guy is like, you know what? I hate both equally, but if I had to choose, I would hate the Muslims a little.
Because at least I know we it was last year, I think, but at least Muslims respect Christ. At least they do, because that's
you
in their
say
religion.
that like you say that though, right? Like you say that just because allegedly the Muslim religion says, yeah, no, we see the Jesus as a prophet, but not the prophet, right? But then apparently the Jewish people, Jewish people see Jesus.
Jesus is burning in poop like the Jews do. Remember, we had a conversation. It was a long time ago.
But
the Jews, they believe Jesus is burning in poop.
Here's where I don't. Yeah, for sure. Gotcha. The Jews see Jesus as burning in poop. Gotcha. All right, we'll take that. Boom. Disgusting. Noted. Julian says disgusting. Let me ask you then.
Mm-hmm.
If the other religion, the Jewish people, so the Muslim people, they say they see Jesus what? Like he's just like, oh, he's just a chill guy, but he's not Muhammad, but he's just a chill guy, but he's not Muhammad.
They see him as the Messiah, which I could respect. That's pretty cool.
But they say something else, and I'm trying to lead you into it, but you're not saying it. What they see him as.
No, dude, I know. Listen, they don't believe he's God.
What is it? Be honest.
But what's worse? Okay, both of them don't believe he's God.
I will be, dude. I'm being honest with you, but you're not being honest with me. So be honest with me, and I can be honest with you. So what do the Muslim people see Jesus as?
They see him as a prophet and a Messiah.
But
what? That's it. They don't see him as God.
No. But they don't see him as
God, I told you.
the prophet or the Messiah.
No, okay.
No, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't. Muhammad is the
You're
prophet.
getting this wrong.
No, you're getting it wrong. They do not see Jesus in akin to Muhammad whatsoever. Well, I don't even know how you can agree with that.
Listen, no, you're getting this wrong. I think, no offense, Josh, I love you, but you need to study theology more. The only thing us and the Christians disagree on Jesus, us and the Muslims, we disagree on Jesus is him being God. That's it.
No, that's not where the Muslims see him as not a prophet. They see him less than Muhammad. What are you talking about?
That's not true. They see him as equal. You could talk to them. You could search it up.
But
wait, this doesn't make sense. You gotta talk to a Muslim. I gotta invite I don't like Muslims, but I'm gonna invite one of my Muslim friends. Okay, because what you're saying is
listen.
Weird.
I know. Like I get it. I get it. You respect more Muslims than you do Jewish people, and I understand that. But with that said, you're not being legit in why that's the case, though.
I just told you one of them sees him in poop, the other one sees him as Messiah. Which one am I going to respect more?
They don't that's where you're lying, though. The Muslim religion. How am I lying?
You want me to show you?
Because
I'll show you right now. I'll show you.
No. Sure, please, cite me. The Muslim religion does not see Jesus as the Messiah. They see him. No, they do not. Muhammad is the Messiah. They see Jesus as somebody close to, but they do not see him as the Messiah.
Yeah, search it up. Listen, according to AI Overview on Google, yes, Muslims believe Jesus, known as I can't pronounce Arabic, but was the Messiah. He is considered one of the greatest and most revealed prophets and messengers in Islam. So
why is he denied as the Son of God? Answer that part.
They disagree on the apostles, which.
So you agree with him in that part?
No, heck no, they're wrong.
Okay, so what's the difference between the Muslim religion saying he's not the Son of God and the Jewish religion saying he's burning in poop?
You crazy, Josh? You're crazy.
No, you're not. What you're doing is just answering another question, and I'm asking you a question.
Or poop?
I'm asking you a question.
Wait,
what's
answer my question. Would you rather eat dog shit or poop?
No. I asked you a question first. Poop is poop. All right. I don't want to eat poop either way. Right. So if one religion sees me as poop and the other religion sees me as close to poop, what's the difference?
You said what?
If one religion sees me as poop and the other religion sees me as akin to poop, what's the difference?
Dude, this does not make sense, man.
It does. Muslims do not agree with the idea that Jesus is part of the Holy Trinity. I don't know what you're saying. If you're saying you're Christian, what doesn't make sense is what you're giving the Muslim religion as far as they see Jesus. If you're a person who believes in Jesus, you're fooling Jesus right now. You're not fooling me. I don't care what you believe in.
Dude, Muslims, they would kiss Jesus' feet. And by the way, I don't like Muslims. It sounds like I'm defending Muslims, but forget Muslims.
So does the Quran think Jesus was crucified or not?
No.
Right. Was he or not?
I criticize him though. Wait.
Was he or not? Was he or not? No.
It's the same, but one is worse.
Come on, Julian. Come on, Julian. Was Christ crucified or not? The Quran states Jesus was not crucified. What do you believe? Was he crucified or not?
Jesus Christ was crucified.
Well, they don't believe that.
Okay, Josh, you need.
The Muslims also reject the concept of the Trinity.
With the Muslims, but you gave.
Man.
This is basic logic. Earlier,
this is basic logic.
Muslims or Jews?
As a Christian, hang on 1 second. What you're doing here is
they believe he's burning in
Julian.
The other one, Muslims, they don't believe he was crucified, which is bad. But at least they respect him. They see him as a Messiah, and they see him as a perfect man. So boom, one of them is clearly worse.
Boom, gotcha. Okay, so what you're doing right now is you're saying.
Way, I got like 2 minutes left, but okay, because my battery is dying. But
word, dude, word. Like, listen, we'll fucking get to it. What you're saying is
you need hope, man. You need hope.
Is
I love
you agree with the Holy Trinity of Jesus Christ, but what you're denouncing and what you're saying to me out loud is the Muslim religion does not believe in the Holy Trinity. They do not believe Jesus is the Son of God. Do you believe Jesus is the Son of God?
Yes.
Interesting. Why is that not upsetting to you?
That is upsetting. I just told you
No, you didn't. What you told me was upsetting to you was that Jesus was burning in poop via the
that's
Jewish.
upsetting. Wait. I don't know if you're a Christian. I think last time I checked, you're a Gnostic. But if you were a Christian, wouldn't you say burning in poop, saying my Lord is burning in poop is pretty bad? That's really bad, actually.
You know what? I will give you that. I will tell you that if you told me that my God was burning in poop, like the person I worship is burning poop, I would agree with you. I will also agree with you that it is bad when you tell me the person that I am confiding in isn't the Son of God. What's the difference?
I agree.
But you don't. You're saying that the Jewish thing.
Okay,
no, you don't.
I think, wait.
No.
I
need you at least about 500,000 shekels. I need you to tell me what the difference
You're being inconsistent. This is illogical.
Sir. All due respect, you're being inconsistent because you haven't told me.
You're being inconsistent.
That's fine. We can just say words. I'm gonna get to the question here.
I gotta go.
It's fine. Yeah. Got you.
Before I go,
you want to ask the question? You're being disingenuous. You don't think that Muslims Muslims reject the Holy Trinity of Christ, yet you also believe that Jewish people believe that Jesus is burning in poop. You are the one who's hypocritical, sir.
No, I'm not hypocritical. I criticize both groups. So one group is clearly worse.
You are focused on the Jewish religion.
It's like what I said earlier.
You're focused on the Jewish religion. No, because you talk over me, and you are focused on the Jewish religion, and you are focused on them saying Jesus burns in poop. Yet you do not care. Yet you do not care. You do not care what the Muslim religion says about what Jesus. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No,
I criticize Muslims all the time. You should see what I do every day.
You don't.
I talk to a bunch of Muslims all the time.
You don't tell us that. Don't tell us that.
And I criticize them.
Don't tell us that. Don't tell us that.
I criticize them.
Yeah, not here. You don't.
Yeah, of course I do. I just told you I criticize Muslims for rejecting Christ.
Tell us how. Tell us how right now. Right now, you got 30 seconds. Tell us how that you criticize Muslims over Jesus Christ. Go ahead.
You know I criticize Muslims over? I criticize Muslims over Muhammad because Muhammad was a pedophile. I criticize him for not accepting Jesus.
No. I'm talking about Jesus. What? I'm talking about Jesus. You said the Jews look at no. You said the Jews look at Jesus like he's burning in poop. And I'm asking you.
It's in the Talmud.
Right. So how do the Muslims look at Jesus? They don't think he's the Son of God. They think he's far removed.
The Messiah, though. That's better. That's
no, they don't. No, they don't.
Getting somewhere.
What does Messiah mean?
Okay, dude, I gotta go. Wait, before I go, can I say one last thing?
What does Messiah mean?
Can I say one last thing?
Yes, you can.
I love you.
Yes, you can.
We're gonna
Julian. I agree. Julian, listen. I let you talk all the fucking time you want. You answer my question, and you can have the last word. What does Messiah mean?
Messiah means savior.
It means Son of God. Okay, so
I said savior, but okay.
No, but you're not being genuine. So it's fine. So your last question.
I am.
Okay, no problem. You get the last question. Ask me the last question, and there you go. I'm not
going to go. But can I say one last thing?
You get the last question. Yes, that's what that means.
Subscribe to Stuck in the Middle podcast, baby. Bye, Josh. God bless you.
Thank you, Julian. I appreciate you, brother. Subscribe to Stuck in the Middle podcast. I love you, Josh. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Wow. What a fun time it has been today. You know what? At this point, we're not over yet. Don't ask me as far as where I think we're going to keep going with, because I got no fucking clue. I really have no fucking clue. None whatsoever. I'm going to pull away the Pride Month thing. What I wanted to maybe play with you guys right now, just for a little bit, is just to look over what we were kind of scoffing at in the beginning of like, look at the Venezuelan earthquakes. Wow, they're great. But I've never seen earthquakes like this. This will help us buy some time to figure out where we want to go in to our next. There's so much. There's so much. I wish. Let me see if I can find my my friend here giving a thought about the whole earthquake thing. You know. Let's see. I think she's gonna give us a little bit of insight of maybe where, if we feel like it's a good little plug beforehand, if we want to see where we can maybe donate to help out the people of Venezuela, because we're about to play some earthquake clips from this disaster. It's fucking craziness that happened there. Craziness indeed. Craziness indeed. Let's see. See if I can pull this up. Give me a second. Sorry about that. Appreciate y'all hanging out. Got about 50 of you hanging out right now. If y'all 50 of you can give us a little like and subscribe, that'd be awesome. There's a lot more to go over. I'm trying to figure out what we can, there's a lot to go over. I just want to figure out what you guys really want to hear about, what you guys want us to go over. We're going to start with this little Venezuela earthquake thing first, and then move on from there. I just want to show you what Adriana said. It's a damn tragedy what has happened over there in the Venezuelas. So here's Adriana giving you a little what for. All right, Adriana, give it to us. Go.
Hello, everyone. It's Adriana here, and I'm sure you've all heard that Venezuela got struck with 2 horrible earthquakes that have left so many injured. A lot of people have disappeared, and the death toll keeps rising. This is extremely personal to me.
She is from Venezuela, by the way. Her last name is Valenzuela. It's so damn close to Venezuela. Damn.
Because, not only was I born in Venezuela, but I also have family in Venezuela. Thankfully, my family is safe. But unfortunately, them and many, many people in Venezuela are left without food, water, and electricity. And this is why I was compelled to make this video, even though it was really, really hard for me to talk publicly about this. I spent the last 24 hours not being able to sleep. So I am asking everyone out there to please help us.
Venezuela got hit by a 7.4 magnitude earthquake. And then minutes later, they got hit by a 7.6 tremor. It's crazy. It's crazy to be hit by an earthquake that's 7.4, and then to be rocked by a tremor that is a 0.2 higher than what the earthquake was. That is fucking crazy. We're going to just go over real quick. Just going to play some of these videos here because I really have nothing else to play about this. It's just, it is crazy. I feel like I'm watching some of video footage. I don't know if you guys have ever been to Universal Studios before, but I feel like I'm watching some videos of passerby, of passengers on the Universal Studios earthquake ride. And that's not what it is whatsoever. This is an actual earthquake. I'm not trying to be hyperbolic about this, but it is wild. The destruction I've seen here. Let's go ahead and just go over some of this stuff here. This right here, this is a quick little drive-by. I'm going to go ahead and full screen this. Look at this shit. I'm gonna go back. Like, this building is just fucking, it's the Leaning Tower of Pisa right now. Look at this shit. This reminds me of Fort Lauderdale Beach, where you have all these beautiful high rises right on the ocean, right? And now you're just seeing these, and they just have these, it just has this tilt to them that an earthquake caused. And there's nothing anybody can do about it. They're just like, yep, this is what it is now. That's a huge fucking building. And you can see almost every floor on this fucking thing is demolished. It's fucked up. That's the fucked thing about this earthquake, is the fact that it hit as a 7.4, and then not long after, the tremor hit that was worse than the earthquake. Guys, I can't stress to you how crazy this is. If you see anybody out there asking you to help out and you got $5, $10, $15 to spare, please donate to a legit foundation who wants to help Venezuela. This shit's legit. Look at this fucking place. It's gone. Look at this. Fuck. It almost looks like a resort on Fort Lauderdale Beach. It's fucking gone, folks. You know, Eli and I were talking about this earlier. Like, we don't know what to do as far as news like this happens. We're gonna show some things. We're like, whoa, this is fucking crazy. Look, this building's gone, and it just feels disingenuous. It feels and look, this place looks like it was bombed, and it was an earthquake. Look at this. Look at this. I can't imagine. I cannot imagine this. Guys, please, if you feel like you can, donate to Venezuela. Something, anything will be better than this. Look at this. So this is when I started to get sucked in to what was going on in Venezuela. They rescued a fucking dog. And the reason why it works me up is because I know that there were people just like this dog, trapped just like this dog, and nothing happened for them. I'm glad the dog got help, but I know for a fact there are people who just look like this motherfucker, and they just couldn't get help. They couldn't get help. I'm glad the dog got help. But guys, we got to do better. Please. Giving the dog some water, helping him out. Look at him. It's just his head. there are times when I watch some of these videos on animals coming from other countries where you're like, yeah, for sure. This was bullshit. Meaning there's been many a video. It's fucking, I hate to say it. There's been many a video where you see an animal getting helped, but then you realize that this animal was put in a helpless situation to then receive help via camera. You realize there's a lot of that bullshit going on. This does not seem to be the case. This seems to be like a real dog. The real dog does get helped. But goddamn, does it seem... And I hate that I feel more for the dog than I do human lives. I hate that. But nobody could have warned the dog there's bombs coming. Somebody could have warned the baby, hey, somebody could have taken their baby out of harm's way. Nobody could have warned the dog there are some bombs coming. Nobody gives a fuck about animals during war, and that just like pisses me off. He's good. He's good. He's getting some water. They're helping him out. They're digging him out. Come on, good boy. Come on, good boy. We got you, good boy. Look at that. They got the good boy. There he is. You saw that? They got the good boy. That makes me feel good. I feel fucked up saying that, you know? I feel fucked up saying that I'm happy they found a dog. You know, there's a video. Here we go. Here's a video of them finding a baby. Listen. It's all fucked up. You know? It's all fucked up. I'm not going to watch a video of a group of people finding a dog, being like, yeah. But then they find a baby, and I'm like, no, fuck that baby. No, it's the same fucking thing. I'm like, God damn it. That baby, that dog, they did nothing to put themselves in the middle of this conflict. Nothing. They've done nothing. I would love to see somebody argue the fact that they, in fact, did do something to get themselves put in the crossfires of the situation. But they won't because they can't, and they will not argue something that absurd. Here's the baby. So we just saw the dog. You know, we saw the dog getting some water, and they eventually get the dog out. So here's these allegedly same people finding a baby, a human baby, getting the baby out of the rubble. I hate it. Like either way, real or fake, I hate it. This is not like look at Israel making look at Gaza making I hate it. Fuck you for making me choose. I hate it. Fuck you for making me choose. I fucking hate it. Suck a dick. Well, how do you know Israel didn't stage the collapse and then plant the baby and then pull the baby? I don't, okay? I don't know that. Gotcha. Everything could be possible. Sure. At that point, what isn't a conspiracy? If you really think that Israel planted a baby to get torn apart by bombs for the sake of some type of oppression, some type of word thing going on. You're crazy. You're crazy. Let's see what this video has to say. I don't believe it. That's the problem, is I don't believe it. And I want to. I don't want to believe that every fucking son of a bitch out there lies about American videos. I don't want to believe shit like that. You're kind of leaving me no choice but just to question stupid shit like this. That's a fucking baby, though. I don't give a fuck what you say. That's a baby. All right? If they plant the baby there, it's exhausting. It's exhausting to try to figure out, is it or isn't it? Is this real? Is it not? It's exhausting. What about the fact that let's just say it's fucking real? Does it matter? Are you grossed out by it? Probably not, because it's Israel, and Israel's always the bad guy.
Hijo, grande esa Dios, papá. Vente, bebecito. Sí, aquí todo vengo afuera. Joda. Con la cabeza. Dios es grande. Joda, vamos. Toma, papá. Mi vida, ahora tú, mi amor. Dios es grande. Grande esa Dios, papá.
I hope that was the father. I hope that was the guy that owned the baby. There's weird bullshit going on right now that makes you and me want to think that we're against each other. There's weird bullshit going on right this second that makes that reality seem real, and it's not. And I implore you to take a closer look at that reality and see if that's actually the thing going on. It's horrible. I never want to see a man pull out his child from the rubble like that. Never. I don't condone that. I'm not happy for that. I'm not happy for him for doing that. I feel like there are some of you out there who are happy about that. I could be wrong. We'll be back on Tuesday and on the following Friday. So if you feel like I've gotten this wrong, please speak out. Please feel like you need to exercise your First Amendment right, which is freedom of speech. That would be June 30th on the Tuesday, the last day of June. June 30th. Keep going a little more.
Hijo, grande esa Dios, papá. Vente, bebecito. Sí, aquí todo vengo afuera. Joda. Con la cabeza. Dios es grande. Joda, vamos. Toma, papá. Mi vida, ahora tú, mi amor. Dios es grande. Grande esa Dios, papá.
I don't know. Not going to sit here and say that video was bad. Not going to do that because I don't have evidence for that. I just see somebody pulling a baby out of a hole and giving it to somebody who looks like that baby. Do you guys not see little by little? Do you not see what's going on? Sure, I'll take you at your word. This wasn't what it was. No problem. This was just somebody. Gotcha. Sure. Then explain to me what else is going on here. Because I don't think you can. I don't think you can. See a little more.
Hijo, eran de esa Dios, papá. 20 bebecitos. Sí, aquí todo para afuera. Joda. Con la cabeza. Dios es grande. Joda. Vamos. Joda. Mi vida, ahora tú, mi amor.
This guy, if this is this guy's kid, he seems very lucky. Very lucky that he was able to pull his son, his child, his daughter, his next heir out from the rubble. Almost feels like it was like oh no! Look at oh I got him out. Whoa! This is like it. It almost feels like you're using it as a way to parade yourself. Not gonna lie, that's what I see here right now, as a way for this gentleman to parade himself as like, I am the true Messiah. It's like, motherfucker, your kid almost died in a bombing. And you're looking at this very, 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 very random way that your child survived, and you're saying that's like white privilege. You're saying that's like, this is God's, dude. I'm glad you and your son survived. Do not want to say anything against you two. But it does seem like you've missed the mark. Fuck, man. This just pisses me off. My apologies. Listen, if you want to call in, feel free. The number's up. Well, actually, I'll put the number up again. 954-546-3455. The number is there if you want to talk about what we're talking about. We got a lot more to discuss. Feel free to call in if you feel like calling in. Again, that number is 954-546-3455. Call in if you need. As Dandy Man says, LOL, I need a sarcasm. Punctuation mark. Technolificer says, what? Natralo says, you are fear-mongering, guy. No, I'm not. Explain to me how this is possible. This is the craziest part about this whole thing. Explain to me how this is fear-mongering. That makes no sense. Fear-mongering is you saying that I'm fear-mongering. Explain to me how this is fear. Please, for the love of all that is fucking holy, explain to me how this is fucking fear-mongering. Who the fuck is here now?
Hey, Josh.
Where the fuck did you come from?
I have no idea, but I have a question for you.
Oh, shit. Okay. All right. Progressive Patriots here. Okay, welcome back, sir. Welcome back. How you doing?
First, powerful narration. I do have. I got a little confused watching when you were talking about the man parading himself. Like, what exactly were you implying? Were you talking about the father?
What man parading? Like the guy on the screen? Like which man specifically?
Yeah, is that who you're referring to? I was trying to follow everything you were saying there. I think, and in Spanish they were saying, "Oh, look, he's very big. He's strong like his papa," and they handed him to the father.
So it's kind of hard to distinguish what you're talking about exactly, but initially, what I started to talk about was people who lost family in the Venezuelan earthquake. And I have this man up on screen who essentially found his baby in the rubble. And the only thing I was trying to allude to is like that like you're so fucking lucky for that to happen. Like you can't even imagine the odds of you thinking you're going to find your baby in the rubble because you hear him and then you find him. I was just more so pointing out that, like, what the fuck? Like what kind of odds do you have for that to happen?
Nothing short of a miracle and a blessing. What was disturbing in the chat and where I felt you were hitting the mark is, of course, there's going to be a few people in the chat that instantly jump to what you were speculating. Oh, and all respect to some of the people and the OGs with their opinions. They're like, oh, this was controlled energy weapons. One guy, Buster Scruggs, whatever his name is, like, earthquakes are all fake. You can't prove me wrong. So I respect the point you're making about how this day and age, it's unfortunate. We can't really ever decipher what's true and what's not. And that's depressing. That's why we're in the climate we are. And it's all the more important to have these discussions to break down the consciousness. I see this. I see, of course, there's always the possibility of a photo up or a psyop, but that's not what I'm seeing. I just want to make that clear. That's where I stand.
And also more importantly too is, like, as you're saying, like, people who are calling out like, oh, that's not what happened. It's like, well, what do you think happened? Because I'm talking to you and speculating on what happened, what I've seen happened. And for instance, everyone else is just being like, no. Well, what's yes then? Tell me what happened here.
And that's normally where I'd say the burden of proof is, like, the individual with the cojones, Buster Scruggs, saying all earthquakes are fake. Where do you come up with that? And when do you accept that the burden of proof is on you, my brother?
That's why, like, you know what? Like, this is where I appreciate the Eli aspect of things, because I am not, and I will always admit, I am not the guy who reads the chat. To my fault, too much of my chagrin, but that is a great thing to keep the conversation going. Is like, what do you mean? Where do I think that happened? Like, I can specifically point to you the place and time where the mainstream media just said, this is the story, and we are now not focusing on any of the other, outside circumstances. Like, that's such a weird question to ask, but I would have never even stumbled across that had you not brought that up.
I think I give credit for speculation and not having trust, but sometimes try to look at the forest for the trees. What would be a true end game to where a place has already been destroyed, to showcase moments where there's some miracles? That's what people do. We, as human beings, we're trying to capture every moment. That's what translates human moments, good, bad, ugly. So for any aspersions and any curiosities, or anybody that does believe this was some nefarious plan, earthquakes are accidents and they happen, and that's just a fact of the matter. If you believe it's a conspiracy, this is the platform to make your case. I just cannot make that clear enough.
What's crazy and what is also interesting is you were the one to make that. You distinguish that, right? Everyone else who wants to argue the idea that this was an earthquake or wasn't, they're not calling in and they're not saying it was this or that, whereas you're simply saying, oh, yeah. No, something seems fishy about this. Doesn't make sense. I'm going to call it out. I don't know why people that are so invested in the other side don't have the same, like, either way, we want the truth, right? Is that not what we want? I'm so
I would hope
confused
that's
about
the universal. That's the universal goal of everybody, even enemies. At the end of the day, even if we were killing each other, we'd want to know why. So really ask yourself, to the naysayers or the ones that are the anonymous hug boxers that want their echo chambers, you're doing yourself a disservice. And to find a platform that welcomes a difference of opinion or perspective is, not to glaze us, but there's not many channels where I witness somewhere that welcomes everyone. So if you have the balls to state your piece in a chat, we have a phone number, and you can stay anonymous.
So how does, and this is maybe more of a rhetorical question, but how does that help us when we just disagree with random people about what happened in Venezuela? It doesn't, right? It doesn't make sense, because the people who are disagreeing with what happened in Venezuela seem to be the people who are like, oh, all is fine here, just keep going. Like, they're not even admitting political biases. They're just literally saying nothing happened here, everything's kosher, keep going on. That doesn't make any sense to me at all.
Again, this is where I'm confounded. But I wish all of them, or at least a spokesperson, would say, okay, this is the purpose. This is why we want to sow all the doubt. Or maybe we're opportunists and provocateurs. We know that the doubt is at an all-time high.
Yes.
And it's the best way to grift right now.
Yes.
This channel would blow up if we just started saying everything is fake.
Yes.
But no, we're trying to stay fucking grounded in reality here.
And it doesn't make sense for me to look at a different channel who's like, oh, we're not trying to grift, but we're trying to say what happened here during the earthquake. What the fuck are you talking about? An earthquake happened. People died. Shit, this is one of those weird things that happen to a community, to a country, where we all got to be like we put our partisanship aside. We're just like, oh, don't even worry about politics right now. This is fucking crazy. I've never seen something like this before. Nothing to do with politics. Not a goddamn thing.
Yeah, regardless, whatever you think the origin is, we can at least concede to the fact that it's a humanitarian tragedy. So you would hope we could find unanimous unity on, okay, however this happened, whatever I believe that brought this to this place, let's do something, or let's at least feel empathy and sympathy for our fellow human being.
Let's help. Let's help. And the U.S., we fucked up. We fucked up, during the whole USAID thing where we I'm saying I'm conceding a point just to make a bigger point, but I'm just saying, yeah, sure. We fucked up. We messed up USAID, but now here we are about almost a whole year later saying, you know what? We're going to give what USAID suggested and beyond, right? If USAID existed, we would not be able to give them more than what we're giving them right now. We give them the allotment. We're saying here's more and then some of what you guys deserve. We're here to pledge generous amounts of money to help Venezuela. I mean, literally, we're here to commit almost $150 million to faith-based groups and the like. Whereas, a year or two before, when the Myanmar earthquakes happened, we gave $9 million. We gave $9 million during then. This time we're like, whoa, we took away USAID. We kind of fucked up on that aspect. We got to make do. We got to make better. $150 million. 9 to 1. We are not fucking around here. America sees this as a bad thing that happened to people that we say, you guys are us. We like you. You are we, and we are you. And we don't want and we said, hey, we are commiserating. We're going to give you money. We're going to help this and make this better as much as we can. We didn't do that years ago. We did that this year. we're getting nothing. We're nobody's being like, oh, yay, America. We don't, and fuck it, fine. We don't need that. But that's a far stretch from the idea that we're not doing anything.
It's our acts of kindness that define our humanity. I think nobody's really concerned, I would hope, about the accolades that come with the gift. In that case, we would be, or anybody would be, no better than the person who turns on their streaming service to go give a homeless man $100. No, this is not that. This is just understanding that we need to come together, and simple as that. Forget all the other bullshit. Period. It's a simple message.
I mean, I've never, like, earthquakes look crazy, but when you see some of this, like, aerial footage, this fucking place looks like it's been bombed. Like,
yeah, it looked like you described it. I saw that.
Yeah, it literally looks like airplanes flew over and fucking bombed this place. It is fucking crazy, man. And I don't want to see any country, have to go through this. And here's America trying to say, yo, let's do our best with what we can. Yeah, we fucked up with the whole, and that's another thing we're getting blamed for. We're getting blamed for cutting USAID and then reinstating some things that we said, all right, that makes sense. When in the fucking beginning, we said, by the way, when we cut USAID, there are going to be some jobs that we cut, but we're going to reinstate them. Like, we're going to cut more than we should, and then we're going to bring back the ones we shouldn't have. You know what I mean? Like, that kind of makes sense to me. We're going to go overboard and get rid of all the fucking excess and then slowly bring back in the ones that matter. Was that right or wrong? I don't know. I'm not the one to make that decision. If you don't like Trump, you'll be like, yeah, that was the wrong decision. If you do, you'll be like, yeah, that was the right decision. I don't fucking know. But they brought back in the people that mattered, and the people that mattered decided that this time in Venezuela meant $200 million worth of aid, plus American help, plus a bunch of other American stuff without USAID intervention. We didn't need that.
I would certainly hope that anybody, even the TDSers, support them or not, can acknowledge, yep, it was a fuck up, and now here we are trying to do something better. You can only make a mistake before you make an improvement.
And to be fair, that is the best case scenario one can have. You make a mistake and then you make an improvement. Let's see who we got calling in.
Call from
Buster.
It's Buster.
What's up, fam?
What's up, Buster? How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good, man. I just got off doing like 3 hours on
glad to hear
in the
that.
MAGA trenches.
Glad to hear that, bro. We're deep in it right now. Thank you for hanging out with us and just getting in them trenches with us, bro. We appreciate it.
Oh yeah, Buster was just on an all MAGA panel channel. He was mentioning that earlier in the show in the chat.
Yo, Buster holds it down. Like, I don't even know how this guy does it. I don't even know how he has the patience to do some of the things he does. But goddamn, bless Buster for doing his due diligence and being like, you know what? I'm gonna give these guys a what for. We appreciate that, Buster. We do.
No, yeah, thanks, guys, for sure. I'm definitely, I just preach having the conversation, same thing you guys do. Disagreement is part of American discourse and politics, especially. But everybody has got a different opinion on stuff. So
hell yeah, Buster.
It doesn't make any sense to try and hate on somebody.
Thank you, Buster. We appreciate you, bro. What you got, man? What you got?
Well, I literally just came back in, so I'm guessing you guys have been talking about like conspiracy theories around the Venezuela thing or something.
Well, I jumped in because I was reading the chat while Josh was showcasing all of this, and I couldn't help but notice a few people saying that all earthquakes are fake and Israel did it, stuff like that. So, of course, that...
Yeah, I threw that in there just as a joke, too, about BB. I was totally messing around with that.
You think BB fucked this up, huh?
No, I was joking about that because everybody always blames them for everything, pretty much, but... it's crazy because, man, today on social media, you were just talking about X the other day and the stuff that they show people, and there's no disclaimer about it being like unproven. Some of these videos that are made are so well produced and they look like it could be a real thing, you know, and like people watch that and they're like, oh, did you see the weather machines that people have been controlling for years? They just went down, and it's all this stuff's happening because of that. And it's like, if you don't look into that a little deeper, you're going to go down some rabbit holes and probably look like an idiot telling people stuff that you think you know.
Buster, can I ask you a question? What did you feel about the alleged Trump-Russian hoax that was essentially elaborated by the Hillary Clinton campaign, that essentially was pushed by social media, that no matter where you went on social media, you would see that essentially Donald Trump had ties to Russian media? In 2026, we know that to be not a thing. I feel like with what you're saying, you would be hard pressed to not also acknowledge that the Democrats do the same silly shit that the Republicans do.
Oh yeah, definitely wouldn't deny that.
Heard.
I thought that back when it was happening, I was like, why are they pressing this so hard? And I think what came of it because I watched Bob Mueller when he was testifying about the whole thing, and you know how he said they couldn't prove any collusion basically and conspiracy or whatever. But I do think, didn't Paul Manafort and like Roger Stone get arrested for something they did with like that Lev Parnas guy or one of those Russian dudes or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, Roger Stone that's one of those things where I feel like we could go back and forth ad nauseum as to why they got arrested.
Is that I'm honestly not making that statement. Like, I don't know for a fact. Is that what he got arrested for though? Like him and Paul Manafort? Did it have something to do with that Russian stuff?
Which one, Paul Manafort or Roger Stone?
Both of them. I thought that was around the same time. They both, like, because I know Manafort was the campaign manager for his first term, and then Roger Stone was just like a freaking Russian, or not a Russian, but a Republican strategist or something like that.
Roger
that honestly looks like an evil Monopoly guy.
Listen, I can't deny that. Watching and listening to him, I think it's a little different. But what Roger Stone got arrested for in about January 2019 was what you're saying was during the special counsel report by Robert Mueller, that investigation into the Russian interference into the 2016 presidential election. A grand jury indicted him on 7 felony charges, obstruction, and an official proceeding, witness tampering, and 5 counts of making false statements to Congress. So that's what he eventually got arrested for. So yeah, like, you're not wrong. Without, and you could look it up too, but as far as Hillary goes, what facts are you aware of what Hillary and the Steele dossier kind of misreported about Trump?
Oh yeah, I know that. That's I don't doubt that at all. I'm sure that she did. I guarantee you that she's been playing dirty. She wanted to be president so bad, and what she did to Bernie.
Right.
I mean, come on.
So what's
you're with me on that, right?
No, yeah, no. I'm with you on that. But I guess what I'm trying to allude to is like what's really the difference between what Roger Stone did and what Hillary Clinton did.
Oh, I mean, I guess the difference is that she didn't deal with Russia to do any of that stuff, but they did prove that Russia had meddled in, and they're still meddling, dude. So is China, so is Iran, all these countries.
Like the whole Hillary Clinton thing. There's a lot more solid evidence that she was literally colluding with Russia than there was with Trump and the Steele dossier with Russia. So I can't jive with that. I appreciate you said that, but I don't agree with that.
Yeah,
I'll do you one better, man. I think anybody that's been part of the political system for as long as Hillary Clinton and Bill and Bush and all these guys, they honestly should probably all be in jail.
Agreed, of course.
Yeah, agreed.
In a perfect world.
You just shut Eli and myself up. We're like, you know what? Yep, okay, yep, we agree.
This is my thing too. Everybody always acts like, this. This is my question to you guys, because I was just in this stream, and there's certain things that have happened just recently, and Trump's in office right now, right? So I see a lot of people do this thing where they shift and say, well, why? What about Biden? What about Obama, and what about Hillary? He's the president right now. You know what I mean? So I just don't see how he gets this pass for all the stuff that he's done.
So what did he do?
If Obama was in office and did what he did in his last 2 years, he would have been ostracized. It would have been running 24/7 on the news.
So if Obama would have been ostracized for what he did and what he did do, why would it make sense for then Trump to be, arrested and, charged for what he did when every other president did not get charged for the same thing? Like, why do you want to see Trump get charged for that, but not Obama, not George W. Bush?
Not the same thing. Not the same thing. I'm just saying that, I don't think Obama did 37,000 trades in his first quarter of his term. I don't think he did anything to get himself enriched more than he's ever been in his whole life. I mean, as of right now, I just looked it up earlier, and it says that he's made anywhere between 1.4 and $4 billion so far in this term. And
Trump
people
or
on that
Obama?
stream tell me, no, that's Trump.
Trump. Okay.
And he's got this thing. His tagline is, "I don't take a salary." Right? But do you guys think? Because this is what they told me, and this is the comeback that I got was, "Oh, that's not him. That's his sons, and that's his businesses. He's allowed to have businesses." And you guys know what the emoluments clause is, right?
I'm sorry. Say it again. The monuments clause. What'd you say?
Emoluments clause.
I'm
emoluments. It has to do with all the presidents in history have basically signed off their businesses before they went and started. Like Jimmy Carter sold his soybean business before he became president. And I'm not saying that these people didn't make money, because all of them usually make money off book deals. Is really the main thing.
Usually to avoid a conflict of interest, I believe, right?
I didn't hear you. What's that?
Usually to avoid a conflict of interest in most cases, and that they are just supposed to be serving the country and nothing more.
Were you?
Yeah, and they get a $400,000 a year salary as it is, but $4 billion is a lot different than 400,000.
What about Obama? And the only reason why I'm bringing Obama up, because he was the president right before Trump. Like, what about Obama? Did you not agree with that he got paid for?
I didn't see anything that Obama did during his term that was any kind of egregious offense on the emoluments clause.
So
I don't think that you could say the same for Trump.
Okay, for sure. And I just want to put this out there. So essentially, the same thing Obama got paid for is what Trump got paid for. He earned an annual salary of $400,000 during his 8 years of president, in addition to $50,000 of an expense allowance and a $100,000 non-taxable travel account and about $20,000 entertainment budget. So as far as that goes, do you think, honestly, is that budget different from what Trump has spent?
Yeah. That's short by $3 billion, or way more than that actually, like $3.8 billion more than Obama did. That's a pretty hefty difference.
Yeah, I feel like what you're looking at as maybe let me just go ahead and re-go through this again, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe you didn't hear right, or maybe you heard right, and maybe I'm wrong. I'm not trying to say you're wrong, but I'm just letting you know again. So Barack Obama earned an annual salary. This has nothing to do with other expenses. It has nothing to do with what he did outside of the presidency. He earned an annual salary of $400,000 during his 8 years of president of the United States. In addition,
that's what their salary is for every president.
Yep. In addition to $50,000 a year of expense allowance. So on top of the $400,000 a year, he got $50,000 a year just for expenses. Okay. Which, listen, I'm not hating on. It's the president. I'm cool with that. On top of the $50,000, Obama got a $100,000 non-taxable travel account and a $20,000 entertainment budget. So all I'm asking you is, do you think Trump made more than that, even though he denied and gave the $400,000 budget to charity?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're looking at billions of dollars compared to what you just did. I just tried to do the math on that. That's still under $1 million, even after 8 years getting that salary, and even after all the other expenses you just listed.
So where did Trump make more of his money from? Because all I'm literally talking about is where Obama made his money from, and I feel like maybe what you're including.
Here's an easy answer to that. Did Obama sell merch during his presidency?
Well, that is neither here nor there. That's neither here nor there.
How is that not neither here nor there?
Because it's not. It's not like
Okay. No, all right. Well, let's leave the merch off. How about
this?
How about this? Trump Mobile.
How about this?
How about cryptocurrency?
How about this? I will grant you this: that if he sold merchandise through the White House or whatever, like literally through the White House and through the president, like I will grant you that gives him more money. But I don't know that to be the case. I feel like it was secondary or third. But if he was literally using the White House to sell presidential Trump shit, yeah, I'll grant you that. That's a little more than Obama. But that does not mean that Obama couldn't have done that. That just means he did not do that. Okay, so one doesn't make.
Hey man, no president in history has done what Trump's doing right now though with the money, with making as much as he's making.
Yeah, but that
crypto rug pulls and doing Trump Mobile and Trump shoes and Trump Bibles.
For sure, but Buster, that doesn't mean that's wrong though either, right?
It does. There's an emoluments clause, dude. That's against the emoluments clause.
But it doesn't, because if it was wrong, he would get in trouble.
No, because he runs the whole thing. He's got his entire DOJ is like his personal attorney is the attorney general right now.
I feel like you forget checks and balances, like how the Congress and how the Senate works. Like if he was doing something above and beyond what he was allowed to do, he would get impeached quickly.
Respect, he demands loyalty, Josh, right?
Yeah,
he doesn't have anybody that's going to go against him because he primaries the people that go against him. So the three branches of government aren't working if they're all in lockstep with the executive.
Yeah, I will never debate you in the fact that Trump demands loyalty. I think that's 100% spot on. I have nothing to say to that. I think he does demand loyalty, even to a fault. I do.
Yeah, that's my whole point, man. I just think it's an abuse of power.
But again, both Trump and Obama received identical taxpayer-funded compensation, meaning this is non-negotiable, non-debatable, they both received an annual salary of $400,000. They both received an annual allowance of $50,000. They both received a travel account of $100,000, and they both received an entertainment budget of $20,000. So all those four things that I listed to you in the beginning, Obama was privy to and received the same amount of prices that Trump did.
I understand what you're saying. Are we not understanding like that? That's literally, I'm not denying that. I'm saying that that's what they get. That's the presidency. That's the salary. That's the expenditures. That's the budget they get for that stuff. But how is that anywhere comparable to doing a cryptocurrency coin and doing a rug pull on it, making 37,000 trades that he's been in charge of the market? He controls the market. You've seen what he's done with we're going to get a peace deal with Iran, and then it doesn't go through. Like, he's been doing insider trading on that, right?
Yeah. Okay. So how about this then? How about this? Did Obama do the same thing?
No.
Did he choose to donate his $400,000 salary to various federal agencies during his first term, taking just $1? Did Obama do that? Trump donated his presidential salary to other agencies where he only took $1 a year. Did Obama do that?
Josh, he didn't do that. He didn't do that. No, but he also wasn't enriching himself in other ways the whole time. That's what he took, what he got paid.
So
he was worth by the end of it, he was worth $10.8 million. Trump right now in the last 2 years has made anywhere between 1.4 and $4 billion. You know how much big of a difference that is? Even if you deduct his salary and what he's given to charity from that number, it still leaps and bounds above anything that Obama did.
So just so you know, Barack Obama accepted his full presidential salary, though he regularly donated significant portions of his personal income to charity while in office. So he received.
I mean, that's not gonna. I'm saying, dude, you guys.
Well, you're
you
right.
Think Trump really is like doing like something the best thing in the world by not taking his salary right now.
No. Buster, the difference is you think Trump is doing the worst thing in the world. We're not we're not simping for him because he's the best guy in the world, but we're like, wait a minute, but what you're saying isn't the truth either. He, just as Obama,
it is the truth. Look it up. Look it up.
And I'm telling you, he, as Obama, got $400,000. He, just like Obama,
Dude, no, stop, dude. You don't have to say that over. I'm just saying. Are you looking up how much Trump has made so far?
Yes, I'm looking up presidential salaries, and then we can go from there.
No, not presidential salaries.
We
Dude,
have to.
How much money? Just type in how much has Trump made in the last 2 years. Just type that into Google.
Do you not agree? We have to start somewhere. So what you're saying to me
started,
right now?
I agree to that.
So
I
we're
told you,
starting.
I agree to that. I've conceded that point to you.
So we're starting with what the presidential salary is. That's where we're starting, and you don't even want to agree with that.
I
just told you I agreed with that. What are you saying? I told you I agree with you.
Briefly, okay. I just want to mention, all right, no court definitively ruled that Trump violated the Emollients Clause, as the relevant lawsuits were dismissed on procedural grounds without a final merits decision from the Supreme Court. And then, of course, it's going to go further.
Who's got the most judges on the Supreme Court right now?
So I'm just my original question before
What
even
does that
looking it up.
Let's just say if Republicans or Democrats have the most judges on the Supreme Court, what does that have to do with anything?
It means that there's people in there that are loyal to him because he put them in there. And the same thing with the DOJ. Isn't the DOJ the one that would be making the determination on whether or not to charge him with a crime?
So when Kamala says she wants to pack the Supreme Court with biased justices, that's okay to you too?
No, I'm saying that right now it's literally 9 judges in there, and 6 of which are Trump judges. Like, I mean, what do you mean? Of course, we have to even that out. Otherwise, the Supreme Court's null and void because it's partisan.
Dude, there's been many decisions, even with Justice Kavanaugh, where they disagreed with Trump. I feel like what you're saying is like every time Trump makes a decision, the Supreme Court agrees with him, and that's not been the case whatsoever.
I mean, I agree with you. They have dissented from him on a couple things, but on the things that count, like you just said about the Emollients Clause thing and them ruling against him being charged with that. I mean, that they're not going to go against Trump. Like, I mean, have you seen you watched the confirmation hearings for those people?
Well, real quick, no defense. I'm not defending Trump on this. I'm just simply stating at the end of the day, Congress could have acted via consent or oversight, but largely did not. So even the ones that would most likely be the most invested to take him out, take him down, they chose not to. And, of course, whatever arguments can be made regarding the courts, there was no merit.
Who's in charge of the House and who's in charge of the Senate right now?
Republicans.
Okay, so the Republicans that are terrified of going against Trump because he will primary them like he just did to Massey, and he did to Tuberville, and he's doing to the people that have basically gone against him in any way, shape, or form. You see why that doesn't work out, because they're not going to bring anything, and they're the majority leader. The Democrats are up against a wall. They can't do anything to charge Trump.
Buster, you really think there's no such thing as Republicans in name only, as Democrats in name only?
I'm telling you, as far as history has shown in Trump's presidency, the last people that have done anything against Trump and didn't vote with him, even though Massey is a prime example, voted 96% with Trump all the time. And he went against him on the Epstein files, and then he went against on the Israel funding, and people are all of a sudden acting like he's a rhino.
So how do you feel about the housing bill? Like, are you mad that Trump disagreed with the housing bill and kind of wants to hold out for the SAVE Act?
Yeah, I think that was stupid on his part. He could have had an easy win and been able to claim that. But he's not going to get that now because people know the SAVE Act's bullshit, dude. We are in this country.
Bullshit.
Can't vote as an undocumented
hang
immigrant.
on. Come on, Buster. Brother. Okay.
What's up?
Real quick. You're saying, the majority of the people know that the SAVE Act is bullshit, but let me give you a stat or two. Literally about 95% of Republicans, and I'm not done yet, so don't freak out yet. I'm not saying you're going to. I'm just saying.
Let me know when you're done. I'm good. Let me know when you're done.
Heard. but about 95% of Republicans want the SAVE Act to pass, and about 50 to 70% of Democrats want the SAVE Act to pass. So how is that a ridiculous type of bill he's trying to get passed when the majority, when 70% of America wants this done? How is that ridiculous?
You said 70% of, are you talking about the people in Congress that can make this decision, or are you talking about the population, 70%
Well,
wants it?
More importantly, I'm talking about the people who vote on things. I think as far as Democrats go, it's about 50 to 51% in Congress. But as far as Democratic voters go, people who essentially should be being heard by their voters, by their constituents, it's about 70% of people in the Democratic Party who want some type of voter ID. It's about 95% of people on the Republican Party, voters, who want some type of voter ID.
Wait. I got to clarify something.
Yes, please.
Are you saying that the 70% of people want the SAVE Act, or are you saying that 70% of people want voter ID? That's two different questions that they're polling on.
Sure, that's fine. And I will at least concede to the idea that about 70% of Democrats want some form of voter ID. Whether you want to call that a driver's license or a new ID, I'm fine with debating that side. But the idea that the majority of Democrats, more than that majority, wants some type of voter ID, I think says mountains.
Here's my thing, though. What I mean by that is that poll is kind of misleading, because everybody's going to agree that we should have some sort of voter ID. Like, that's what it is for already, though. The way it is set up right now, in most of the 50 states in this country, there might be, I think there's maybe, I don't know, 10 or something like that. Maybe, I don't even know. California's kind of weird, but you have to have I know you have to have an ID when you register, and then you don't need one later, which I think that they should always have to do. You guys know in Florida, you have to bring your driver's license to vote, right?
In California, you can use your gym ID to vote, bro. Come on, man. Come on.
No. In California, when you register to vote, your first time voting, you have to show ID. That's it. I looked this up. That's all it is. I'm not saying that you don't have to. I'm saying they don't have that set up right.
Either way, in California, your vote's getting mailed to you, whether you requested it or not. So I don't care how you first voted.
You can't get anything. You can't get a vote to you or any ballot if you didn't register. You have to show your ID to register.
Regardless,
that's why they do it.
Regardless if you registered or not, I'm going to concede to you. Let's just say everyone registered. Regardless, even if you wanted to vote in person or not, they're mailing you an ID. They're mailing you a voter thing.
Ballot?
No, don't do that. Don't do that. If I'm not requesting one, don't mail me one. All right, because California is one of the biggest states in America that essentially you can use really weird shit to verify yourself as a voter.
No, Josh, I'm with you on this one.
But that's what I'm saying, though.
I'm not defending California.
And as a witness, you don't need any ID to witness who signed it. Like, that's what I'm talking about, though. So, like, the majority of people don't want Republicans cheating like that. The majority of people do not want Democrats cheating like that. Yet here is our Congress. Here is our Senate in our fucking government. Again, Republicans close to 90%. Again, Democrats close to 70%. The majority of people want this to pass, and they are not making it pass. That's fucked up. You are there because we elect you to be there, and we elect you to represent what we want. If 70% of us want that to happen, you need to make that happen, and they're voting against that. That's what I think and see as fucked up.
Yeah, I just think that, like, the demographic that they're pulling on this, and like the question that they're asking them is not necessarily, do you want the SAVE Act to pass? I think it's, do you want voter ID? And that's why that would be misleading as a poll number, because people do have to have ID. And this SAVE Act is making you have.
You don't. This is the thing, man.
Or
you keep saying that.
You have to have 2 forms of ID for the SAVE Act, correct?
Okay, so what sense does it make that in California, one of the forms of ID is a gym membership? That's not a form of
That doesn't
ID.
dude, I'm not defending that. I'm not saying that that's good. I'm saying that they should have to bring their ID.
Yeah.
I'm saying, but right now, every time I voted, I have to show my driver's license. Should I have to bring a passport or my birth certificate too?
I agree with you, and all I'm trying to expound on just a little bit is the idea that they're saying that this is okay, and I agree with you. Like, you're saying the same thing. No, that doesn't make sense. That's not okay. We are agreeance on that. What we are, I guess, on the gray area or trying to figure out is what will constitute as a voter ID. In California, you don't need much of anything to get a driver's license. So why would I take a driver's license as a form of ID when you can be an illegal person who can get a driver's license? So do you see,
if you get a driver's license and you're undocumented, it says on the ID that you're not allowed to vote in U.S. elections.
Right, but do those people check that?
Well, that's up to California, and I'm not defending them.
I know,
but if you look up how many states in this country already ask for your driver's license. If you have a legit driver's license for your state, you shouldn't have to have more than that. That's my point. Why do I have to go find my birth? I don't know where my birth certificate is. I don't have a passport, and over 50% of this country doesn't have passports. So, like, how are we going to make it so you have to have two forms of ID now?
You don't know where your passport is or your birth certificate is?
I don't know. It's my mom or dad have it somewhere. I don't know where it is exactly, though, dude. I have to find it with them.
That's kind of crazy.
But I don't have it with me.
That's kind of crazy. I'm not hating on you for that, but that is kind of crazy because that's important. Like, that's what makes you you. And that's what makes, like literally you need that for a lot of other things besides just for voting. So the idea that you don't have that on the regular is kind of like, okay, that kind of seems irresponsible, just as well as other people not having IDs to vote, driver's license as other things. So
that's my point, though. A lot of people don't, there's a lot of people in the same situation that have, misplaced it, or maybe it's with their parents in a different, from where they moved from, and but
don't
you get it. I'm not saying you can't get it, man.
Let me ask you though.
Why would we have to have more than just our driver's license to go vote? Why do we need two things? Why do we have to have two things, man?
It almost shows because you care. You know what I mean? Like, hey, I care so much, I'm going to make sure that I follow these two rules to make sure that
do you see how only half of this country actually votes in elections?
I get it, but do you also see my side where someone can take advantage of the idea that, oh, well, I just lost my license, but I'm still going to vote? Do you see that too? Because I will concede to what you're saying.
Josh, can I ask you this though? So when you go vote in Florida, you go in person to vote, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so when I go to vote in my district or at my polling place, I have to show my ID, and they have my name on a list because I'm a registered voter.
Right.
How would that be? How would I need anything else besides my photo ID to show them and have already been registered on their voter rolls, which is what the voter rolls are for? How could anybody go in there and vote if they weren't already registered to vote and have no ID? That's not going to happen in Florida states, and that's not going to happen in a majority of the country. So,
okay,
why would
here's
it be
the problem,
just about
though.
California's laws?
You're
Who cares
right.
about California?
You're
right.
California would be a swing state, and you're correct. But what I don't want to do is I don't want to play because Florida doesn't do it. No. I don't want to do that. The majority of people who vote.
I'm just saying this, dude. People already are struggling to get out and vote, Josh. That's my point.
All right,
we want more people to vote in elections, right?
No. Okay. And
why make it harder on people?
No. Here's what I would say first and foremost. I want voting day to be a fucking holiday. How about that? How about them apples?
Yeah, that's a very valid point.
I want everyone to be paid for that day off to go make their vote count. How about them apples? I think that's the most important thing. So I don't want anybody to have to choose between work or voting for something that they deem important for the rest of I do not want that shit. I hate that shit. That shit pisses me off. You get a day off. You get to figure out what's most important for you. You get a paid fucking day off, and then we go from there. So, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm saying already I don't agree with people should get a day off just to go make this decision because it's fucking important. So anything else that falls after that, I'm like, no, I don't agree with that either. But I don't also agree with someone using a gym ID that isn't a picture verification that allows them to vote in an election. I do not agree with that.
But do you understand the whole thing about, how they have computer systems in California for the voter registration, and that's why you have to bring your ID with you the first time you register to vote because they have a picture of you next to your name. The voter rolls aren't just on paper and just a name. They have a photo ID of you that shows up in the computer. When you show up with an ID, or a piece of mail that shows your name on it, if you don't match the picture, you can't vote there.
But
you understand, like that's still a check and balance on people that can vote. It's not like you can get plastic surgery and be somebody else. And who would do that in the first place? They're not going. And illegal immigrants, dude, you think they're going to take the chance of voting in an election? They would get deported immediately. Why would an illegal immigrant try and go vote in an election? They know that they would get deported from that.
I love it. That sounds great on paper, but it's just unfortunate that's not what happens. Because if that's what were to happen, there wouldn't be such a thing as a gym ID being a valid identification to vote. Because if you didn't even have an ID on the records to validate that gym ID, it wouldn't make any sense to begin with. So like that logic is unfortunately flawed.
You have to.
I'm trying to say,
that you have to show your ID though to register to vote in California first. So you have a picture of you with your name on the voter roll that they're going through in the computer system. It's not like you can just show up and show a freaking gym membership and be like, hey, I'm so and so. That's not how it is. You have to match the picture that's on the screen for these people that work there.
No,
and sure, it's still a flawed system, dude. You understand? It's still a flawed system. They should definitely make people have to show their driver's license or state ID.
Yeah. No,
but like
I agree with you.
That's what
I'm
most
also
states
going to
do
say
already,
no.
Though. That's my point. Man. Most states have this, and
I'm also going to disagree with
you.
you.
Make it harder for people to vote. I want more people to vote.
So there's where you're wrong. As far as voter ID goes, there's no system in the country that has pictures on records as far as that goes. The second thing is, if California did that, there wouldn't be a need to only use gym IDs. So like it's just like this is an answer that unfortunately kind of disproves itself.
I just talked to a guy that's all MAGA. He said that they do have their picture shows up with the voter rolls on when he goes to vote. It's not, and he's in California. He's in LA.
That doesn't mean because some MAGA guy said it, he's correct. You know what I mean? Like that's not just how it works.
Dude, he would be. He's all for the SAVE Act. I was arguing against him that we don't need it the same way I am with you right now because it's making it harder for people to vote, and we want more people to vote in elections. Already, half of this country doesn't vote in elections, and if you do this, you understand why this is being done. Because it's making it harder for people. It adds another step for people, so it's harder and less people vote, dude. That's what this is all about. That's why Congress and the Senate don't want to bring this to the House floor, dude.
Okay, Buster,
because
here.
They know that it's not good.
I'll raise you that, and then I will want you to cede, or at least see this idea that, okay, cool, no problem, but everyone in California gets mailed a vote no matter what, no matter if they ask for it or not. They don't need to, they can literally, a witness can write an X, a witness to somebody witnessing the signature, writing a vote, just can write an X. They don't need to show ID. Anybody, have you seen the videos going around ad nauseum in California about people getting paid just to sign as somebody else? Like what you're saying sounds great, but that's not what is applied in California. There is no type of ID system that happens that identifies who is who, because all these other crimes that are happening would not be going on if that were the case. So I understand what you're saying, but that's not what's happening whatsoever.
I mean, were you talking about the paying people to register to vote in California?
I'm talking about paying homeless people to register and sign as somebody else, giving them $5 to do that. There is no identification system. There is nothing of that nature, which lends more credence to this idea why they do not want some type of voter ID, because they can do this type of ballot harvesting thing where they can go out and say, here's $5, vote for this person. Here's $5, vote for that. And they can deny all they want to, but that we could almost eliminate that if that were to be the case with a type of voter ID. And the fact that they do not want that makes me go, this is weird. I mean, how does that not make you do the same thing? Like, if they were on the straight and narrow, what would a voter ID change anything?
My point is this simple, dude. I'm just saying they should have to have a voter ID. They should have to have a photo ID to vote in California every single time. I conceded that in the first part. I'm not defending them on that. I'm saying you shouldn't have to have two forms of identification if you have one that's a proper, valid driver's license for your state.
I'm with you on that.
That's my whole point. For every state in most of this country, you have to do that.
But
and
do you
to
understand?
make people go do other stuff and get other forms of ID is just going to drive down.
But do you understand? Do you understand the dilemma in California? Because you can get a California driver's license without being a citizen. Do you understand that dilemma? Like, I agree with you. 99%. I'm like, yeah, for sure. Fucking, I don't even care. If the SAVE Act says you got to have a second form of ID, fuck that. I don't even care. Just use your driver's license. Use something that says I'm like, you had to prove in a second way that you are you. I'm more for that than nothing happening, right? But I also understand, for instance, in California, where for whatever reason, people can be somebody else and still vote. So I don't know what an ID would change that part of things, but I agree with you. I don't want it to be so convoluted to where you got to have like 3 forms of ID to make. I don't want that shit whatsoever. Okay, you know, I don't want that. Like, I think we should have a fucking day off. Everyone gets a day off on voting holiday. Voting holiday should take one holiday, and you know, 1 vote per person. Essentially, I know that's a little hyperbolic, but I don't know, man. What do you feel? I'm sorry. I'm ranting.
No, absolutely. I agree with you, man. I'm just, my whole thing is, I mean, I know undocumented people that live here in Florida, man, and like they would never try to do that. So like, if we're talking about it as like a state problem, like, because here's the other thing.
But that is anecdotal, right? Though, like that is anecdotal. Like, hey, like I know one group of illegal people who wouldn't do that. How does that account for other people? No, I'm like, I know.
Most people that are here illegally would not go risk their place here.
I'm just trying to use your listen
to get a vote in.
I know, and just go with me here. I'm just trying to use your point to make another point. I'm not trying to like negate it necessarily, but I'm just trying to engage conversation. Like, how do we know that? Yeah, for sure. This group of people wants to do it for the right reasons. How do we know the next group of people doesn't want to do it for the wrong reasons? Like, what will give us that distinguishing factor? And to me, it's just like, yeah, okay, whatever. You gotta. I can't go vote in fucking Spain's elections unless I'm a Spain citizen. Like, why can somebody else who's not an American vote in our elections? Like, fuck it, that makes sense.
I'm with you on that, dude. I just think that it's been propaganda to say that all these people are non-citizens are voting.
Hey, Buster.
Like I just looked it up right now. Have you,
Buster? Hang on one second. Buster, hold the line real quick.
Elections. It's Buster. The first thing, Fair Election Center.
Buster, hold the line real quick. Hang on. Hold the line real quick.
Sorry.
Don't go.
Call from.
It's Fiesta.
It's Fiesta. Fiesta, I have Buster on the other line. What do you got for us right now? Buster's really he's cooking in with some nice facts that I appreciate. So you really got to step it up if you got something good here, brother, man.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm just going to be real quick. I just want to tell Buster, he's saying a lot of good things. He's correcting a few things. But, bro, no voter ID is for immigrants, man.
I agree with you.
They make this big old thing because they want immigrants to vote. They want them to come in here and just flood the numbers. Like you said, there's no reason why somebody should be able to vote with a damn gym ID, bro. Like, come on.
Not at all.
Like
not at all. And would we be able to vote
American
in Spain?
Has a license, has a passport, has a fucking school ID, has a college ID. We have multiple IDs with our faces on it. So yeah, there's no reason why you shouldn't have a facial recognition ID. And I'll leave it at that. I'll let you guys keep cooking.
Heard. Thank you, Fiesta. Yeah, and it's not hard to get an ID in 2026. Buster, I don't know if you heard anything of what Fiesta said, but please, if you did, expound.
I did not hear it. No, I was just hearing hold music. I don't have a computer in front of me right now.
Essentially, he was saying, like, he doesn't see how, anybody would not be able to have an ID in 2026. He doesn't see how, I'm not doing his point any good.
It's not having an ID. It's having 2 forms of ID to vote. Why is that the thing that, like, this is what we're getting stuck on right here?
So would you be okay with, like,
you shouldn't have to have an ID to vote? I'm saying you should have 1 form of ID that proves that you're who you are.
So if it was just a driver's license, you'd be okay with that? Like, hey, okay.
If it's a driver's license and you're an illegal immigrant, an undocumented immigrant here, you're not going to be able to vote in a U.S. election because you're not going to be registered to vote, number one, and you're not going to have. And nobody's going to do that. I'm just telling you, they're not going to waste their time here and their chance of getting deported to go vote for a candidate. Like, seriously,
in California, your gym membership can be used as a way to vote. So what you're arguing, and correct me if I'm wrong.
You keep going back to California. I'm saying, why don't we say this thing? How about we get California and any other state that doesn't make you have a photo ID to vote? We should make every one of those states have to have a single form of ID to vote. How about that?
Right. Well, like you're not wrong, but I'm trying to use California as the exception here and not like the rule, because the rule obviously is what we agree on. Like, yeah, no, for sure. You should have an ID, but here's a state like California who, at times will predict a president, will predict Senate, blah, 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 blah. So I think it is important that we figure out what California can and cannot do. And this idea that they can vote based on a gym license. And I'm with you. Like, what if we just, okay, fuck it. Fuck the gym thing. Just everyone has to have a driver's license. But then we run into that problem that for whatever reason, California will let people who are technically illegal still get a driver's license. So how do you circumnavigate that part? Like, let's just say we do what you do. And we both agree for sure. Fuck the voter ID thing. That shit's ridiculous. We just need a driver's license. How do we then weed out the people who got a driver's license, quote, illegally, though? Like, what do we do about that?
Well, they would have to register to vote, correct? They would have to register to vote before they do vote, right?
Again, and this is my ignorance, but as far as I know, the way in which they register is based off their driver's license.
Okay, yeah, I'm saying I think you have to, if you look at what anybody that's undocumented when they get a driver's license, it says on the thing directly that they're not a citizen.
Yeah.
So like,
I agree.
They wouldn't be able to do that. And if there's any kind of rule that we're going to say, hey, you have to have a photo ID to vote, and then I guess you could go one step further. And even though this is already the law, but if you're a non-citizen, you can't register to vote. I mean, I guess is that a good way around it? Like, what do you think? I'm not sure if there's like any other way to do this without, I guess, making another clarification.
It says right here. It says
people,
it says the California. So I'm on right now. I'm on sos.ca.gov/election/ like I'm on the California Motor Vehicles website. It says the California Motor Voter Program is making registering to vote at the DMV more convenient. Eligible applicants completing a driver's license, an ID card, or a change of address transaction online, by mail, or in person will be automatically registered to vote by the California Secretary of State. So again, we go back
to the key word in there is eligible voter.
Right. But we go back to the first part is all you need to be eligible to vote in California is a driver's license. And then we go back even one step further and they mail everyone those votes, whether you ask for them or not.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with just sending ballots to people's houses that
I appreciate
they can't clarify or they can't actually confirm that it's the person who did it. But I mean, also,
I appreciate
that would mean you're canceling mail-in voting.
Not really. I mean, like obviously that we know historically.
I guess how about this? I guess you have to request it, right? You just have to request it.
Right. Like normally you would have to request like absentee or mail-in voting. In California, you do not. You just get those ballots mailed to you. So,
you don't get them mailed to you here? I get them in my mailbox before voting time. Like, I guess you know what it is? No, I think it's a sample ballot.
Isn't that fucked up? Ballot. Isn't that fucked up? Because now someone else who isn't you can get that vote, quote unquote, and do something with it. Maybe you went and voted in person. A lot of people vote in person, yet they're going to mail you.
Yeah, but if you voted twice, they would catch that, and you could get arrested. Yeah, that's like a federal charge.
You would think that, but not if you didn't vote twice and somebody else used it. So it'd be this whole long thing that someone would have to find out about in court and bring it up and sue you about. Like, I understand what you're saying, but someone would have to find that out and want to sue you and proceed charge. Like, nobody does that. The federal government doesn't even do that. They just keep going. You know what I mean? So I
think we can agree that there's definitely some maybe little tweaks that could be made, but I think if you look at that SAVE Act and what they're trying to do with it, I think you could basically make the case that it's up to the states to make these decisions, because that's the way that elections have always been. And to make it come from the federal government, that's kind of adding another level of control, by the administration in power at the time, which I think is something that we should be very wary of.
I will always agree that we should be wary of the government in power and making sure they're not overstepping their boundaries. With that said, I appreciate that, but also too, like,
did you see what I sent you? Did you get what I sent you? I sent you a text of what I was looking at for where I was getting the non-citizen.
Was that
thing.
through YouTube or Zoom? What was that through?
YouTube. I just sent you the number that I called in on. I just sent it to that.
Okay.
So if you get those.
Yeah. Let me see if you sent it through there. Yeah, because I do get messages through that. I do also want to say if that was protected by spam. Let me see. If now I just fucking lost my train of thought. Holy fudge. Oh damn it. Now it's gone. It's gone. If it was something along the lines of if you thought. Oh fuck! What we're just talking about, Buster. Listen, help me make a bad point again. Help me make a bad point against you.
The change or the tweaks that we were going to make to voter registration or mail-in voting.
Yeah, no. I guess it was just the fact that if this was.
What about the administration in power? Was it about that? The administration in power being weary of that?
Fucking something. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah. You know what? At this point, I fucking forget. That's my bad. But. Yeah, fuck it, dude. I don't even know. I appreciate what you're saying. I will push back, but by saying I don't know if this is what they actually want. You know, like people not talking and people not calling in and people not kind of putting their opinions out there. So like,
no, I think we have a good thing right here, dude. Like we're talking about it, right? Like how do we come up with a way to fix what's wrong and what other people are weary of? Then. Maybe we can come up with a solution, but the main thing is the states should be in control of it. It shouldn't come from the federal government.
So again, if we go back to California though, and California says, hey, you can vote with a driver's license, but the requirements to get a driver's license is very, very chill. You can be essentially an illegal immigrant. Is that fair?
No, I don't think that illegal immigrants should not be able to vote in our elections. And the thing I just sent you is about the non-citizens voting in our elections. That's what it was, a fact check on that. It's from something.org. I don't know, one of these electionintegrity.org or something like that. But it's literally it's something that's not a huge issue, and like I think it's been made out to be one to scare people. But here's my question.
Yeah.
So Trump was the one that has sown so much doubt in our elections ever since 2016. And he won, and he said that if he didn't win, it was rigged back then, right?
Can I ask you, like real quick?
Hillary conceded to him when he won, right? Or yeah, she conceded the race when they found out Trump won. So then Obama did the peaceful transfer of power and welcomed him to the White House, right?
Hillary and a lot of her camp have literally blamed Russia collusion for why Trump won. So I mean, she's conceded,
well, she's a sore loser. Then we can say she's a sore loser, but she didn't try and sow doubt in the election and say that it was like voter fraud and that mail-in voting was the culprit. What I'm saying is that Trump didn't say anything about the voter fraud in this election that he just won in 2024, did he?
Yeah, he definitely didn't say anything about mail-in voter fraud, but did you read the article in 2020 put out about Time Magazine and how essentially a cabal was put together to stop Trump from winning? Like, do you believe, like, let's just say nothing nefarious happened, but within the ways of laws, things were utilized to the brink to make sure stuff didn't happen? Is that possible? Not did it, but is it possible?
I guess I mean, sure, you could say that's possible. Do you think that I trust the federal government like with all my heart? Like,
no, for sure.
I don't trust them with all my heart. I'm just saying that there's never been a huge like dissent from voting in this country and making so many people don't believe in it and think that it's all wrong. And even California, let's bring up Spencer Pratt's thing, and he's saying that that's voter fraud now, even though it's an all blue district in LA, and he was up against it if he was ever going to get on that ticket. And it's, I think that Karen Bass is a person that's more worried about the progressive candidate going against her than Spencer Pratt, because it would have been a more easy win in a Democratic district. So, like, the thing about saying voting is fraudulent or it's all this voter fraud going on, that started with Trump when he started to run this country. And then all of a sudden he wins. It's no big deal. Oh, yeah, it wasn't rigged then. But it would have been rigged if he would have lost. And then in 2020, it's rigged because he lost. and then in 2024 it's not rigged. And in 2020, all the Republicans down ticket, it wasn't rigged for them.
I can say the same thing though. In 2016, the Democrats were like, "Oh, he rigged it to win. He was talking with the Russians, collusion." And then in 2020, for whatever reason, it didn't win.
He's still talking about, dude, the 2020 election. He's still talking about it.
So, as far as the 2020 election goes, this is a very. I'm trying to ask this in a way that isn't extreme, but is there?
Go ahead, dude. Be extreme. I want the extreme, bro. Bring it on.
I don't want to, because I don't want to kind of poison the conversation. But Trump is the only president who got the amount of votes he's gotten as the reoccurring president. It was astronomically high compared to any other incumbent president, compared to what Biden got. Then in the next election, those votes.
Wait, what year are you talking about? In 2016?
2020, when Trump lost to Biden.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So when Trump lost to Biden,
you said he got more than Biden, but he still lost, is what you're saying?
No. As the incoming president, incumbent president, Trump.
Incumbent?
Yes, he got more votes than any incumbent president ever got, yet still lost, which was odd. Biden got even more than that. Then you go to the 2024 election, both of them well underperformed those two numbers, let's just say. They well performed under those two numbers. My question to you, especially with what the Time magazine thing said, like, is there not, and especially how California operates with some of these states, and you don't need you don't need somebody with a voter ID or someone with an ID to sign that, to be a witness, I guess I should say. It just seems that in 2024, what Trump is more alluding to is a lot more broad than just like a one thing that happened. I mean, if you look, and I can send it to you, the Time magazine article where they said a cabal got together and made sure Trump didn't win. Are you familiar with this article? This is a legit article from Time magazine. Do you know about this? Because I'm going to send it to you.
No, I've not seen that.
And you know what? It doesn't say they did anything
I'll type it in right now.
nefarious.
I'm gonna look it up real quick.
Yeah, it doesn't say they did anything nefarious necessarily. They, quote, worked within the means of what the law allowed them to do. But you look at some of the ways absentee votes are counted. You look at some of the ways people who request votes to mail in later are counted. You look at some of these ways and you see areas where nefarious things could happen. As an American voter, regardless if I'm Republican or Democrat, I would want those areas nipped in the butt. But like, you know what? I don't even want that to be a question. I don't want Trump to have that, fucking out anymore. I want to know, this was one fair and square. I want to get that over. And for whatever reason, Democrats do not want to pass the SAVE Act. That makes it and they keep saying, well, black people don't know how to get IDs. Hubba, hubba, hubba. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean they don't know how to get IDs? What the fuck are you talking about?
I mean, yeah, I'm looking at this article right now, and you're saying that it was a cabal that conspired to not let Trump win. Is that what this thing's about?
Yeah, Time magazine cabal. Let me see if I can find you.
Yeah, I just typed in Time magazine cabal article.
February. So
cabal election.
It's called The Secret History of the Shadow Campaign That Saved the 2020 Election. That's literally what it's called. The Secret History.
Okay, yeah, I got it. I'm on it right now.
Yeah, that's what it's called. A weird thing happened right at, so just read that. Just read that. And what they're going to do is more so talk about how social media colluded to give a narrative, just as social media colluded to essentially stop certain things like COVID things being going around. Remember during COVID when they told you that you were far right if you did your own research? Remember that? This was all from.
Oh yeah, no, I know. Yeah, that was insane, dude. That was crazy. The censorship that was happening then was crazy. But I think the other thing is that during COVID and during that 2020 election, it was in the midst of COVID, so you had a lot more people that were home consuming the news, and also people that were mailing in their votes. So the whole thing that happened in the middle of the night and how it went from being Trump and then went more Biden is because a lot of people that were Republican, they went out and voted in person still. So he had a lot more votes in the beginning, but that's how it usually happens is more Democrats and younger people vote by mail.
Read
and not to mention the military members too.
No, I understand completely that Democrats more so vote by mail. Like, read the article before you even I get what you're saying. Gotcha. No problem. Read the article. Literally, Time Magazine laid it out into kind of how they did things. So it's not surprising to me that things went a certain way. And
so was there anything else on that ballot then? Was there any other elections that were rigged, or is it just the Trump Biden thing?
Like as far as what? Like as far as presidential elections?
Yeah, I mean, because there's down ballot people on those same ballots,
I mean,
right?
like the whole hanging Chads thing in the George W. Bush Al Gore vote was a fucking whole fiasco. No, remember the hanging Chads?
Yeah, Al Gore was freaking dumb for holding on to that for that long, but he eventually conceded. Trump's still talking about it. Like,
yeah, but that doesn't mean he believes he lost.
It's the only election in history that's been like this.
Yeah, that doesn't mean he believes he lost. So just because he outwardly concedes doesn't mean Al Gore really believes he lost. He's just kind of like.
It was like what, 500 votes, something like that.
It was stupid close. It just means he's like, he's got decorum and he's trying to be like, hey, look, I'm cordial and I can play the game and you know what? I respect. I don't agree, but I respect somebody who's like, no, that's not what happened. I disagree. I'm gonna stand by this. I don't think that's what happened. I like someone who doesn't capitulate.
I gotta say this though. So he and all the people that were behind him after that election, all the Rudys, the Mike Lindell's, even Marjorie Taylor Greene back then.
Yep.
They all tried to bring court cases, 61 court cases they tried to bring about election fraud, and they got shut down in every single one. And it wasn't just Obama judges or something. There was a lot of Trump judges or not Trump, but Republican Bush appointed judges that were in there too.
Let me ask you this. How many, and I was waiting for this, how many court cases got thrown out without standing? Meaning
wasn't it all of them?
Almost all of them, meaning none of these court
why
cases.
Do you think that is? Do you know why that is?
Because they didn't even want to press the political issue. That's why. It was a political thing. These cases didn't even get heard by their merit. They just got thrown out. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
No, dude. Rudy went in there, and the judge asked him.
Dude, I don't give a fuck about Rudy. Let's just say out of 100 bullshit cases, there was like 2 or 3 cases that kind of made sense. Hear those fucking cases out. The fact that they threw them all out without standing is bullshit. It seems like they don't want to rock the political thing. Rudy Giuliani's a piece of shit. That guy fucking leaks black dye everywhere. I got you. No problem. I'm not talking about him. But there were a few things in particular, I think Georgia being one of them, where it was thrown out without standing, and there was a lot of shit that actually said, no, you shouldn't do that, and they still did that. And because these judges did not want to be kind of caught up in this political atmosphere.
I got to ask you this, though, dude.
Yes,
did
please.
you hear the call that he did to the Georgia election guy or whatever it was?
Find me 14,000 more votes.
Yeah. What do you think about that?
So do you think he was really saying, find me 14,000? So I guess what I would...
Why I listened to it happen. Yes, he did. He's asking, we just need 11,370 votes. He said the exact number like that.
Do you think there is a probability out there in voting land where it's like, yo, nothing's counted in yet? Like, hey, this county, we're not done counting it. He's like, hey, find me 13,000 more votes there. Hey, find me 14,000. Like, there is a probability in this land where things aren't in yet. And he's saying, hey, there's got to be a place out there that still has votes for me. Like, he's kind of like, it's like, like he's wishing for things to happen. It's not going to happen, but he's like, hey, I never took, and again, this is me being biased, I never took it as him saying, find me, make up 14,000 more votes. To me, it sounded like, hey, there's votes you haven't counted yet. Let's fucking get them in. To me, that's
why would Brian Kemp and the guys in Georgia not help him? They're all Republicans there. Why wouldn't they do it for him then?
So just because your name is Republican, that means you're for the establishment?
And they recounted there. They did recount.
Have you ever heard of something called a rhino and a dino?
Dude,
Republican
Rhino,
in name only, Democrat in name only.
He called John McCain a rhino.
I know he did. I'm not.
You think John McCain's a rhino?
So you agree with me? Like, As far
you
as
think
what?
John McCain's a rhino?
As far as what decision?
John McCain voting against his whatever it was. He did the thumbs down. It was a big old political
I think
freaking theater
at the
thing.
end of the day, that last thing that John McCain did was a publicity stunt. Indeed, I do. I think because Trump was
What did he say about McCain, dude? He said he didn't like people that got captured during war.
Right.
This guy's a 5-time draft dodger talking about John McCain that way. That's disrespectful.
That doesn't mean you fuck your country over, though. I got you. The president talks shit about you. That doesn't mean you fuck your country over. So. Sure.
How did he fuck the country over by doing that?
By not voting for what Trump was trying to get voted for.
See, this is my thing. Dude. If he does it, if it's Trump and it's for him, it's hurting the country. It's not the case. This is America. This isn't Trump America. This is America, even though he'd like to put his name on the front of it. We have a freaking election for a reason. We have the 3 branches of government for a reason, dude. It's a check on power, and he doesn't want that.
I'm specifically talking about the John McCain decision, though. He did not make that decision based off what's good for the country. He made that decision off because Trump was a meanie face to him. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying Trump.
Yeah, but dude, I mean, see, Trump has to have consequences. Is my point, though, dude. If anybody does something to Trump, they have consequences.
So Trump has to have consequences. That means the American people have to suffer. That seems like people who don't like America, to be honest with you.
Dude, that's really conflating between being a patriot and being a freaking MAGA supporter.
Are you kidding? Have you seen some of the candidates Mamdani has backed that they win, that they blamed 9/11 on us? The one lady said she wipes.
Dude, dude, tell me you're not that. Are you talking about Hassan Piker?
No, dude, I'm talking. Dude, what? Hassan Piker.
Hassan Piker was the one that everybody kept quoting because he said we deserve 9/11.
No, dude. These people just won Democratic seats. They just won in the primaries.
Did you see what she said about Kamala Harris too?
Dude,
she said fuck Kamala Harris.
So does that make up?
She wants to lock up Kamala. She wants to lock up anybody that doesn't.
So anybody that is pro-America, they don't like. The same lady that said she wipes her ass with an American flag. How and then the other lady said America deserved 9/11. Come on, man. These people can't be in our government, bro. They're not for America. What are you talking about?
Dude, tell me this. How did you see a clip of her saying that?
Do you want me to show you the clip?
Anything else that has to do with the context of what she was talking about?
I have the clip ready. Do you want to see the clip?
I'm just asking you. You don't have to. I can't even see it. I'm on a phone. I don't have my computer in front of me.
You can listen to it. I can play
something
it.
That like it's so mixed up, and they did the same thing with Hassan. She was probably talking the same thing that he did.
Hassan literally called for the blood of capitalists in the street. He didn't go as far as that, but he's not far. Like this guy really is anti-Semitic for whatever reason. I don't even know why.
Like, no, he's not, dude.
Oh, he is.
Anti-Semitic is going against Semites.
No,
you know what Semites are? Do you know that the people in Israel are Eastern European people? You know that Netanyahu's last name is really Malowski? He's Polish.
Hassan changed the definition.
He's not a Semite.
Hassan changed the definition from, like now for whatever reason, if you're a Zionist, that means you're a colonizer. Fuck off. Fuck off with that.
Bro,
that's ridiculous. You a Zionist? Are you kidding me? What does that mean to you? Go ahead. Tell me what I am. Please go ahead.
No, I'm asking you, are you a Zionist?
I know, and I'm asking you, what does Zionist mean to you? Tell me what I am.
To me, it means that you think that you're Jewish or Jewish supremacy. It means that you think that you're somehow the chosen people in Israel, and like that you're a right to the land because of Abraham.
Are you American?
You're a descendant of Abraham.
Are you American?
100% I'm American.
Right. Do you believe? American, are you nationalist? Are you nationalist? Do you believe America has a right to their land?
How is that anywhere close to being?
That's everything to do with it, because the fact that the Jewish religion has one little plot of land in the Middle East, you guys are fucking out of your goddamn mind that you think now all of a sudden.
Nobody's out of their goddamn mind about it.
Yes,
everything that they've done so far is
you guys are co-opted.
Overblown response. Why do you think Charlie Kirk's on?
And when I say you guys, I'm just kind of being like I'm not. Unfortunately,
Josh, dude, I'm just saying the Zionist thing, man. It's not anti-Semitic to go against somebody that is Zionist. All the people that live there that are also Jewish.
Literally, I'm not.
Dude,
Here's the best part about that is everyone tells me that. And like, yeah, you know, like just because you criticize Israel doesn't mean like I'm not talking about people who criticize Israel. Literally, what I see happen is someone criticizes Israel and then they get into how much they hate Jewish people. That's what I'm talking about. I see literal anti-Semites.
You know that one of the people that won in New York, the Brian Lander guy, and you know that he's Jewish? And that's one of the guys that Hassan helped get into office.
Do you know the two new Democratic Socialists of America are also anti-Zionist and they're pro-Palestine? And you have to praise have to praise Gaza.
Do you think that all the people that serve this country should have dual citizenship and be beholden to Israel or beholden to America? What do you think? What do you think it should be, America first or Israel first?
That is such an extreme situation compared. Do you think everyone who's in America should be beholden to Gaza? Like, it's such a weird... I wouldn't ask you that. I'm not asking you that. No,
how many people do you think that those kids deserve to die in Gaza? You think all the people there are Hamas?
So you think that Gaza is
all of Palestine is Hamas?
So you think Gaza is just completely innocent? I got you. That's fine.
No. I just said, do you think all of Palestine, all the Palestinians, you think they're all Hamas?
Buster, hold the line real quick. Do not go anywhere. Hold the line. We got someone calling. Hold the line. Hold the line.
Call from...
It's
Fiesta. What do you got? We got Buster on the other line. I'm sure you're gonna agree with him because I know both you guys hate Jews. What do you got?
Oh no, man! I can't hate myself. But hey, man, those people, man, they're Europeans, bro. They're not even Jews. So
who's those people?
How are you going so hard for them?
Who's those people? Who's those people?
The people the Zionists that you're going hard for, saying that they're just nationalists, but they just took over a whole other group of people. No. If you look at
what I'm saying is the people who are like for whatever reason or another, the term Zionist was co-opted into meaning colonizer, and Zionist initially just meant, hey, I agree with the state of Israel being for the Jewish people, just like America is for Americans. Name me another site in the Middle East that is for and if you can't, I feel like it's because you have some anti-Semitic shit going on. But there's no other place in the Middle East that supports the Jewish people. The Jewish people bring in Palestinians. They bring in other type of Muslims in Israel. The same does not happen in Palestine, in Gaza. So it's just like, it seems one side wants a little more peace or is striving for a little more peace than the other. I know people disagree with the government. I'm not here to fucking simp for Bibi. I'm not here to do anything of that. But I'm pointing out the simple fact that the Jewish people, the state of Israel, is one little thing in the mix of the entire Middle East. And the idea that people are like, no, they don't deserve anything. It's like, all right, well, you guys just don't like Jewish people. Like, where else can they go? Like, where else do you want them to go?
Why don't they just return to the homelands of their ancestors?
Where's that?
Forefathers.
Where's that?
Europe.
So does everyone do that now? So now everyone who's, everyone who's came to America, they got to go back to their does everyone have to follow that vibe? Like, why is it just the Jewish people that have to do that?
Well, I'm saying, why do they need their own land again?
Because everyone else has their own land? I don't understand that question. That's a weird one. Why do we need? Why do Muslims? Okay.
We don't have our own land.
Yeah. No. Africa, South Africa. Muslims have all of the Middle East. White people have Europe. So why can't Jewish people have a little bit of land? I don't understand that part.
Because Black Americans, we have to live in the land with our oppressors. Nobody gave us our own land.
Black America lives in Africa with the same people who oppress them. What are you talking about?
Wait, say that again?
Black America, at least as far as you're talking about, like African Americans go, they still live in Africa.
We're not African Americans. We have no ties to Africa.
So where's
Black Americans?
So where did Black Americans come from? They got no ties to Africa. Where'd they come from?
Well, the majority of us were already here in 380,000 slaves.
No, you're not Indians. Where'd you come from? You're not Indians. Where'd you come from?
Yeah, we're not Indians. We're
right.
indigenous.
So where did you come from?
From America.
No.
Hey, I'll come back and I'll give you guys a few books and you can go check them out.
There's no books. I'm not interested in like
hold
distorted
on,
reality. No, you hold on. I'm not interested in like fake
Josh,
reality.
You can see what the explorers said, who they saw when they got here. They said they saw people that looked. That's why they thought they were in Ethiopia.
I'm not interested
they saw
in
black
fake
people
reality.
already here.
No, I'm not interested in fake reality. Like, I know what reality is. Like, I know you want to make things
How is
up.
it fake reality when I'm going to give you the book titles and you can go look it up?
Because we all know
that
I'm
white
the
and I say
African slave trade brought people from Africa
Oh,
to
Josh,
Europe.
Josh, because I'm white and I say so. How many slaves came to America, Josh?
You want me to give you an exact number? I feel like you're trying to get me in a gotcha for no reason.
Give me an exact number since you're telling us about the Atlantic slave
I don't
trade.
need
Tell
you
me
to
the
give.
exact
I don't need to give an exact number. You give me exact number
I'll
of where
give it
they
to
came
you.
from.
I'll give it to you.
Go
give it to you. 380,000. So how does that make 5 million?
And that's a bullshit number, I bet. And that's a bullshit number, I bet. Who the fuck made that number
No,
up?
I'm not. 12 to 15 million slaves.
I'm
Most
not
of them
saying
went to Brazil.
No,
Other
Fiesta,
slaves went to the Caribbean.
Fiesta, I'm not saying you made that up. I'm not saying you made it up.
380,000 came to America,
Jesus
Josh.
fuck. I'm not saying you made it up. I'm saying the information you're getting is incorrect. I'm not blaming it on you. I'm just saying that's not correct. We know where black people did not come from Europe. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking wild, man. We know where they came from.
Who said Europe? We said America, and there were black people. Black people ran Europe for 1,000 years. The Dark Ages, the Moors.
You're being disingenuous.
We won't even get into all that.
You're being disingenuous. You're being disingenuous. You're being disingenuous about the African and Muslim slave trade. Like, sure, there are some people who maybe were in South America before that. Gotcha. But that's not what we're discussing. We're discussing the majority.
I understand.
We're discussing.
I'm trying to bring an example as why would the Jews need their own land when black people don't have their own land?
Fiesta,
They don't have to live in Germany anymore.
I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand because you were just trying to tell me that the majority of these people came from South America when that's not the case. They came from over on a boat from Africa. So I don't even know what you're trying. Like, I don't even know why you're trying to play this weird gotcha there. Like, there's no point to do that.
Just check it out.
It's just facts.
Most of the slaves went to South America, but besides that, you're saying why can't the Jews have their own land?
My apologies. Hang on.
Why do they need their own land?
Hang on. My apologies. You're saying when they came over, most of them went to South America. Is that what you're saying? Like, my apologies.
Yes,
yeah, for sure. For sure.
Sir. Most slaves went to Brazil.
But that still doesn't negate my fact that they did not come up from South America to America. The majority of slaves, unfortunately, came from Africa, sold by their African brethren and their Muslim brethren. It's just facts.
Okay, that's fine. Those are facts. And all I'm saying is, this is our land. That's why there's a common thing in the black community. Oh, I have Indian in my family. Seminoles, as you said earlier, means runaway slave, bro. The indigenous people were black. The red natives come from Siberia. That's why all you guys are getting deported. That's why their tribes are getting kicked out. They're not the real natives they're not the real indigenous of this land.
So let me ask you a question. Like let me ask you a question. Where are white people native to then?
Nowhere.
Gotcha. So you're racist. Gotcha. So you're racist. Gotcha. Gotcha. So you're racist. Okay. Gotcha. That it makes more sense.
How would I be a racist? Well, anyway,
I'm trying to reason with you. I'm trying to reason with you, and all you're trying to do is be like reverse racism. So that doesn't make any sense either. You know what I mean? Doesn't make any sense. Like, I'm trying to reason with you, and you're just kind of like you're like I'm trying to be equal with you as far as like trying to be like, you know, like give you something, and what you're just like you're just trying to trump me. You're trying to be like, no, all white people. Like, it's like, no, dude, that's not like we're done with that. We're done with that.
Where do you guys come from?
Europe.
Okay, and when did that start, Josh? What year?
You tell me. It feels like you're asking me for information.
Asking you, Josh. You just told me where you're from.
What's the answer?
When you guys started?
Look, what do you mean? When did we come here? My family, white people. Like, give me a better answer.
When did you guys start ruling Europe? Because the Moors had to come there and show you how to bathe. They had to show you guys that you can't sleep with your animals in the same damn house.
Show me. Show me where that's true.
How to make farms.
You're making the claim. Show me where that's true. You're the one making the claim. Show me that's true. Give me the like the Wikipedia. Give me the fucking
Sure.
NBC News
I'll
article.
do all that after you tell me, when did your people start in Europe, sir?
When did white people start in Europe?
Josh, if you don't know, just say you don't know.
I can't give you an honest question because I know that's not a valid starting point. So for sure, like you're trying to make up a false question and I can't give you a false answer. So no problem. Yeah, I won't give you a false answer.
Okay, well, I'll come back with all the exact dates. And I already took you too far away from what you guys are talking about. But what I'm saying is you can't be anti-Semitic if you don't come from a Semitic people, bro. And they don't. They're Europeans. That's why they all changed their names. That's why there's no DNA test over there. That's why there's so much war, because they're not from there. So they should all just go home. They're rich as hell. They got everything. They're like, what, number 2, number 1 in skin cancer? It's because they're not from there. All the signs, the calls coming from in the house, Josh. So if they just go home, it'll be fine,
white
bro.
people 40,000 years ago were predominantly dark-skinned. The genetic mutations for light skin did not sweep across the continent until about 8,000 to 14,000 years ago, driven largely by the indoctrination of agriculture. White skin in Europeans evolved relatively recently. So I don't know what else you want to say.
Yeah, like I said,
that's not what you said. That's not what you said. Because they
started ruling.
See, yeah, like now you're putting this into your own spin. They were in Europe during that time. Europe did not start like that. I know everything needs to start like that, but not everything starts like that.
All right. So if the whites started in Europe, when did the Moors come in?
Like, how about you tell me instead of you? If you know and you're so abreast of history, you tell me, because it feels like you're asking me.
I don't know. So,
all right. Well, I'm gonna look it up with you right now.
I'll look it up and I'll bring it back to you.
So what was the question? When then the Moors get to Europe?
Rule Europe? Yeah.
When did the Moors rule Europe? 800 years ago. 800 years ago. White people in Europe, 40,000 years ago. Moors, 800 years ago.
Right. So you guys are in power for 40,000 years, and all of a sudden you weren't for 800 years.
And now you're switching it. Now that's not enough, right?
I'm not switching. I'm just asking you if that makes sense to you, Josh. Then that makes sense to me. So does that make sense to you?
It's not that it makes sense, but it's like you don't accept it. Like at first you didn't no, that's not the case. I gave you at least what I perceived as the facts, and now you're kind of moving the goalposts again. Well, yeah, for sure, that's fine.
I'm not moving it.
I just want to have a real conversation with you, bro.
They ruled it for 40,000 years, and then all of a sudden they lost it for 800. Then they got back in power. That makes sense.
They didn't lose it. They didn't lose it. They didn't lose any power. No power was lost.
So then how did they rule? How did Moors rule?
The Moors or the
power,
Europe?
Josh?
Okay. And dude, this is what I'm talking about. Which part of Europe? You know, Europe's a big fucking country, right? I'm not trying to be condescending here, but
you ever heard of the Black Irish, Josh?
Yes.
Where did that come from?
Yes, I'm actually fucking Irish.
You're Irish, right?
I'm actually fucking Irish. Do you know where the Moors ruled? Tell me where the Moors ruled. Did they rule in England? Did they rule in Britain? Where did the Moors rule?
They ruled in England,
nope.
Spain,
Italy, and
Yes.
Portugal. Spain, Portugal, Muslim, and North African. Nothing about fucking England. So that doesn't make, you're just throwing things out there that aren't, they don't vibe with what we're talking about.
Okay, Josh. So your people built the castles, right?
Dude, I don't care about my people, man. Stop with that shit, bro. It's so annoying.
I'm just saying, white people build the castles.
I don't care. You want to? Sure, right? Fine. I'm white. Gotcha. Yeah, I built the castles. Gotcha.
All right. We won't even. Hey, we won't even stray up, man. Forget the race stuff. All I'm saying is, bro, you can't be anti-Semitic. I hear you.
I'm not anti-Semitic.
Place to live.
I'm the opposite of
anti-Semitic. Back to where they're from. You just don't take over other people's land and then just take it over and then try to take over other people's land and say you're the victim.
I agree with you.
Bro, just go home.
And I'm the opposite of anti-Semitic. Like, tell me another place the Jewish people have besides Israel that is a Jewish state. I'll wait.
They got all the money in the world. They can make anywhere. They can take an island.
So now you're being racist.
They can take any rural area that nobody's on. Why would you go to a place where people are already living for thousands of years?
Now you're being.
Why would you go there?
You're being ethnicist. Like, you're not being racist, but you're just assuming all Jewish people are alike. We're talking about the state of Israel. Jewish people in general, for sure.
Josh,
They
check
can
it
have.
out, Josh. They're
All
trying to complete a lie. They already stole a group of people's identity. They want to go back to that land.
Whose identity did they steal?
Huh?
Whose identity did they steal?
The real. Let's
I'm sorry.
just say the actual small hats. They stole the actual small hats identity. They're converts.
Who's the small
hat? They converted. Check it out. Being what they say they are is a blood thing. You can't just convert to it. It's not a religion.
Oh, I know.
So if you're not born that way, you're not that, and it doesn't come from your mother. It comes from your father. Everything you are comes from your father. You're his seed. So the fact that they just reversed and flipped it now and said, "Hey, if you come from a so and so mother, you're this." No, that's a lie. That's not how it goes. It's all about what your father is.
Yeah, which is interesting, right? Because I almost agree with you. All right, Fiesta, I'm every time, for instance, I talk to Eli, he's like, "Oh, I'm Jewish because my mother is, she's Jewish." It's like, well, why does it not matter if your father, you both came from the same seed, right? No matter if it's your mother or your father, you're both of that DNA. So why does that matter so much? But to further your point, it says the claim that Jewish people stole an identity essentially comes from the Black Hebrew Israelite ideology, and certain extremist factions within that ideology movement falsely claim that modern Jews are imposters who stole religious and historical heritage of Black Americans, who they assert are the true descendants of the biblical Israelites. So,
that's deep.
Yeah, for sure. But I guess all I would say with that is, because that is so up for debate, I cannot just agree with you wholeheartedly.
Okay, well, does it sound like it's possible?
Sure.
Okay, cool. Well, hey, man, that's all you can do. All you can do is just, let a seed sprout, let it grow, and it might grow in the knowledge, man. But the whole world's not lying, man, and they're not changing their names for no reason. And there's no reason not to be able to get a DNA test for no reason. So, they're trying to conceal something.
Yeah, I like Israel, especially as far as the state goes, as BB goes. I don't like what they're doing, and Eli will tell you the same thing. As far as the Jewish people go, I think they deserve their own state. I think this debate, we can have a nuanced debate and disagree on one thing and agree on the other thing without having the whole totality misrepresented. Because just as Americans, just as Muslims, just as fucking Italians, just as fucking English people, just as Irish people, everyone, I think, is allowed their own place where they deem home. Jewish people, they only got Israel. They don't have anything else. So I don't see why it's that bad to be like, you know what? Fine. You get Israel, no problem. Don't fucking colonize. Don't go out of that way. We don't want to see anything beyond that, but that's what you got. I don't see why that's so bad. And everyone that I talk to sees they don't even grant what I'm saying as you know what, just don't do that. That's fine. They grant just them having Israel is bad. And it's like, dude, Jesus was fucking, if you think you're Christian, Jesus was Jewish, whether you think he was taken out by them or not is irregardless of the point. Israel is a big, prominent thing, and the Muslim religion thinks not highly of Jesus. They think more so that, yeah, sure, he was close, but he's not God. I know the Jewish people think, or the extremes think he's burning in poop or something like that. But literally, the Muslim religion does not think Jesus is a prophet. They think he's a liar, so to speak. So I'm not.
No, they actually don't. They actually honor him as a prophet.
Right, but he's not what? No. You're not being honest. But he's not what? He's not the son of God. No, you're not, because he's not. They do not consider him the son of God. You're not being honest.
That's fine.
That's not fine.
Look at him
that
as a
goes
prophet.
against Christianity. If you're Christian, that goes against your fucking whole thing. He's the son of God. How's that fine?
That's fine, Josh. That's their religion. I can't tell them how to think in their religion.
Agreed.
Give him.
Agreed.
At least they recognize him as something profitable, and that's the most thing that people need to understand. They recognize prophets in our religion. We don't recognize prophets in theirs.
Bro.
So that's just showing respect off tops. But if they don't believe he's the son of God, that's
they
cool.
recognize
That's their business.
prophets in our religion like they want to take them out. That's about how as far as they recognize prophets in our religion. Like they cannot wait for Islam to be the number one religion. Whereas Christianity is like, yo, we just want to live and let live. Whereas the Muslim religion and more so, and mainly the extremist side of things, god damn, they just want to take everything out. Everything needs to be Muslim to them. I don't jive with that, man. I don't see a lot of Jewish people making the same proclamation that everyone's got to be Jewish or we're gonna fucking suicide bomb you if you're not Jewish. I don't see them doing that same thing either. So I don't like.
Yeah. You just see them separate and calling everybody goy and goy slop and everything else. So yeah. I don't
calling people
that.
goy in names is completely different than taking out suicidal actions against people. Do you not see that?
Yeah. What about taking out kids?
Again,
headshots.
America.
A lot of them.
We're talking about. We're talking about America.
What about double taps on hospitals?
Hang on.
What about all that?
First off, we have to be realistic. We're talking about America. I can't help what goes on in the Middle East. But one side of the coin does not like Western culture.
You just talked about suicide bombers, but you didn't.
I am because suicide bombers happen. Suicide bombers happen here in America. They do not come from Israel. So I'm talking about what affects America, and I'm saying one side of the equation, side of the equation wants to take America and Western civilization out, and the other does not. Tell me I'm wrong. The other side wants to take out gay people. They want to throw gay people off the roof. America's the complete opposite of that thing. If you want that to happen, no problem. But that's not what a lot of America wants to happen.
That's not the extreme of their culture, or that's just the whole culture.
I'm sorry, say it again.
I said, so what you're explaining, that's not the extreme of their culture, or are you just saying that's the whole culture?
Well, how about this? Considering there's 2 billion Muslims,
that's like something different.
All right. Considering there's 2 billion Muslims and 10% of that 2 billion are extreme, that's 200 million people are extreme. America has a population size of about 350 million. So you almost have the same population size of America that are extreme Muslim against the ideals of Western society. How is that cool at all?
Josh, if it's like that, like you say, we'd have events going off every day, bro.
But we don't, because luckily for us, that society isn't, like they're a little behind on things.
No,
yes.
It's not lucky for us. It's lucky for us that they're not like you're trying to paint out. If there was that many extremists, there wouldn't be a day you could go by on the earth where there wouldn't be taking themselves out everywhere.
Dude, how many, oh my God, this is crazy. How many suicide bombers and terrorists has Iran sponsored to harm America? First and foremost, answer that question. And the idea that you're saying they don't want to harm America, no, that's not true. They can't harm America because they don't have any missiles that will reach that far. They can pay people to go do things like that, but they themselves cannot send a missile to America yet. We don't want that to happen. Why would you want that to happen?
Why would you need that with 200 million options? As much as we let people just walk over the border for the last 8 years or 4 years,
nobody wanted that. Nobody wanted people walking over the border. Nobody wanted that. Everyone was saying how bad that was. Nobody with the right mind wanted random people walking over the border. That was horrible. So I don't even know how that's a point.
Yeah, for sure. But my point is saying that out of 200 million chances, I'm sure that there's a bunch in here already. So as you're saying, if it is bad and they want it as bad as you say, things will be going off daily.
That's no. I mean, that's not how terrorist things work. They wait. They fucking wait in the shadows, and they 9/11 just didn't happen in it was a planned thing that happened where they can make the max amount of they just don't do things all willy-nilly. They plan things. They're not that stupid. You know what I mean? They're not idiots.
They plan one big thing every 20 years. Sure, with 200 million options.
So you don't wait.
They're not smart enough to make 50,000 things happen in 1 year to where everybody just goes crazy and tears down the society. They're not that smart, huh?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but is that an implication that you don't believe they've been attributed to these 2 recent terror attacks as far as 9/11 in the 90s and 9/11 in 2001? Do you think they weren't part of that?
Yeah, man, everybody needs a fall guy, bro.
No, that's not the question. I just want a yes or no. Do you think they weren't part of it?
Yes and no.
Yes and no. Okay.
Yeah. But like I said, if they're as dangerous as you say, Josh, like I said, there would just be way more events happening in America daily, and they'd all be claiming them, and we all be in terror, and we'd shut down our whole system, and there wouldn't be no freeway. There wouldn't be no electricity.
Do you know that
they're just taking everything out?
Do you know that they say that radical Islam will vote with the left because the left does not have religious principles? And by the way, I'm not religious. I was born Catholic. I don't consider myself religious. I'm not a practitioner. I don't do anything of that sort. But a lot of these extremist Muslims say that they are going to vote for the left because the left are the ones that allow freedom of religion. They allow this, they allow that, and they fear conservatives because conservatives do not want things to change. So they're going to hide on the left, like Rashida Tlaib, like a lot of these other people, and say, oh, Muslim this, and you can't criticize Muslims because you're Islamophobic that. So, no, this is kind of a strategic move for them to do, to be like, well, you can't criticize us because, hey, look, see?
Yeah, no, I agree. And it's very diabolical and it's very calculated. And for that same fact, bro, I think all these people need to go home. Like, we need to just send everybody home, take it all the way back to the 60s. Everybody needs to go home for 20 years. Everybody needs to go fix their own countries, settle in with their people, connect with their families. And, we can get things straightened out. And the black and white Americans, we need to just get together.
Don't you like that?
To a consensus.
I love that.
We can start all over again.
I love that, Fiesta. I love that. Like, yo, let's you and I work on us first before we allow another group of people to come in. It's not like, to be fair, I want them to come here. I don't believe the majority of them are this fucking evil. I don't believe that. But what's going on is not you, but they're not kind of calling out that majority, be like, no, fuck them, they're bad. It's like, no, let's weed out the bad things first. We're good right now. Let's figure out what's going on in listen, if America doesn't work right, who wants to come here to begin with? So if we're fucking up to begin with and we're not doing what America does to begin with, why does anybody want to come here in the fucking first place? Let's get us right first, and then we can allow other people in and fucking work some other things going on. But let's get America back to where it was in the first place. Like, yo, everyone's getting along. We can all, everyone's got the same opportunity. Everyone feels good. No one feels like we're against each other. And that goes for every single fucking race. That's good. Okay, now we can let a few more people into the country. You know, it's just like...
Yeah, for sure. We need to get back to a reset. But on the other hand of that other side of that card, though, we need to pull out of all these other people's country and let them get themselves together. Let them have them resources.
I agree.
Let them get their money up. And then when we start getting back into letting people come in, we can get people that don't need to get on the system, that don't need to learn English, that don't need to do all this extra shit. You'll just come prepared. And then when we get to your country, we'll start learning Spanish and we'll start learning things. And everybody can just respect everybody's culture, come in there recognizing that, hey, this is not a fucking right. This is a privilege to come into somebody else's country and live for a little bit, experience it, deal with the people. It'll be a lot better, man. It'll be a lot more money. Africa, all that shit, let them have all their diamonds and gold, and maybe they'll fucking come up and be the leaders or whatever. But we all just got to accept what's going on. We can do trade and business, but there's got to be a reset. Like, everybody needs to go home, and we just got to start from the jump. That's how I feel about it.
Could you and I go over to, Afghanistan and be like, all right, Christianity, here's what we're doing here. We're doing Christianity here. No, we fucking couldn't. So why do we let the same thing, and it's not an eye for an eye thing here, but it's like, yo, they respect their country. They wouldn't let that happen here. Like, what's so wrong with us respecting our country in the sense that, we're not necessarily religious, but we have some principles that we abide by. And once you abide by those principles, we're fucking good to go. We're not saying you got to be Christian, you got to be this, but don't rape people, don't murder people, don't fucking do pedophilia, don't do, it's really not that difficult, right? But some other countries,
for sure,
they have different things.
And it's also respect and don't change the culture of our country.
Yes.
It's like the whole thing in Michigan with the whole praying in the streets in New York and shit. Like, bro, that's not our culture. Like, yeah, we respect you what you want to do, but go do it in the mosque. There's no reason why I should have to walk around you on the goddamn sidewalk because it's time to pray. It's like, that's not what we do around here. So that's the thing. It's like we take it too far to where we accept other people's cultures to the fact where it drowns us. It's like, no, this is America. If you got to pray, go find somewhere private to pray. And also, it ain't about, and this was crazy about the Bible, it tells you to pray in private. It tells you to go into the closet. So it's like, it's not a thing for everybody to do. You're not whipping out fucking mats and all kind of shit. No disrespect.
Like you're not like an influencer, like, you know, like, look at me, I'm a Christian influencer. Look at me. I'm, you know, like you're not, just go do your thing in, like, it's freedom of religion, not freedom. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like freedom to like flaunt your religion. Like, yeah, you can do that but like, no, that's not what the whole purpose was. Yeah. Like you said, just go do it. You know, like maybe there's some things in America as far as American values that are kind of maybe touched in Christian values, you know, don't kill, don't rape, don't steal, whatever. Like, seems kind of like simple, but other than that, it's like, yeah, just, you know, you don't got to be outward about it. You know, you can kind of, you know.
Yeah, it's the same concept as the LGBT. It's like, yeah, if you're trans, you're gay, whatever, cool, but I don't got to fucking call you a girl if you're 6'5" with a fucking, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, cool, go do your thing, but I don't got to be a part of it, and don't make me a part of it because I didn't ask to be a part of it.
Sure, like, you know, like, I'll be nice to her. I'll be like, yeah, sure, you're a girl, but then she leaves, and I'm like to my friends, look at that guy. That guy's crazy. You know what I mean? Like, but to her, I'll be nice and cordial, but, you know, like, we'll still have our friendly back and forth, and it's not even in like a negative way. But yeah, for like, exactly. I feel like, Fiesta, you and I, we've made a really good headway right here. This was good. This was healthy.
For sure, man. Well, on that note, I'll call it a night, man, and I'll catch you guys on the next show, Josh. Appreciate you.
Fizz. Hey, your two favorite white crackers, all right?
All right, bro. Stay white.
All right, man. You know it.
Wait.
Fiesta, everybody. Fiesta. Stay white. Stay white is all right. That's what we do. Damn. Fiesta was on there for a hot. Hey, hey, are you still on here? Someone's still hanging out.
Oh, yeah, I'm watching. Yeah. I got my computer out. I was watching you guys.
What up?
To you.
Hey, I said hang on 1 second, and it's been about an hour and 37 minutes. Thank you for hanging on that 1 second. Appreciate
that was an hour? That the whole time?
That's what, well, like, maybe we were talking for some of that, but, like, right now it says you and I have been
we were talking for something. It hasn't been an hour. 37 minutes I've been waiting, dude.
It says you and I have been talking for an hour and 37 minutes right now, so I don't even know.
Yeah. No, I've been waiting for like at least probably the last 20 minutes that you were talking to him.
My apologies. My apologies. How do you feel about that whole interaction that happened there? What's your thoughts? What's up, Claire from the UK?
I like Fiesta, dude. I like him. I like the way he gets down for sure.
Listen, I
think he's right though.
Yeah.
What I heard at the end, at least, I agree with him about that.
I appreciate Fiesta when he calls in because I appreciate people with conviction. I appreciate people standing by what they believe in, and I appreciate them sticking up for what they believe in. And I appreciate them to have a little bit of lenience to be like, all right, okay, I'll hear this out, I'll hear that out. Not so much to where they shut everything off. Pretty much what I'm saying. I appreciate Fiesta for what he did. It's fucking awesome. Thank you for hanging out, and thank you for hanging out for an hour and 37 fucking minutes on the fucking line. Holy shit.
Yeah, man, for sure. I just, I think right at the end there, we were talking about the anti-Semitism thing and how it's anti-Semitic. I just want to say I think that's what he was saying too, right? It's not anti-Semitic to criticize a country.
Do you think that Zionism is a bad thing?
I think that right now it's definitely being used as a bad thing.
Well, okay. Well, let's just forget the right now thing, but just in totality, is Zionism a bad thing? Forget about the right now.
I think. Are you Christian yourself? Are you Christian?
I was born and raised Catholic.
Okay, so don't they? I mean, isn't the whole thing with the Zionists is that they do feel like they that Jesus is like in hell, burning in like human excrement and shit?
I don't know if that's a Zionist thing or if that's just a Jewish thing.
I think that's in the Talmud. I think that's just in the Talmud, basically. Right. But
like it's more so like a
Jewish
dude.
I mean, here's the thing: what happened though, like the whole thing and why it's not anti-Semitic to criticize them is 1,200 people died on October 7th, and it was like 73 to 90,000 that they confirmed dead in Palestine, and there's still many more that are probably under the rubble, from what I understand, and that's from Lancet. That's their numbers.
Yeah.
So I just think, that's, you talk about a appropriate response, and yeah, you got a right to defend your country, right? But do the Palestinians have a right to their own country? Because they've been under Israeli control for how long now? They're in basically an open air prison. They have everything controlled by Israel.
Like this
So
is where
that
like,
right? Are they anti-Semitic?
Yeah.
So isn't that make them anti-Semitic? Because the Palestinians are also from that same piece of land.
You have a great point. Like, and I cannot deny that point there. But the only thing I can use, because this is a debate and I can argue that point, is like, sure, touche. But again, what other country do the Jewish people have in the Middle East besides Israel? I can point to many other Muslim countries that the Palestinian people have that they could go to. And I could also point to that during and in Israel's occupation, Muslims are allowed there like willy-nilly. We got somebody else calling in. I don't want you to cut you off, man. You've been fucking hanging out for a hot minute. I'm not going to let them go long. I promise that. Hang on, Buster. Hang on 1 second.
Call from
Console game.
Hansel, I can't let you go too long, but what you got, sir?
Just wanted to say I've been enjoying the Discord you've been hosting.
Oh, thank you, brother. Thank you. Any do you have any thoughts on it thus far?
Yeah, I was thinking about the talking points you had posted, a couple there. I was mainly looking at weaponized religion, since you were bringing up Zionism so much in there.
Yeah, it was. We brought up that with like a 3-part thing with actually the pastor beating up somebody. That was kind of like a play on that word. And then there's a video we never got to where a UAE strategist was actually speaking about, and this guy's a Muslim guy, and maybe we'll play it too here in a second. But he was talking about how that the radical Muslim religion uses the term Islamophobia as a type of weaponization. Like they back that term so that you cannot then criticize Islam, and if you do, it falls under Islamophobia.
For sure.
Yeah. So that was the main thing about why we titled it that way.
Yeah, I feel like that's definitely is not just a theory. It's definitely being used as a for lack of a better term, it's weaponized language.
Yeah.
They try to say, oh, if you're not with me, then you have to be against me. There's no in between. There's no room to actually find a compromise.
Yeah, man. That's exactly how we feel. And that same type of it's not given to the other side. It's just like, oh no, this is what you are and this is who you are, this is what you'll always be. Whereas like the other side is like, oh no, I'm fine. There's nothing wrong here. You can't criticize me. Everything's all well. Whereas the other side, to them, they're always racist, they're always Islamophobic. You can never criticize the radicals, the extreme of that side. It's like, well, that doesn't seem fair, does it?
Not at all. And I would like to ask a question. In terms of weaponized religion, which religions or one in particular do you think are being weaponized currently in our modern day?
To be fair, I do think it's mainly the Muslim and Jewish religion. I don't think Christianity is as weaponized, but I do, like, literally, I see people in America, I see politicians in America running, like, for instance, you are a fucking politician in Tennessee, but for whatever reason, you're running on an anti-Israel stance. That doesn't make fucking sense to me. You're from Tennessee. What does it matter to Tennesseans what you care about Israel or not? So I see it weaponized like that. I see people, going anti-Muslim, weaponizing it like that, othering people, all these crazy people coming into our country. So I see it weaponized on literally every level of politics that you can imagine.
Yeah, I could definitely see where there's a disparage and there's a lack of disconnect between religion and politics, especially when considering Israel.
Yeah.
It is a Jewish state. So it's very hard to not, consider them at a whole when you talk about Jewish people, because it's hard to say, oh, you have this whole country dedicated to you. And, I understand some people aren't Zionists, is it right?
Right.
People who believe that land should be designated for them. So,
well, like, what do you think Zionist means? Because a lot of people feel like Zionist means, colonizer, whereas a lot of old school thoughts about Israel and Zionism means like the right to Israel, essentially like the right to the land. Like it's almost like the same term you would use an American nationalist. Like, yeah, I'm pro-USA. This is my land. Zionists used to mean that for Israel. Not we're going to colonize, but yeah, fuck, we love Israel because we're Jewish. What's wrong with that?
I feel like, if I may, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm
I
sorry.
feel like the reason that there is a connotation to the word colonizer is because it is quite literally their history. I believe it was 1917, the Balfour Declaration between I don't know exactly what they called themselves, but the Jewish populace, people fighting for a Jewish homeland in Palestine. And they begged and pleaded with different countries. They begged France, they begged even Germany, they begged everyone. And at the time, Germany even agreed, but Britain said, no, we're going to help you first. And that's just kind of how it went through history. Britain took land from Palestine, displaced its people, and gave it to the Jewish people. So it sounds like colonization. It does.
Yeah, but like also too, let's just go with this. You know, when Israel gave up the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt, an area that's literally about 3 times the size of Israel, they gave that up to Egypt. I know eventually it was returned in exchange for peace as part of the whole what do you fucking call it? Oh god damn it. Camp David Accords in like 1979, but they gave up a piece of their land to Egypt 3 times the size of Israel, just in a show of good faith. Like, it doesn't seem that move doesn't seem like a colonizer move to me. So I get what you're saying too, but I guess what I'm trying to come back with is like, I can also bring up examples where they weren't, quote, colonizing, which is why I can default back to the idea of just like, they just want Israel, the land as we know it right now, to be for Jewish people. I don't see that to be a bad thing.
I can see the connection that you're making, but I definitely feel like there's more layers to it.
Probably.
You can't necessarily exclude past, I don't want to say grievances, but wrongdoings. You can't really necessarily exclude your history and say, oh, well, now I'm doing good because,
So is America's land America's? Is it the Indians' land or is it America's land? Where do you fall on that side of things?
Indians, you're meaning Native Americans?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because we can't forgive past grievances.
As the indigenous people, they're entitled to live here.
So you would give up this land for them?
No. As someone born, I'm 4th generation American citizen, and my family did come from immigrants.
So what about
very mixed?
Heard.
So.
What about someone born as a 4th generation Israeli citizen in Israel? You think they should give up their land too?
I don't necessarily think they should give up their land, but I do think that there should be, for instance, I brought up the Balfour Declaration. There was a vote that Britain actually abstained to split Palestine into multiple segments for an Arab community. And they didn't want to do that. Jews didn't want to give that land.
And Palestine did not want to split land with Jews either, though. You have to concede that part.
There's been times where there was no room. There was no conformity. There was no, I'm going to give you this, I'm going to give you that. And it took time. It took different people of different headspaces, right?
Is there
So I feel like that's where people get confused, where it's like, if I'm even talking about Jewish history, is that, like you say, not everyone's the same. People have lived different lives and experiences.
Right. Yeah.
And people are in very different positions.
I can't tell you how much I appreciate you bringing up that side of things, like that nuance of things, because all of that is dependent on the person's feelings in the moment. Right now, I don't like Jewish people, right? And I'm not saying you, I'm just saying, like, right now, I don't like Jewish people, so they don't deserve land. Like right now, I like, I don't like Muslim people, they don't deserve the land. Like it's all very feelings dependent on how you see history.
As just like a human, as a human being, I do respect their, plea for wanting to just live in peace and have a place to call their own home. We don't like seeing someone out on the street when we, walk around in our towns and our, homes. So, I do feel for them, and I'm not saying that, everything
what do you think is the best,
or incorrectly?
What's the best, meeting point, they could do, in your opinion? How could, and this is obviously just a stretch, but, what do you think they could, is it just a 50-50 thing? You get half, I get half? What could they do to really just make everything work? Because it just doesn't, it seems like both sides don't want to make things work, to be quite honest with you. I don't think.
That's kind of what I was leaning towards as well, is that when we gave them Israel, the American people also, supplied them with resources to hold Israel and keep it for themselves. It's that they chose that land themselves. You know, they're asking many times, many different countries offered propositions, and some of the people agreed. You know, they weren't all connected. If you could imagine, it wasn't like everyone had a phone. Obviously, it sounds cliche to say it, but it's like back then, you know, it was kind of, you just had your group of people, and you know, talking
like
to
it had to
people
do
across
more so with like
countries
the
wasn't
Holy
necessarily
Land.
something that these individuals did.
Right.
So they would have to make agreements for their individual peoples living in, you know, each individual country, and then they would try to come together, and then set out, you know, letters and news, and they would make books saying, oh yeah, we need this for our people, we need this for our people, and that's really where the term Zionism formed, at least as far as I'm aware.
So
is that it was a movement to try and unite Jewish people to find a homeland.
Would you concur that the meaning of like, not concur, but how about, let me try to ask this in a better way. Do you agree, or would you agree that the meaning of Zionism has nothing to do with the word colonizer?
It's
fine if you don't. It's fine if you don't.
I can't say I do. No, I definitely see a connection between them because of how the history went.
So to be fair,
discount it.
Just as long as we're testing logic here, to be fair, when you hear of the USA, when you hear America, do you also see colonizer?
In our history, yes, we started off as
a
colony. That's American history.
Well, yeah. Like colonizer more so mean, I guess I mean in the sense that like I'm always striving to take more land, so to speak. So like me personally, I don't see Israel in current day. I know there's like a big what for going on between with what Netanyahu is trying to take in Gaza and this and that. But I don't see current day Israel trying to take more land. I just see them as trying to defend the land they currently have. So I don't necessarily see them as trying to take Gaza. You could persuade me and say, well, if they're not trying to take Gaza, then why are they, occupying it? Blah blah blah. I will have that conversation, and I will gladly cede points to you on that thing. But just in totality, I like, to me, that's a situation of somebody being like right next door to you, and it's like, I can't have this fucking crazy person next door to me. I got to do something about it. So like, to me, it's kind of a little different. But in totality, I don't see Israel as this colonizing nation, And
follow-up question.
Real quick, and I just want to follow up too. No, you're good. I just want to also clarify too that with the same logic that I tried to apply to you, I don't see current day America as a colonizer either.
Okay. Yeah, I was trying. Yeah, current day. It's funny you mentioned that, because I was going to ask what you think. Would you consider? Let me phrase this correctly. Would you consider the Louisiana Purchase from Mexico and the French colonies to be a form of colonization?
It goes back a little bit. So, so then we got to go back to Alaska. We got to go back to Hawaii. We got to go back to, as you said, the Louisiana Purchase.
I don't feel it's escaping the realm of conversation to say that, taking land is taking land.
At one point, yes.
Of it.
For conversation's sake, sure. At one point, America was and is a colonizer for sure. Like, we took land, we took some land from Mexico. We got Texas. We got a few other things as far as the West Coast goes. So yeah, for sure we did, no doubt.
One last thought I have before I leave you, is that throughout the history of America's colonization, other than what we've maintained as landmass for individual states such as Alaska, not directly connected to our landmass, and Hawaii as well,
continental U.S.
Other than Hawaii and Alaska, I don't believe in U.S. history that we have. I'm going to just use the word colonized. We haven't really colonized anywhere else, or like taken that landmass and maintained a foothold on it.
Well, like, you do agree with the whole like Texas Mexico thing, right? You understand that we took over, like, you understand that part of American history?
Oh yeah, no, it was a war.
Yeah, but like
100%.
Up and past Texas, that was still areas of Mexico, and we kind of pushed that line back to the current day Mexico border and got Texas through that. So there were points where technically speaking, we were getting people out that we deemed our land. So if you deem that
the unfortunate reality that we seem to let escape us is that a lot of people died in these, I don't want to say causes, but just in facilitating the acquisition of that land.
Yeah, man.
You know, whether it was through agreement or through force, a lot of people had to die in order for us to come to agreement, which is sad to think about.
It's very sad, man. It is, you know, like, because you just don't, like, you don't want to, and like, you also have to wonder too, if these people didn't die for that, would we have the land we have right now? Like, it's a very give and take type of conversation, because you can kind of go both ways with it. But of course, I think as humans, we kind of look at this, we're like, man, I don't want to be like that. I want to like be like, you know, be this like overtaker and like, you know, oh, we conquered you and conquered. Like, it doesn't seem fair, right? But as we all know, and this is going to sound kind of shitty and maybe like pull you up by your own bootstraps, but life isn't fair. Like the whole, like literally, like look at Mother Nature. Like the way things survive is one thing has to be like a little better, or a little quicker, or a little smarter than another thing to kind of
Darwinism.
Exactly. So it's not, you know, it doesn't say one country's worse than the other, but there's a reason why America has been around for 250 years, and it's because we've done what we've done. Whether you want to agree with that or not, that's still the history of America and why we're here.
And
you know,
I feel like in the current world, you know, idea of America is that either we're an oppressor or we're kind of just viewed as like the world police.
Yeah. We're like damned if we do, damned if we don't.
So yeah, I don't know. It's interesting.
Do you feel like we're you know, like, do you kind of feel like we're damned if we do, damned if we don't? You know, like on one hand, we're like oppressing everybody, and then on the other hand, we're like, oh, you're the world's police. Fucking stop it. It's like, well, what the fuck do you want us to do then?
I don't think it's an exaggeration to try and envision myself as one of our troopers, right? As one of our people that we're sending out to enact what we feel is right, you know, because usually we always try to act like in the right way. And I mean right as in good and moral, you know, of quality. So I'll try to put myself into a position of these men that we ask to do these things for us. And, you know, a lot of times they do come back, you know, scarred from what they've seen and a lot of the stuff. And some of the countries don't resent us, some of them do, but I feel like for the most part, America does good.
You know what? I appreciate your sentiment there, man. Thank you so much for that. That's very refreshing. We appreciate you.
Yep.
All right, man. Hey, listen, feel free to call back in. If you have not give Stuck in the Middle a like, please give us a like. It goes a long way. It's very free, and it's very awesome of you. We appreciate you for calling in, man. And again, anytime you got something to say,
everyone should like and subscribe.
Oh, dude, I love it. Look at this guy doing the plugs. I love it. Thank you, sir.
It's really not often. I'm not trying to glaze you or anything here, but it's really not often people are willing to have an open discourse and actually be willing to hear, you know, other people out.
I can't tell you how much we attempt to strive for that, even though sometimes we get caught up in some stupid drama shit. We get caught up in some other stuff. Like the whole point of the show, like we're not saying that we're in the middle, but we're saying is like the show is a place where people can come to have these conversations, like, you know, quote, in the middle.
We let it be known if we disagree, and we try to move on.
Right, exactly. So that's the whole point of the show. So, man, thank you for reiterating that. Thank you for just, you know,
thank you for having
thank you for being you, man. We appreciate you so much. And you got anything to plug? You got a YouTube? You want to plug anything?
No, I don't do socials. Thank you.
Heard that, man. All right, dude. Hey, please call in again. We appreciate you, bro.
I will. See you.
All right, man.
Safe.
Buster, is Buster still there? Hey, Buster, are you still there? We've been on with you for like 2 hours now. Holy shit. Let me go a little say what's up in the chat. How we doing here in the chat? I might still hang out a little bit. There's still a lot more to discuss. If you guys are hanging out and having fun, I will keep going. I promise you that. Let's see. All right, we got wow. All right, let's see what this one is.
Call from
Sandra.
Yeah, hi.
Sandra, did we get that right? Sandra, is that your name?
Yeah, it is.
Thank you for calling in, Sandra. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I'm phoning you from Norway.
Norway. Well, welcome to an American stream. It's so cool to hear someone from Norway. How cool is that? What time is it there right now?
Just wait. I have to check my All my clocks in the house are dead. The batteries are gone. So I'm reduced to my mobile phone. Just hang on. It's 10, almost 11 o'clock in the morning.
All right. That's awesome. It's just about to turn 5 a.m. here. What do you got for us tonight, Sandra?
Oh, just a lot.
Just a lot, she says. All right. Bring it. We're ready for it.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I was born and grew up in Canada.
All right.
And then I lived in the United States in a camper for 6 months, and then I was back to Canada.
Okay.
And then I came to Norway. And then I needed like a cultural break. So I traveled back to the United States for 3 months and then back to Norway. And then I traveled back to the United States and lived there for 13 months and then traveled back to Norway. And then in the meantime, I was only like in Germany, and I went for 10 days back to Norway, and then the Netherlands for 10 days back to Norway. Okay, point being.
Damn, you are a traveler. Hang on 1 second. Hang on. Sandra, don't go anywhere. I just got to put you on hold real quick. I got to tell the other person calling in that they got to hold. Do not go anywhere. I will be so upset if you go anywhere. Hang on 1 second. Buster. Buster, hang on 1 second. We have to finish up with Sandra, okay? She's from Norway. Thank you, brother. Sandra, you're back. Sandra, sorry about that.
Yeah.
Sandra.
Okay, I was a traveler, but I want to go back to the States.
Okay.
Okay. Anyways, yeah. I'm phoning for like 1,000 different reasons, but I realize you're limited for time. So I'm trying to think which is relevant, one of my reasons. Okay, when I was in Canada and in the States, and then in Canada, and then in the States, okay, I was rather arrogant, in my opinion.
So
and ignorant,
okay,
in my opinion. And that was because when anything about Europe or say the Middle East, right,
started to pop off.
Am I popping off?
No. Like I was just trying to help you out. Like when everything started to pop off about the Middle East and about Europe, you were.
Yeah, I was arrogant because I thought, oh no, North America is the best. North America, I mean, like everything, like on the news is the best. It's most qualified reporting. And
oh really?
Right?
You were
like,
Sandra. You were seeing like positive things about America, because what we were just playing was apparently a lot of people from Europe. They just see the worst things about America. So what you were seeing was actually like good things about America. You're saying
partially, but
wow.
Okay, but I was partially. I was thinking that North America was the best. Canada was the best.
Right.
United States was the best. Look at those inferior people, cultures. Look at those inferior religions, inferior cultures, inferior foods. We're the best. We have big roads.
Right.
We have big, huge supermarkets. We have so many choices. We're the best. The more choices, the better we have it. Okay, we have bathtubs. We have all this. We have all that. Okay. And then, like, oh, look at the politics. We have the best. United States has 2 political parties.
Right.
Canada has basically 3. Okay, so then at the end of the day, I end up in Norway.
Right. End up back in Norway after all the U.S. crazy nonsense. Gotcha.
And Canada.
In Canada.
I come to Norway for the first time. And that's when I realized that this is like a confession. I'm live.
How long has it been since your last confession? I'm joking.
Okay, no, the confession is that politically, I was naive, arrogant, and ignorant. Culturally, I was naive, ignorant, and arrogant. In every single way, food-wise, everything, absolutely everything. And I realized that being bigger, being the best, the absolute best, like the muscle flexing, whether it was intellectually, emotionally, spiritually, financially, You know, the checkbox we all mark off
Yeah,
of
yeah.
being the best and the strongest. Okay. And I thought, man. So I traveled back to the States.
Right.
For a time. And okay, I hope you understand what I failed to say. I walked into a grocery store, like a food shopping store, like not like a little one.
Right.
And my mind, and it was like my brain no longer functioned. Everything is fast forward, fast. So the more efficient one is, the better one is. The faster one walks. It's no longer walking. It's like in terror. The people in the grocery stores were on roller skates. And I asked this person I was with, why are they roller skating? No, it's, just to meet the customer's needs. And I go, well, I mean, how many, like, what needs does a customer have that the people who work there have to work on roller skates?
Right.
Okay. And then I go down the aisle for milk. And you know what? I turned to my friend. I go, I don't get it. How many different brands of milk are there? And there was salt-free, lactose-free, this free, that free, fat-free. I've never seen so many choices.
2%, 1%. Yeah. Vitamin D, vitamin A, vitamin E.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. So then what happened was I said, but whoever came up with the theory that the more choices, the better it is. Because all the choices in the world, we require, and bragging about it, and doing the muscle flexing, because all the choices can create chaos.
Yes.
The more choices there are, that requires average living human being to study more.
Yes.
To retain more information, to be silent while they study, to understand, now 2026, that a 30-second TikTok video is not the height of studying due to 5,000 choices just to buy milk. Okay, so then we went down the aisle for cake mixes. And I broke down. I wept. I go, you got to get me out of here. So
feel
many
like what
choices
you're
over a chocolate cake mix. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is,
love it, Sandra, dude. Listen, you're doing great. I love it so far. Like, even though it may be a little scatterbrained, I can't tell you how much I love it. Like your passion is just enthralling. Keep going, please.
okay. So
Okay.
in terms of the consumer, I'm not scattering. I'm talking about the choices in the one grocery store I was in.
Yes.
I had to go outside. I had to cry. I had to just let everything go. And then I went back in. And so now today, 2026, just because there are 25, Christianity, we'll take that. How many different denominations are in the USA when it comes to Christianity?
Can I make a statement? Like I feel like what you're trying to say here, and I think you're doing a great job, so thank you for calling in. I feel like what you're trying to say is when people have too many like options to choose from, they get like I don't know what to choose. Yeah, I can do this, I can do that, I can do this, I can do that. I don't know what to do, and they kind of become like in like this like stalemate kind of vibe where like they can't choose anything because there's too many options. Like turning on satellite TV, there's like 200 channels. You're like, I don't know what to fucking watch now. There's too many things to choose from. Is that kind of the vibe you're going for?
Also, yeah, exactly. So you're spot on. And so therefore, why does everybody want to walk into kind of like a tunnel with no lights? And there's like 20,000 choices in that tunnel. And you're saying, well, which one is the best light? Which one is the best light? So in other words, when there's all these choices in the countries that claim they're the best in the entire world.
Right.
Then the countries who make that proclamation to the rest of the world, they should be perhaps a little bit more humble in presenting all these choices, because 90% of the choices are deadly. They're deadly for our bodies, the food, the water, the chemicals. There's only 5,000 different Christian churches to choose from, and everybody's going from church to church to church. Right? There's like
Sandra, you are spot on. I can't tell you how much I agree with you. So crazy what you're saying. I feel like you and I were thinking on the same pathways here. This is kind of creepy. Thank you for getting this out. I appreciate this. If you had to put if you had essentially a final thought to say, like, all right, I got 30 seconds left. I need to tell these people this thing. What would that 30 seconds entail? Go. No pressure.
Oh, thank you for 30 seconds.
Yep. Quickly, but no pressure. Quickly, no pressure. Quickly, no pressure.
Okay.
Quickly. No joking.
Quickly. Do you have roller? Do you glue roller skates to your lips?
Oh yeah. I got roller blades to my right and roller skates to my left.
Okay. With all those choices, like with whatever religion, food, the whole bit.
Yeah.
I mean, there's 23,000 choices. However, politically, there's only two parties.
Right.
And only two parties are basically behind the scenes, all the lobby groups. They're the ones who are creating the bills for Congress or whatever, helping the senators or Congress, whoever writes the bill. And they're the ones who are secretly giving all these 55,000 million choices, religion, food, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Fuck yeah, Sandra.
And there's only two parties to choose from. And the one party claims the other party is of the devil. The other party
and they're not even partying. They're not even having a good time. They claim they're a party, but they're not having a good time. Am I right? Sandra, am I right?
Well, there's two parties, right? The one party says we're of the Lord, we're of Jesus, we represent the God of love, we're the truth. And then the other party's of the devil, and then the people of the devil party, they're kind of looking at the party the party of God.
Yes.
And then
Sandra, you are fantastic.
So there you have the contradiction. There's only two choices politically.
Therein lies the contradiction. You are fantastic. I implore you to call again, Sandra. Thank you so much. This was and please tell everyone in Norway hello, specifically from Stuck in the Middle, and you and everyone else is more than welcome to call in anytime they want to.
Well, I just found your site by accident. So when are you on?
What's that?
I just found this. I don't even know the technical name.
We are on I believe it's going to be your time, like Wednesdays and Saturdays, but we're on Tuesdays and Fridays at 9:30 p.m. EST. So I think that's like 13 hours ahead of you. So it's probably like whatever time it is now on Saturday, and then again the same time on Wednesday.
Okay, so in other words, I phone you on. Just where I got to write this down.
You know what's so cool is I've always wanted to do a morning show, and technically I'm doing a fucking morning show in Norway right now, and that's fucking awesome. I'm pumped for that. Sandra, thank you so much for that. I'm pumped for that. You're awesome.
Okay, so what's the date today?
The date today
Saturday?
is well for me. The date is 5:12 a.m. 6/27/2026 Saturday. So right now for you, it's like, wait, is it like 5 p.m. for you right now?
Just wait, I have to look at my mobile.
I feel like you're lying.
No, it's 11. It's 11:15 in the morning. So that means I'm 6 hours.
All right.
5.
All right. Well, cool.
I'm 6 hours ahead of you.
Either way, very cool. 6 hours is still fucking awesome. I'm still doing a morning show. Thank you so much, Sandra. Appreciate you for calling in. I got to go over to Buster real quick. Thank you for calling in, Sandra. Please call back whenever you can. Thank you.
Bye.
Sandra from Norway, everybody. Appreciate you. Yeah, Buster. Definitely. Buster, you still there?
I am. I did hang up for a little bit there, but I was just freestyling to your hold music for like the last 12 minutes.
There's actually hold music?
Yeah, it's that stock standard.
Shit.
You know the song.
Oh, shit. That's a banger. Music. Yeah, I love that banger. That's a good one. That's a good one.
We're about to see the sun come up right now, dude. It's getting close.
Oh, shit. What time is it in your neck of the woods?
I'm in Florida, dude. I'm at the same time you are.
All right, where? Yeah. Well, I mean, you could be in the Panhandle. You could be, creeping up on 414. But yeah, it's.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I'm in Central Florida on the Space Coast.
Same here. You know, like maybe we'll bump into each other one day. 514 over down yonder. People are like, what the fuck is this show about right now?
3, 2, 1, buddy. 3, 2, 1. Countdown County.
You know it. All right. Well, anything you want to wrap up with? I'm trying to see if there's anything else I want to get on before I get out of here. But I'm just kind of going over it.
You could have just told me you didn't want to talk about Israel, you know. We could have moved on.
Come on, man. I don't want to talk about Israel no more, bro. What the fuck?
You've told me before. You guys have said it before. And it's so funny how that happens. It seems like on almost every live I've been on and watched, somehow within that time frame, the talk of Israel comes up. You know,
it's inevitable. Like with current day politics right now, for whatever reason, it's just inevitable. Someone's gonna mention Israel, be like, "Fuck you, fuck Israel, you suck." Like it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
I mean, and in our defense, though, they kind of are giving us things to talk about. It's not like they're just doing nothing, and you know, that's the whole thing. And I just want to see, just to wrap that up. It's just, you know, Bibi's got a warrant, so does his defense minister. So I just want to see them get.
Kind of want to see how that plays out, huh? You know, see how that plays out. See that little warrant plays out. I don't know how you feel.
Yeah.
Are you gonna be up for a little bit? Like, you know, like I don't know. I might stay around for another hour here. I have no idea. I don't know how everyone else is feeling. Like there's still a few things to go over, but I don't want to bore people if no one's feeling it. So y'all tell me.
Yeah, dude, I'm chilling, bro. I get up at like, you know, I've been kind of on a weird sleep schedule, so I've been waking up in like the afternoon, and I'm usually up all night. So
heard that. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna take a quick 1 minute breaky poo. I'll be right back, and maybe we'll try to finish up here. We got 87 of you chilling out right now here. We're stuck in the middle. If you could, please go ahead and hit that like button. Be much appreciated. And yeah, I'll be right back. Hey, Buster, I'm gonna let you go, but please feel free to call back in just in case anything happens on the phone while I'm not here. That's all.
Right on, brother.
All right,
Sounds
Buster.
good.
We'll see you in a second. All right, stuck in the middle. We're still hanging out. Don't ask me what the fuck is going on because I got no clue. But you know, we're just trying to do the damn thing. I'll leave you with a little bit of Ted Nugent, and I'll be right back. You know, I did say too, like I'm not doing another 7-hour stream. I feel like we're really creeping up on 8 hours right now, but all right, who the fuck's counting? Okay, I'll be right back. All righty, poo. Let me get this up. Okay, see you guys in just a moment, if you don't mind. I made a promise. I said, no more 6-hour streams. Then I did a 7 one. And then I said, no more 7-hour streams. And now I'm doing an 8-hour one. What the fuck? Good God. Do you guys want to check out some Venezuelan earthquake footage? We were talking about this on the show earlier today. It was like one of those things where like we didn't really have anything to add to the footage, just more like, ooh, destruction. But I still have never seen earthquake footage like this ever before. And maybe this might maybe I can pretend, I can convince myself that I'm imploring you 100 folks that are still sitting here, maybe you'll go donate to Venezuela and help them out. Please, if you could. Be so nice. See that? I'm going to end the poll, see what the poll ends at. Let's see it. Let's see. The poll says, how are we all doing? We got a 77% good and 23% bad. Okay. You 23% better figure your shit out. I ain't having it. To be fair, I do think we actually kind of started looking at earthquake footage and we got fucking sidetracked. I'm going to play some of this. All right, let me turn this down just a wee bit. Where the fuck is this playing at? Oh, wow. I feel stupid. Wow, it is getting late when I can't figure out where that's coming from. All right, while we're here, I feel like this is what we're going to finish off with, just some Venezuelan earthquake footage, because this thing was fucking intense. And not like intense, but like intense. There's a few people who I know who are personally affected by this, not trying to have light in their situation. There's a few other people I know that are trying to do a good thing and raise awareness and try to get some monies sent out their way. Apparently, the U.S. is just doing that thing in general, helping out. So we'll watch some of these, just hang out. Y'all tell me what you feel. I don't, it is what it is. It's 5 a.m. in the morning. I mean, this looks like a fucking bomb scene. Let me put it so you guys can see it. I'm just talking to myself. Look, like this literally just looks like a place that got bombed. It's just a place that got bombed. No, it was an earthquake. No, it's just bombs. Look at that. Look at that fucking thing. Jeez. This guy's just driving by some of the destruction here. Look at this fucking building, the Leaning Tower of building. I don't know. It's 5. I tried. Maybe I shouldn't have tried because of the devastation and all. Look at this. This really looks like the beach at Fort Lauderdale, where just all these, condos, these high rises are spread out on the beach, and these things, like, they're just missing the entire face. They're leaning, they're missing the entire face out of them. That's fucking crazy. A whole building did that. Not to mention, a lot of those buildings just said, you know what? I'm out. Deuces. I'm going to go to rubble like this. Oh, don't tell me this one goes. That's huge. Don't tell me that one goes. No. Okay, good. All right, good. There's a parking garage gone to shit. We got a few more of these. These are just fucking wild, man. So here's some aftermath with some more footage while we're watching it. And again, we discussed talking about this on the show, and we're like, what do we talk about? We're like, yeah. The first one was a 7.4, but then the tremor was a 7.6, and now damage. Ooh. I'm not trying to be facetious with that. I'm just saying, like, as far as like a show goes, like we didn't have nothing to add that would make things better. Or, it was just like, wow. For me, I'll repeat myself. I've never seen an earthquake to this magnitude before. I've never been in one. I'm almost kind of jealous I haven't been in one. Earthquakes don't make sense to me. Like, I can't. I'm sitting in the street, but buildings are like, I can't. It doesn't make sense to me. So like, I kind of want to be in one, but not really, right? But I kind of do. Shh, don't say anything. Not something to this extent, but like maybe like a 1 or a 2, maybe a 3. I don't know. I don't know the scale, right? But not that bad. Not that bad. I mean, like like these buildings are just gone. They're gone. Like there's nothing. Like it almost looks like these were resorts at one point. Like look at this. I'm gonna go back. This looks like it was a resort at one point. Like this looks exactly like what you could see in Fort Lauderdale. All these high rises surrounding a pool, and they're all gone. People were in these buildings. That doesn't work. Hey, is everyone good? I could not fucking imagine being in the top high rise while it's like you're just shaking. You're like, oh my God, you don't know if the building's gonna fall or not. You know, at least with 9/11, right? You saw a fucking plane like you got no room to be like, I can't second guess this. This is it. This is game over for me. Whereas like the whole building's like, I don't know which way I'm gonna go. You're like, I don't know. There's too much up for interpretation. I don't like that. That's what's more scary. You know, not the death part, but like which way am I gonna death? You know, left, right, up, down, collapsed. That's the scary. You know, a plane in the building. That's it. That's game over. Boom. You're gone. You're done. You don't got to worry about the buildings falling. Nothing. Game over. You were writing something down on your paper like, and today I was this years old and writing down my business. Nothing. You weren't doing jack shit. And then the WTC plane hit your building. You're just nothing. Just fucking, today will be a good day. Nothing. Gone. You didn't even get to think about it. These people, they're like, oh, shit. Mijo, help me, mijo. You know, whatever they say about, you know, like a younger person. Hey, help me, younger, right? This is weird. This is not good. This is not a good thing. I'm rocking back and forth. It's not good. Not good at all, right? They had too much time to contemplate that. I don't like that. Do not like that. Do not want that to ever happen, ever. Somehow my chair keeps collapsing. I don't know if you guys see that or not. It does. Keeps collapsing. What do you guys got to say? Oh my God, does that say 100K deaths? That's awful. Yes, it does. Real Trump said major redevelopment construction boom. Ta-da, all of a sudden in Venezuela. Imagine that. It just happens. Fortune says, come stay with me for a week. We had 5 earthquakes in the last week. No, I do not want to stay with you. In fact, I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to stay far away from you. Do not want to stay by any earthquakes. Fortune says he has had 5 earthquakes in the last week. More if you count the ones that were below a 1. Yes, of course we count the ones that were below a 1. What are you talking about? How many? Listen, if you are counting all the earthquakes that were a 1 or below, how many earthquakes have happened in the past week? Right now you're at 5 and you're saying, but there could have been more if it was 5 and under. Well, what's 5 and under? Please tell me. Fortune says, Josh, if you've never been in an earthquake, it won't make sense to even try to think about it. In the big ones, you can't actually tell what's going on. You're there so much disorientation of reality. Yeah, for sure. He says, every single sense that you possess to get your bearings does not work in an earthquake. Yeah, for sure. But that's what I'm trying to illustrate. That's what I'm trying to trying to purvey, if that's I don't know if that's a word or not. But just that idea there, right? Where you're just like, I've never been in that situation. So looking at videos, you're like, oh yeah, for sure I would run, right? But I've never been in a situation where I cannot the ground is shaking so much I can't stand up properly, and then the building in front of me is just about to collapse. That's so wild to me, and not in like a, not in a condescending way. I'm just saying, like, it's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. Fortune says every single sense that you possess to get your bearings does not work in an earthquake. I'll check the .gov real quick, BRB. He's like, I'm going to show you what it feels like to be in an earthquake. It's like, no, I get it. Please do not scare me. I'm very scared right now. 81 of you guys hanging out in the chat right now. Go ahead and hit that like button if you don't mind. We're going to go and check out some more of this earthquake that happened in Venezuela. Mind you, some of you that are new or just kind of peeping, we normally do a show Tuesdays and Fridays. So this is not really a show day because it's like Saturday right now, right? But it's like a special show day. So normally Tuesdays, Fridays, right now, you're hopping in on the Friday spillover. We got 82 of you. Come on, give us a like. It's free. It's free. Just do it. Just hit the like button. It's fucking free. Fortune says California 16 earthquakes in the past 24 hours. What? 200 earthquakes in the past 7 days. 679 earthquakes in the past 30 days. 8,469 earthquakes in the past 365 days. What the fuck? Fuck California up the ass. We don't want any more of those earthquakes. What the fuck? No. This is one of the ones that kind of got me. I think, right? So again, reminder. An earthquake of 7.4 hit Venezuela. Then, like a minute later, a tremor of 7.6 hit Venezuela. The tremor was bigger than the earthquake. You never want that. That's not a good sign. The earthquake does damage, and everyone's like, oh, okay, we made it through that. And then all of a sudden, fuck, it's a 7 point fucking. You don't want that. You don't want that. All right? My apologies again. I'm not trying to make light of any situation. I'm just saying that's one you don't want, and that's why we should be donating and helping out Venezuela. Look at this. Look at the building. Look at this crazy fucker on his bike. This building, it's obviously not completed somehow, so that one's going fucking down no matter what. And down it goes. Jeez. Dios amado. Dios amio. Look at that. That's a little bit of above footage. Look at that. Man. Guys, this is crazy. I don't know where you all live hanging out with us right now, but earthquakes do not happen to us here in Florida. And if they do, it's a rarity. So it's such an odd thing just to see, just an odd thing to behold, especially of this magnitude. Look at this. Look at this. Look, would you look at it? Just look at it. Just look at this. Just look at it. I mean, that almost looks like a resort gone. Those buildings are fucking Dunsky, dude. Wow. That's so sad, man. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but that is so sad. Look at all these cars trying to get out there. Some stupid asshole flying the drone. I'm going to get a picture of the cars. I'll get a picture of the cars. They can't go nowhere. Get a picture of the cars. No, dude, they want to go. They want to leave your fucking ass behind. Here's some more. Shut up. I think we saw this one already. Let me see. Bear with me. There's a lot of this footage going around, so I'll just try not to play the same exact thing. But... Oh yeah, so this is what we didn't get to see last time. So this guy just filmed the aftermath of the earthquake. Look at all the destruction there. There's so many built. Like they fear. Like right now, there's like an average. I think the deaths are just under 1,000 right now. I think that's where they are. Whereas New York Post and a lot of these other magazines, they're reporting it could be up to 100,000 deaths. Fuck. Look at these places, man.
Ayuda!
Oh, yeah. All right. I'm going to go back to the full screen here, some of these. Look at this. Again, this is one of those things I just can't comprehend. I can't comprehend being in the middle of the street and seeing like, and like feeling like me going like, whoa, you know, I'm an Egyptian, walk like an Egyptian. I can't comprehend that. But then the buildings are also going like, walk like an Egyptian. I can't comprehend that. It just makes no sense to me. Not in a negative way, but it's wild. It reminds me of the, what is it? The ride at Universal Studios, Earthquake, the actual ride. This fucking building just collapses. It's gone. Dunzo. Goodbye. Goodbye. Amado. Fuck. Amarero. Footage. Here we go. We got another one. I'm just gonna go through all these, to be honest with you. Fuck it, right? I say fucks it. Look at that. This one is just, some of these are too close to comfort, man. Some of these you'll see and just like, what? How did you even escape that? All right, we'll play this one. Oh, well, no, we'll go back to full screen. Full screen. You don't got to see my ugly ass. Here we go. All right, here we go. Check this out. Look at that building go. And these fucking poor, unfortunate bastards are trying to drag somebody out. You know, whoever this is looks like they already got fucked up somehow. And 3 fucking badass people are like, no, not on my watch. I'm going to save your ass. There's going to be a lot, and I hope you realize this. There's going to be a lot of tales of heroism that you're not going to hear about. That are going to fly under the radar, that you're not going to realize that your everyday civilian, your everyday neighbor would do something like that for their neighbor, which is a damn shame, because especially in this climate, especially in America and any, like, why not? As the news, like, you really think it would be that bad to show like people helping other people? Like, do you really think it wouldn't be that viral? I think it would be the opposite. I think it'd be fucking extremely viral. And the fact that they got none of that, no good citizens helping other good citizens. I don't give a fuck if it's a good citizen helping a bad citizen. They got none of it. None of it is fucking viral. NBC, ABC, nobody's talking about any of that shit. Tell me that wouldn't fucking go great. Wouldn't that feel good after all the negativity in America for a little bit? Just like seeing other people in different countries like come together and just like solidarity, like, no, I got you, brother. I got you, sister. I got you. Be fucking awesome. But they don't want us to be like that. They don't want us to be with it.
Marico! Mi mamá,
fucking A, man.
Mi mamá!
That's another crazy thing too, is like you got this fucking guy, like you're in the middle of an earthquake. And this guy's like, fucking my own, what the fuck? There's a fucking earthquake behind me. Whoa. Like, he's got the wherewithal to also film himself being in the earthquake. Not just to film the earthquake, but I need the third person angle of me in the earthquake. Social media is just ruining everybody's lives. Literally, are you kidding me? Look at me, varón.
Marico! Mi mamá, weón! Mi mamá!
In this instance, I don't mind it. I'm fine with it. I have nothing to say bad against it. You know, it's like, it is, you know, cool. You were in an earthquake and you saved people. I'm fine with you documenting that. But like, there's just so many other clips of people not doing good deeds, but documenting their time during something. And they're just complaining or just like, you know, it would not surprise me if this same video was just like a Karen being like, and this building collapsed on me. And I was like, what? I just got here. It doesn't make any sense. So I was like, ew, 2 stars. I'm just saying, that's, you know, it's the vibe I get.
Marico.
Look at that.
Marico.
Look at that.
Marico.
Little dog running around. I saw the dog. Everybody's running, hollering for cover. So much anxiety. I don't know about you guys, but like watching some of this stuff, so much anxiety. How do you guys... Don't happen here. Please don't happen here. Of course, I'm familiar with the Richter scale, says Terry Sickliver. Huh? Buster says, don't forget that American citizens are being arrested for exercising their right to protest. If you think that you're safe from persecution, think again. NSMP-7 is an attack on the First Amendment. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I didn't mean to cut you off. If I did I cut you off? Are you still on the line? No, okay. All right, so that was one of the. So there's more. There's more. It ain't done yet. This one, I thought was. Where did it go? Oh no. Oh no. All right, hang on. Oh my God, this is the most important one. I can't believe this is gone now. This can't be gone. This can't be fucking gone. What the fuck is going on? All right, well. Oh no. Oh, I am pissed. We lost something. There was a very good, okay. All right. This may be a little better, right? But there was footage of these people rescuing a dog, right? And like there's a dog whose little head was sticking out of the rubble, like, you know, I'm gonna try to find this real quick. Let me see if I can find this. Oh, I'm gonna play this. Don't worry, I'm gonna play this. This is them. This is even better, okay? Like all you mothers out there. This is them finding a baby. Found a baby. Look at that. Look at that son of a bitch. They pulled him out, no problem. All right, I got it. All right, so I mean that's cool. But you know what really caught my attention was this fucking thing, and maybe I'm just a miserable piece of shit. But for whatever reason, them finding a dog really tugged at my heartstrings more than them finding a baby. I don't know why. Who knows? Can't give you an explanation. I'm not here to do that for you. You can fill in that blank, but I will show you the video of them finding the dog, and maybe you will feel the same way. I don't know. That's for you to decide and for me to judge, you know? Hey-o. All right, here we go. Here's them finding the dog. Let's see here. Look at him. Look at that son of a bitch. Look at him. Oh, God. Damn you and your beautiful eyes. Look at it. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. He's in the rubble. And they're giving him water. Come on. I mean, it's almost bummer news. It's almost bummer news. If the dog did not get out, it would have been bummer news. But the dog gets out. They dig his ass out. Don't you worry. Look at him digging out. Hang on, there's a picture of a hug coming up. There it is. Hang on. There it is. Hey, the dog got out. The baby got out. The dog got out. So cool to see people coming together and doing things like that. Check this out. A little more footage of falling debris. There's one of these pieces of footage. It's mind-boggling to me. Oh, this is one of them. This fucking building just falling. Look at this fucking thing. God damn. Woo. Look at that dust cloud's coming for you, brother. You better run. And then this was crazy too. Like these people are just kind of stuck. Oh, you didn't get to see that one. They were kind of stuck in the middle of the street there with like shit falling up. I do got a video of that. Look at that fucking catastrophe. It's literally just us going, ooh, ah. But I've never seen anything like this before. I've never seen destruction to this extent via an earthquake that was captured on film. Here's people running for cover. Look at this. Look at that. Dodging right there, the dog. And not a few moments later, if this is the same video. No, it's not. This is just the aftermath. So there you go. There's them dodging shit in the street. Keep going here. This one's wild. Inside a house. Because, you know, everyone's got the inside cameras now. Of course, they left the poor mom there. They all just gank everything out except the mom. Okay, mama, you will stay here. Why is everybody running away? What is so bad? Why am I shaking? What is going on? It is a Godzilla coming back to avenge. It is a Godzilla. To be fair, that does look like something that would happen because of Godzilla, right? I'm not wrong there, right? Not wrong. Not right, maybe, but not wrong. So this is some more footage on the inside of a subway and or airport terminal. This is what I was telling Eli, but I'm going full screen this. This is what I was telling Eli. Literally kind of reminds me of, I don't know if any of you been, but the Universal Studio ride in Orlando, Florida, the subway ride. This looks like so much like that fucking ride where you're kind of like underground and shit starts to happen all the time. Like it's just missing the water. Look at that. The lights go off. The floor start like the ceiling starts to collapse. Bro.
Yeah.
I like the people just hiding under the bar. Like, yeah, no, that'll be fine. You'll be fine there. Just a little bit of the bar. Yeah, no, for sure. That's cool. That'll do you right. Here's a picture. Here's a video of a building falling. Again, I've never been in an earthquake, so I've never even witnessed or got to see any of these things firsthand. So just seeing them, like without like an explosion happening or it does not that it doesn't make sense, but I feel like I want to say it doesn't make sense. It racks your mind. Like, how the fuck are these buildings falling without an explosion? Like, you can't get a grip on the earth is fucking like shaking like this. Like, it really, like, minus the tragedy, it really is, you know, Mother Nature being intriguing. Except for that part. That part's not intriguing. That part's sad. Yeah. But everything else is intriguing. Except for that part. Isa Godzilla, run. This was kind of cool. This is kind of like, I guess, like the feel good and all the shit that happened. This guy right here, I don't even know how. Don't ask me because I have no explanation. This guy has an app on his phone that's like, hey. There's an earthquake that happened. You better get the fuck out. He's like, oh shit, I better get the fuck out. For whatever reason, nobody else has this app. China hasn't passed this app out, but this guy has the earthquake app. So he was able to GTFO, if you will. See him? He's like, oh shit. Time to do GTFO. I mean, you saw a little flicker there, right? But it's supposed to be like minutes before the earthquake. And again, I don't even know what floor he's on. Does this even make sense? Is he on the ground floor? I don't know where the fuck he's going. Like right after he closes the door. Like literally right after he closes the door. Bam, the door closes. And by literally, I mean 2 seconds, not literally, right? There it is. There we go. We got a little rocking, got a little swaying going on. That's crazy. That's great. I mean, why doesn't everyone have that app in Venezuela? I have no idea. Speaking of a little crazy shit going on, how about we just go to China? We're gonna go fly, no pun intended, to China real quick. There's I guess they're trying to like Twin Tower China or something like that. They're trying to like, yeah, right, we seen your Twin Towers. We're going to one up it. We're going to go to the tallest building. And I guess a small plane crashed into Beijing's tallest tower. I'm not sure about it. You got pieces falling. A smaller plane crashes into a Beijing's tower skyscraper, triggering a mass evacuation. It's pretty tall up there, too. It's a damn shame. Oh, yeah, there's part of the plane right there. It's a damn shame you crashed so high. And that's it, though. Can you imagine? That building must be fucking huge. If that's the only issue that happened after a plane hit the building is like this, like 2 windows got broken. Fuck. We got to figure out how they make skyscrapers because we're slacking somewhere, apparently. There you go. There's China hitting a building. There's a building hitting, whatever the case may be. I wanted to play you one more thing. It's almost 6 a.m. in the fucking morning. I don't even know how the fuck you crazy fucks are even here, you crazy bastards. 83 is still hanging out. I'll keep going if you want me to. Hit the like button if you don't mind. Let's go ahead. I want to show you this. This will be some fun right here before we slowly start to get out of here. We got the plane building. Okay, so 2 episodes ago, it was almost in a bummer news episode, but it wasn't, right? Because there was a happy ending, right? This lady, this isn't the fucking, god damn it. Okay, we got it. All right. So the last episode we did, one of the bummer news episodes happened to be with an animal. And it's been a reoccurring theme that apparently there's been some bummer news with animals, right? So I wanted to, in light of all that information, so there's a lady as she's walking her dog, and she encounters what you would call a grizzly bear. She gets into a confrontation with a grizzly bear. Now, if you remember, on the last episode, we were watching a lady who gave a nice kick to the sternum of a cougar trying to kill her goat. Karens are making a comeback, and if I was you, I would watch the fuck out. All right, excuse my French. I would watch the fuck out. All right. Look at, like, this lady gives zero shits. She's walking her dog, and there's a G-bear. That is short for grizzly bear. And the G-bear sees the dog. He's like, you know what? I'm going to eat that. Karen's like, fuck you are, bitch. Not on my watch. This is even more crazy than the lady soccer kicking a cougar in the gut. This is a grizzly bear, folks. Okay? The grizzly bear is hungry, and the grizzly bear wants to eat the dog. If you prevent the grizzly bear from eating the dog, you yourself are not much bigger than the dog. So the grizzly bear just may be like, you know what? I'm going to eat you then. No problem. Shit in one hand, wish in the other, see what comes out first. Oh, looks like I got you. Your dog lives another day. No problem. It's not what happens here, because we have ourselves Canadian Karen, Montreal Karen, if you will. Not the good kind. Like maybe we would get to in the whole Montreal mass shooting thing. But that's another story. Don't worry about that yet.
No.
Look at this fucking bear,
Go
dude.
away.
No. I don't think I'd be like, if there was a grizzly bear encroaching on my personal space, I don't think I'd be like, no. No. I don't think I would do that. I think it'd be like, fucking out. Maybe that's how I would be eaten, but I don't think I'd be like, no, bad bear.
No. Go away.
Go away.
Hey.
Hey. Yo, she literally said, bay. Come on. She said, go away. Bay. This is a grown-ass grizzly bear. You are a grown-ass. My toxic trait is thinking I could beat a grown-ass grizzly bear in the wild. That's my toxic trait. That's what Karen's saying right here. Bay. That bear's like, you know what? I'm fucking hungry right now, boy. And the bear's like, yeah, that's fine. I don't care. I'm gonna go ahead and try to eat your dog now, ma'am. Yo, and she's just standing there. She's not moving. You gotta give her credit. Look at that bear. Look at that fucking. That right there was what you'd call a death metal. Stop. She did like a death metal, like vocal. Stop. The bear has no idea what to do with metalcore and or deathcore vocals. Stop. Look at that bear. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. And she's like, hey, you stupid fucking bear, get the fuck out of here. Hey. And look at, like, the bear's so dumbfounded, he stands up like a person, like, what do you mean I can't eat you? I'm a bear. I could totally eat you. Look at me. I'm standing up on 2 feet. She's like, no, not on my watch. What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm waiting to poo. I want you to eat your dog. I'm going to charge your dog again. And she's still doing the, no. Look at that fucking, hey. Look, he's doing it again. Go. And the bear's like, what the fuck, dude? I've never seen somebody so adamant about me. What? Stop yelling. Your yells are deafening. Ow. They're piercing my bare ears. Enough. Whoa. That was uncalled for. All I was trying to do was eat your dog, but in the way you just said enough, I'm offended, dude. Seriously? I'm gonna leave. That's fucked up. That's fine. I'll leave. She said, that's enough. And the bear got offended. Watch this. Enough! What? Wait! Fuck you talking about, dude? Bad! Oh, shit. I ain't bad. I'm just trying to eat, bro. Fuck you talking about, dude? I'm just a bear. It's about the bare necessities, bro. Hey! Stop! Look how close that bear is. Jesus fucking Christ. This lady is retarded. That bear's... Oh my God. That's a grizzly bear. It's in reach of your hand. And you're like, yo, my dog, though. Listen, I love my dog. I love my cat. But if there's a grizzly bear and he's eyeballing my dog, eyeballing my cat, I'm like, you know what? Go get him. There he is. Go get him. It's fine. It's fine. It's all good.
Enough! Get!
Look at this lady. She is all... This lady, I don't even know how she got here with balls so heavy. You know what I mean? I don't even know how the fuck she was walking on this nature trail with nuts so heavy as the ones that she has to drag on the ground to fight off a grizzly bear. Look, the bear runs away. I don't like your nuts, lady. Fucking A. Stop it. She beat a fucking grizz. She beat a fucking grizzly bear. I feel like that is the end. I don't even know what else. How else do you beat that when that's the end? Let's see. All right, let's see. We got someone calling. Let me see if I can make this happen. I forgot we ended. Call back one more time. Call back one more time because voice isn't up. Call back one more time. One more time before I go. I'm about to get the fuck out of here. Call back one more time. I didn't have Google Voice on, so go ahead. Call back one more time if you feel like it. God damn. Dude. Fuck. This lady definitely whoops the shit out of the cougar lady. The cougar lady, like, she just, like, kind of, like, kicked a cougar in the gut who was attacking her goat. This lady just, like, shoo, bear, shoo. She shoot a fucking bear. What the fuck?
Call from.
What's up, Julian?
Like, he just, like, kind of, like, kicked a cougar in the gut.
What's up, buddy?
Who was attacking.
I'm just hearing myself. What do you got, my friend?
Like, shoot. Bear, shoot. She shoot a fucking.
Julian, you're live. This is weird.
Call from.
He's listening to himself. You're listening to yourself now.
I'm just hearing myself. What do you got, my friend? Shoot. Bear, shoot. She shoot a fucking.
It's gonna keep repeating.
This is weird.
Call from.
He's listening to himself. You're listening to yourself.
This is gonna keep going. All right. Thank you, Julian. This is pretty cool. Appreciate you calling in. Appreciate that. That was awesome. We kind of heard this like never-ending loop. But all right, there you go. There you go. Grizzly bear doing grizzly bear shit. Listen, there was one time in my life when I said I will never do a 6.5-hour stream before, and I was not lying. Because after that time, I decided to do a 7-hour stream. And I then said, I will never do a 7.5-hour stream again. And I was not lying, because tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we have completed an 8.5-hour fucking stream. Son of a bitch. It's one for the record books. All right. I gotta go bad. Nope. All right, hang on. Let's see, hang on. I'm gonna turn it down. I think Sandra's calling again.
Call from.
Fake Sandra.
Hello, it's me again.
Hello.
To accept.
Hello, me again. Hello.
Yeah, hello?
Hello, me again.
Yeah, it's me, Sandra.
Hello, Sandra. How are you?
I just wanted to share a true bear story, if that's all right with you.
You got a true bear story, do you?
Yeah, actually, I got two true bear stories. It
All right.
happened in Canada.
Okay.
Okay. I you know those campers that go on top of like a truck? Okay. My he's now dead, but my husband and I, we lived in this camper, and he had a connection, say emotional and spiritual connection with wildlife.
Okay.
And so we were outside of the camper, and we built a fire, and our food was cooking and over the fire on a stick. And suddenly we heard all this noise, and out came 8 bears.
Jeez.
And I know. Okay. And, you know, I understood that my husband had this spiritual, like, he could, like, the animal, the wildlife, they understood. Okay, so I felt safe, but still I was, you know, skeptical. So he goes, Sandra, don't
naturally,
worry.
right? Naturally, I feel like, you know, if there's a wild bear, I feel like it's okay to feel skeptical.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yes,
so
naturally.
he goes, I'm going to talk to the bears.
Oh, okay.
So they were right on the other side of the fire, like maybe 3 feet from us. So we were both sitting, and there are three. That's 1 yard on the other side of the fire, and they all sat down like teddy bears.
Yep.
They all sat on their bums, right? And they were just looking at us. And I said, well, what are you going to tell them? And my husband said to me, I'm just going to tell them you can watch us eat. And when we're finished eating, they got to go. So my husband says, okay, you can watch us eat. And then when we're finished eating, you got to go. Said it in English, of course.
Yeah.
And the bears sat and watched us eat for maybe half an hour. And then he said, yeah, now we're finished eating, you got to go. And all the bears left. Okay, second bear, true bear story.
That's fucking awesome. And speaking of bears leaving, my fucking berry ass has to go too. So I'm going to allow you to leave off on that awesome bear. You know what? I'm going to allow you to go, bear. And the bear's like, you know what? I'm going to leave. That's exactly what I'm going to do too right now, Sandra. I'm also going to.
Bye.
Sandra, thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate you.
Oh, that's nice.
Bye. Thank you, Sandra. Have a good day.
Bye.
Listen, it's been a long time here for myself and for Stuck in the Middle. I don't mean to be rude to Sandra. I wasn't trying to be rude to Sandra. I loved her bear story. I can't wait to hear more of said bear stories. Tune in to Stuck in the Middle. We try to go live every Tuesday and every Friday. Not necessarily this long, but hot damn, it happens. Listen, we appreciate you. If you're still here with us, please hit that like button. Please hit that subscribe button. It means the world to us. And if anything, we will see you on the next Stuck in the Middle. Thank you for all the callers who called in. You guys are awesome for giving your time, for donating your time to us, to having these discussions. That's really what the whole point is about of this show, minus this whole last point here. But the whole point is just to have people call in, talk to them, get their point of view. Stuck in the Middle isn't necessarily a political ideology, but we're a place where we like to think where people call in and we start from the middle and work out there. So we try to do it unbiasedly. We do it to the best of our ability. Holy fudge. Happy 6 o'clock in the morning. You sons of bitches, I love you. I'll see you on the next one. We're out. Stuck in the Middle. Have a great night. We'll see ya. Okay, bye.